Technically, streams time is not for another 9 minutes, so I'm actually a little early. Or at least I will be in like 2 minutes. More Noxpacker. All right. Here we go. Good morning, everybody. How are you all doing today? Sorry, my brain's a bit out of it today, so I'm gonna be just a little bit slow. I had no sleep at all last night. Gotta love that Australian summer heat with broken air conditioner. I want pop some happy pills. You'll feel better. There's not enough happy pills in the world that'll wake me up. Captain Buggy, well, I did ace the citizenship test. It was quite funny. They give you 45 minutes to answer 20 questions, and they're multiple choice. And it took me 5, including the time to double check my answers. So I got 100%, but it's not how that works here. You don't just become a citizen when you pass the test. It might actually be another year and a half before I become a citizen. So you pass the citizenship test, and then they call you in for a they have to schedule like an appointment for them to approve you. And that from this point on, like I passed the test today, I was told can take anywhere from 6 to 11 months. And then after the approval, then they have to call you in for a ceremony where you actually get your citizenship, and that can take another 3 to 9 months. Which is insane to me because I also went through this process in the United States because I was born in Turkey. And like I didn't have to take like a test or do an interview because I was still a minor. My parents had to. I got my citizenship through them, but they took their test, had an interview, and then that same day went and then no, sorry, they took their test, got an interview, they got an appointment for a week later to go and do their swearing in ceremony. So that was it. I don't know why it takes so damn long. Get some of that new ketamine nasal spray. Well, I'm not depressed, so it wouldn't help me, leftist Leo, but it definitely wouldn't help me stay awake, I'll tell you that much. Oh no, Doomer arc? No, I'm not dooming. I'm just like in a meh mood today. Trump freezes all federal funding. I did see that. Yes, fun. From education to disaster relief funds. The only thing he didn't freeze was Social Security and Medicare. Oh, and of course, you know, he didn't freeze any federal funding going towards corporations. Not any AI funding. Although, actually, maybe AI funding after what happened this week. Kabo, thank you. Which photo are you talking to? Because I have a lot on the wall. If you can tell, it's kind of the whole wall. It's like the whole wall. You can thank Cat Piss for that, who is a mod on here. She very, very happily took the opportunity to do that when I said, hey, you can have full creative freedom to do whatever you want with that wall. Any funding that doesn't roll with his crazy ideas is what his order was. Yeah, basically. We really do live in the dumbest timeline. Wait, holy fuck, it's an Espeon and a Mew, I just noticed. You really just noticed? I do love me my Espeon and my Mew. But I have an Espeon and an Umbreon tattoo on my legs. I don't know if you'll be able to see from this angle. This one's my Umbreon, and then on this end I got my Espeon. Well, I was born in Turkey, grew up in the US, and now I live in Australia. The yin and yang of Pokemon tats. Basically, yeah. That's what happens when the first Pokemon game that you like, not actually it wasn't the first one that I played, but it was the first one I really got into was Colosseum on the GameCube, and your Espeon, Umbreon are your starter Pokemon in that game, and it's just it's such a good game. We don't have any other Pokemon games like that. I mean, it was 3D. You got to run around. You got to see. It was like Scarlet and Violet before Scarlet and Violet. Um, my first Pokemon game was, I believe, Sapphire. And then I played Ruby and Emerald at the same time. My Gen 3 was my introduction to Pokemon. I wish we could just sit here and talk about gaming. I'm so tired. And we have a lot of not fun stuff to talk about. The GameCube Pokemons are unironically my faves, even over Fire Red and Leaf Green. The one thing I will forever be salty about is that I never got to play the sequel to Colosseum. It was like Shadow XD or something. What do you think about Trump exiling violent repeat offenders? Well, we'll get to that when we get to that, but I think it's pretty stupid and evil and also illegal. So, I don't know. I really don't know any Pokemon beyond Sapphire. Too many to keep up with. I mean, they do have... That was Gen 3. I think we're on Gen 9 now? Or is it 10? Hold on. I actually need to know. I think we're actually might be on Gen 11. What do you think of Trump pardoning violent cop beaters? Well, I mean, to be fair, we're on Gen 9, by the way. But to be fair, that Jan Sixer who was beating the cops got killed. But also, the pardoning of Jan Sixers did not go very well for Trump. Let's just say that. I suppose that's a good place to start, actually. And Gen 4 is one of the, like... I think Gen 4 is where I really stopped playing. Ice Beans versus Wick on Elon's Nazi salute if you want something to piss you off. I think I have enough to piss me off today. But I'll definitely throw that up there. Jesus Christ. We might actually take a look at that because I am quite curious to see what Wick's position on that is. I mean, I kind of have an idea, but let's start off with the Jan Sixers. So, pardoned Jan Sixer fatally shot amid altercation with the police. Matthew W. Huddle, a 42-year-old who served time for his role in January 6th Capitol attack, was pardoned by Donald Trump, was shot and killed by Jasper County Sheriff's deputy during a traffic stop in Indiana following an altercation with the officer. Police say Huddle was armed and resisted arrest. This does not surprise me at all. Spoiler, Wick covers for the Nazis. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about any of that. Like, it's just disappointing. Have a lovely day at work, to Gingerfluff. I'm honored that you lurk as you work. That's tough on crime for you. Good morning, Sister Doll. You know what else is very much not tough on crime? Another Jan 6er was arrested, and this one was a Jan 6 insurrectionist pardoned by Trump is now being sought by authorities on charges of child sex solicitation. Andrew Take pleaded guilty in 2023 to beating police officers with a metal whip and dousing them with bear spray while storming the Capitol. And Take was already awaiting trial for soliciting sex with an undercover cop, posing as a 15-year-old girl back in 2016 when he went to prison for his Jan 6 crimes. Texas prosecutors are now trying to get him back into custody. Batkaz, you should ask the question of the public, how do you feel about violent repeat offenders being free to repeat offend again? Well, to be fair, I don't think that prison fixes that problem. I think that putting even violent criminals in prison only serves to make them more violent. I think if you want less violent criminals, then rehabilitation is the way to go. You know, you should at least attempt it. And there are ways to do that where there are certain standards that you need to meet, and those standards obviously wouldn't just be black and white. It's not just a line that you have to pass and then you get to leave. You have to consistently show, you know, that you are actually making an effort and learning. You know, things that like other countries do that work that we could do. I think that would be a good way to go. But also, this is not the only Jan 6er who was now arrested for child sex related crimes. Hold on. So that one's still talking. God damn it, I really should have saved that. There was another one that was on this thread, but now it's been pushed so far down that I can't find it. Let me see if it's actually just in my bookmarks here. Who cares? They're terrorists that were released from prison with no rehabilitation. What do you expect to happen? Turning on the water? Jesus Christ, you people are just... I'm not even going to engage with that one. What's up, Dusty? Imagine thinking putting a bunch of violent people in small cages together in a violent... to be violent is useful compared to rehabilitating the core issues. Society is fucked. I mean, to be fair, we've been doing this for a really long time, you know? Conservatives are tough on kids, not on crime. True. What do you mean by 2A? MRU? What do you mean by that? Just so I can understand, because I'm too tired to actually think about it. Now, this right here, I think, is genuinely demonic. So, Selena Gomez posted a video. And in this video, she's crying. She's crying because she sees the people getting deported, and she sees the violence and, you know, in her, like, all over the place, really. I was gonna say in her community, but it's literally all over the United States. Here's the video really quickly. Oh, geez, that's very loud.
Say that I'm so sorry. Just want to say that I'm so sorry.
Are you gonna show me the whole video? Do I have to go on Twitter and find it? Come on. Fuck you, USA Today. Not even today. It's USA yesterday.
Say that I'm so sorry. Only people
Oh, the Second Amendment. Right, yeah. Sure, whatever.
are getting attacked.
Anyone has attacked your Second Amendment right that you could point out, let me know.
Children. They don't understand.
Hey, how about your First Amendment rights that Trump keeps attacking?
I'm so sorry. I wish I could do something, but I can't. I don't know.
Oh yeah, I know
do.
he's I don't know if he's a bot, a troll, whatever, I don't care. I'll let him stay around.
They don't understand.
To see this video though, and to have the reaction of this fucking demon. This is what I can't tolerate. U.S. Senate candidate Sam Parker posts that Selena Gomez should be deported after her now deleted emotional video about the Mexican deportations. Well, Gomez cannot be deported because she's American. Well, we'll see about that because, you know, it doesn't seem like it matters anymore. But genuinely, to see that, I mean, like, that was genuine crying. That was not faking it. That was not acting. That she is upset. She is upset for a good reason. She is showing empathy. That's the crime that she's committing here, is empathy. It's sadistic and cruelty, all to cling to power and some made-up bullshit. I mean, yeah. Yeah, fuck the shit, Ted Cruz said in response. What did Ted Cruz say in response? Because I didn't see that. Like all the other trigger-happy loons, you were just trying to overcompensate. Did you just at yourself, Simply Steve, saying that? Pretty sure she passes the test for ICE to not want to deport her, the Pantone test. I don't know. I don't think, like, I'm not sure that it matters at this point. At all, actually. I really don't, because, whether these people are white or white enough or like it's not just ethnic cleansing, because it's about purging any opposition. It's about purging any dissidents. You could be the whitest motherfucker in the world, and they'll still want to deport you if you say something bad about Trump. They want to hang a a Catholic bishop because she begged for mercy for queer people and for immigrants. They want to hang her. But this is what the topic was. You know, this was what do you think about deporting criminals that aren't immigrants, which is fucking unimaginable, because first of all, you can't deport them, they're not immigrants. What are you going to do? You're going to find a country and just send them there? You'd, like, pay them or what? Like, it's so stupid.
They're very dangerous people. They're violent people.
Thank you, Leftist Leo.
I used to say these are more violent than our criminals. In fact, the best part about them is they make our criminals look quite nice, actually, by comparison. They are very violent people. We also have many violent criminals in our country, however, that did not necessarily come here illegally, but have been arrested.
Peter Online, thank you for that comment. I'm a big fan. To be fair, they aren't mad that because she's a bishop, she can move infinitely at angles, and they can't as pawns. True. Fat guys, first of all, I don't care whether they're criminals or not. They're humans and they deserve human rights. B, if you want to solve crime, get rid of poverty. That's the simplest answer. Poverty is the biggest cause of crime. If you get rid of poverty, people do less crime. Secondly, I don't think prison should exist. Not for, general offenses. I think prison should be reserved for people who have been through the rehabilitation system, have been there for a long time, have consistently failed and shown zero effort to even attempt to try, or zero effort to seriously engage, and then, sure, then they can go to prison. but the vast majority of people don't belong in prison. I also think that that is insane, Batgaz. Criminals forego their rights the moment they commit crime. Again, people commit crime because of poverty. Are you saying that someone who steals food forgoes all their rights? How about someone that steals, I don't know, a television so that they can sell it at the pawn shop to go and buy food? Do you think they forego all of their rights? What about the bankers on Wall Street? Do they forego? What about Donald Trump? Has he foregone all his rights? He's one of the biggest criminals in the country, and he has literal immunity from the law. It's not about criminals, first. Secondly, I don't believe a single word that comes out of this guy's mouth. If he says somebody is a criminal, I don't believe him. I need evidence. He's been convicted of 34 counts of forging, 34 counts of forgery of business documents. That's the crime. Felony. 34 felonies. So, you know. He's also been convicted of rape in a civil trial. So, you know, there's that. As well as, you know, lots of other crimes. Forging business documents. Here. Is it falsified business records, rather. The crime was that instead of paying Stormy Daniels, he paid them through his business. You have the court papers. Yeah, okay. And yes, there is rape because, like, that was even clarified. Trump raped Eugene Carroll. That was clarified even after the fact. Eugene Carroll, rather, not Eugene Carroll. Here you go. The judge clarifies, yes, Trump was found to have raped Eugene Carroll. There you go. You can have a look at that link right there. But also, 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Literally the dumbest shit in the world, because all he had to do was just pay her, but he didn't want it to look like he paid her, so instead of just paying her, he used his business to do it. I'm sorry, Sven Kier, but I don't give a fuck if you think so. The judge said that it was true, and I trust the judge infinitely more than I trust you, who's, you know, a first-time chatter in this chat. So, what charges got dropped exactly? What charges got dropped? It wasn't political, it was literally a crime, you dipshit. I don't care, I'm not arguing with you morons.
30 times, 35 times, 41, 42 times in a couple of cases, 25 times, 8.
I think Peter Sutcliffe, who butchered 17 women in the UK, does deserve human rights. Yeah, I do. I think he deserves a chance at rehabilitation.
18 times, many for murder and other heinous charges such as pushing people into subways.
Come back in an hour when you can engage on the topic that we're talking about.
45 miles an hour, 14 times, many for murder and other heinous charges such as pushing people into subways.
Oh yeah, by the way, just fair warning, I'm not in a good mood today. I have a headache and I'm grumpy and I've not had any sleep, so I'm not going to be putting up with as much bullshit as I usually do.
Trains coming along.
I'm usually very nice to the trolls. I will not be as nice today. That's okay. You can strongly disagree. I think that, you know, giving human rights to even criminals is important. You know, it's kind of in the Constitution. It's kind of a base part of, well, actually, no, it's not. Criminals are slaves in America, but it should be. At least we pretend that it is.
At 45 miles an hour, boom, you get pushed into the subway. They had it last week. Hitting them in the head with baseball bats while they're not looking. Punching old ladies in the face, knocking them unconscious and stealing their purse. They even break it.
And Batgaz, didn't you like say that you didn't like people celebrating like the death of Brian Thompson? Like you thought that it was bad to say that it was good that he got shot when the guy is literally a mass murderer responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people, but you had sympathy for him, but you don't have sympathy for someone who killed 17 people. Now, again, not a good thing to do, killing 17 people. And I do think that, you know, there should be consequences, but I think that there should be a chance of rehabilitation. Peter Carolina Reaper, that's a good point. With that logic, why even bother with a trial? It was bad that Brian Thompson got shot. Yeah, that was bad. Killing people is bad. Doing violence in the street is bad. But also, I don't have to feel sympathy for him. He literally is responsible for the deaths of tens of, if not hundreds of thousands of people. Yeah, I also disagree with someone going out and willingly shooting somebody. But I still have, like, you have no sympathy for Luigi here, right? But, like, and again, allegedly Luigi, but you have plenty of sympathy for Brian Thompson, who, again, killed several orders of magnitude more people than Peter Sutcliffe.
Into apartments and rape elderly women and beat up elderly men, beat them to hell. And I don't want these violent repeat offenders in our country anymore.
I don't believe shit that he says, because they're literally, ICE is going after Native Americans right now. Just Native Americans. Okay, but you have sympathy for Brian Thompson, though. And that's the point I'm trying to make.
More than I want illegal aliens from other countries who misbehave.
I don't really, like, I'm not even trying to get into the Luigi discourse. I'm just trying to, like, bring up the fact that just because someone did something bad doesn't make them irredeemable forever. I think that they should, I even think Brian Thompson should have been given a chance at rehabilitation. Now, of course, he should have never been able to work in that business again. He should have had to pay significant amounts of money and reparations and spend the rest of his life making up for the people whose lives that he ended. It's just, we need to have a consistency here that it is not okay to treat criminals like they're not human beings.
And I say, and this is subject to getting it approved, but if they've been arrested many, many times, they're repeat offenders by many numbers.
Guys, by the way, the arrested many, many times, repeat offenders numbers, you guys understand that the prison system exists to produce this outcome, right? You go to prison, and then you are more likely to go to prison again. If anyone who has been to prison is more likely to go back to prison than someone who's not been to prison. Going to prison makes you have to, it changes your material conditions. Being a felon makes it so you cannot get a job in most places. It forces poverty onto you, which oftentimes requires people to resort to more crime. And when you're in prison, you learn how to crime better, because that's the whole point of prison. We call it a crime university. So if I disagree with someone, then I'm well within my rights to shoot them. No one is saying that. But to be fair, I think that, in my ideal society, I think I have, to be fair, even right now, actually, I think I have the right to do whatever the fuck I want to do. I just think if you disagree with me, you have the right to shoot me. That's the world that we live in. We just have all of these laws in between. And I like those laws. Don't get me wrong. I respect, having some semblance of an order. But that is how it works. Right now. That is already how it works. If you disagree with somebody, you can go shoot them. In fact, lots of people do this. Murder is wrong. You shouldn't do it. But lots of people do. But also, what about social murder? Interpersonal murder, sure, we can agree is wrong. But again, what about a corporation responsible for the deaths of millions? What about Nestle, for example, who's responsible for the deaths of 16 million infants? Should the CEO of Nestle get put in prison forever? Probably. Should he have a chance at rehabilitation? Yeah. Should they get killed? No. No, I don't want that. I think that that's the world that we currently live in. The world that I want is one where we, engage cooperatively in good faith. I want people to solve issues by talking, not through violence. But right now, we do solve issues through violence. For example, if you call the police, how is that not doing violence? Because when the police show up, they just do the violence for you. It's the same thing, just with a middleman. If you see a crime and you call the police, you are doing violence here, because the police will show up and they will do violence. And since you called the police, you initiated the violence. I think that, like, it's a silly argument to have, because A, this isn't even how reality works. This is how we like to view reality working. And to an extent, some parts of this, I don't think that violence is good. I don't think you should do violence. But we are all doing violence regularly. Again, just by calling the police, you are committing violence. And again, if you are the executive of a company, you are also doing violence. Arguing against violence and murder is never a silly argument to have. No, but arguing that one of the things is violence and the other is not, and that one violence is, one type of murder is worse than another type of murder, when, we're not talking about a one-to-one comparison, not a one-to-one ratio, it's one person dead versus 16 million dead, that's a silly argument to have. Pretending that violence isn't part of the equation of our society inherently is a silly conversation to have. Our society is built on violence. Our countries, or most of us at least, I don't know where all of you are watching from, but the vast majority of our countries that we're all currently residing in, whether that be America, whether that be Australia, whether that be the United Kingdom, are built on violence. If a person commits a violent crime or murder, they have chosen their path and their consequences. And again, what about the people who commit murder socially and it's not a crime? What about them? You still have yet to answer that question. Let's say the CEO of Nestle. They're responsible for the deaths of 16 million infants. At least, I don't know if it's the current CEO, but maybe the one from 10, 15, 20 years ago. Were they imprisoned? Did they get any consequences for this? Are they referred to regularly as a violent criminal? No. Brian Thompson. Hundreds of thousands of deaths on his hands. Is he a violent criminal? Yes, but is he referred to as one? No. I think the nuance here is very different. Okay, but it's not even about healthcare, because I listed one healthcare company and then I listed a company that makes food and water. That's global, not American healthcare. Nestle, responsible for the deaths of millions of infants. Or, how about we go to, Mercedes-Benz. Or we go to, literally any other corporation, because they all exist on violence. How about we talk about countries built on violence? Let's say the United States, built on violence. How about the UK, also built on violence? How about Israel, also built on violence? Everything in our society is built on violence. Now, is that good? No. But just because someone has done violence does not make them irredeemable. I think that's insane. How does car production prevail through violence? By exploitation of workers? By also Mercedes-Benz was a very large proponent and supporter of the Nazis? Openly? How about Hugo Boss, for example? Also a very big Nazi supporter. How about Henry Ford, another car manufacturer? Also slavery, and also, sorry, not slavery, also, child labor as well. How about any of the robber barons of the Gilded Age? Millions of people were oppressed and lots of people died. Does oppression count as violence? Yes. Well, then everything that all of us experience is violence. Every time you go to work, there is violence being done onto you by your boss. Like, if we're going to go down to the idea of any amount of violence makes you irredeemable, then our entire society is irredeemable. Turns out you can target violence to benefit capital. Who knew? Yeah, exactly.
I want them
Like this.
out of our country. I also will be seeking permission to do so.
Because
We're
guess
gonna
what?
get approval, hopefully. to
Guess
get
what?
them
This doesn't apply to everybody. This only applies selectively. Just like the deportations only apply selectively. You know, which undocumented immigrants are not being gone after by ICE right now? The people who work in agriculture, because the corporations need those workers, and they only get deported if those workers try and unionize, they complain, they ask for wage increases, they get sick, they get into an argument. Like, all big CEOs are murderers, period. You can't be a billionaire without having blood on your hands. So, I don't know. I would even extend my concept of everyone deserves a chance at rehabilitation to someone like Elon Musk, to someone like Jeff Bezos. I would extend that. Why not? Equal opportunity for redemption. I would allow the billionaires a chance at redemption if I was given full control. That would take a long time. Well, of course it would. But, there's like, you have to show that you are trying for it to continue. If it's been a year and you have shown zero effort, then you just go into the hole, which in this case is prison. This was Ted Cruz's response, by the way.
Narcissism. I don't think so, actually. Here is one person saying, I love this. Senator, why do you exclusively mourn for women that are victims of illegal immigrants, but never have anything to say about the 15,000 annual rapes that occur in the state you represent? Incidentally, Texas ranks as the #1.
That's true. And again, Donald Trump is a criminal and the rapist. And also a child molester. And Epstein's best friend. In Epstein's own words, in fact. So, criminal. Convicted criminal. Convicted rapist. But he's still the president. He's a felon, and he gets to be president, while most felons can't get a job. Do you think that that's okay? No. Come on, guys. Let's have some nuance here and show some humanity for actual, people. Whereas, Ted Cruz is not a person. Donald Trump's not a person. They're human beings, but they're not people. They have no desire nor ability to empathize with human beings. Now, again, I'm sure there's some other violent criminals. I'm even sure that there's some undocumented immigrants, maybe 2 of them, that fit that description. Because again, undocumented immigrants commit statistically less crimes than both documented immigrants. Documented and undocumented immigrants commit statistically less crimes than born citizens or naturalized. But I'm sure there's some. But this idea of, I don't know, somehow this is different is pretty stupid to me. Even they deserve human rights. And up until they show that they have no ability nor care enough to try to empathize, to try and learn how to empathize, and if they have genuinely no ability, which some people are born, by the way, with no ability to empathize, that doesn't make them not a person, because a lot of those people live perfectly well-off lives because they try. You don't have to feel the empathy. Some people aren't born with that ability, but you can still act in a way that is consistent with someone who feels empathy. You can learn you can put in effort. That's kind of the point. Captain Buggy, regular working class people love their fellow undocumented or just foreign workers in general. They usually look at them as one of the good ones. That's where the only go after the violent ones comes from, because of the good ones. Well, that's the thing, right? Is because there is no one of the good ones for these people. Like it's one of the good ones as the people who are working for them for unlivable amounts of wages. Let me just one more time clarify. Violence is bad. Murder is bad. Both social and physical. Bad. Don't do this stuff. And if you do, there should be consequences. But I still think that you deserve human rights. I don't think that just because you committed an unspeakable crime. If somebody raped me, I would still want them to have human rights. In fact, that has happened, and I still want them to have human rights. I wouldn't want them to be tortured for the rest of their life, even if they did something horrible to me personally. I think that they should have a chance at bettering themselves, because people deserve that. Man. I don't know how that's a controversial statement, you know? And by the way, like all this deportation talk, like let's deport the undocumented. So you know what comes from this? Both as a byproduct unintentionally and also historically intentionally, police arrest Raleigh man accused of impersonating ICE officer and sexually assaulting a woman. A Raleigh, North Carolina man, Carl Thomas Bennett, has been arrested for allegedly impersonating law enforcement officer to sexually assault a woman, threatening her with deportation if she refused. Now, this happens pretty regularly, just with actual law enforcement, by the way. Cops do this all the time. In fact, I'm pretty sure in certain states there's laws that protect the police and are intentionally designed so that the police can do this. I don't say they don't commit crime. I said they commit less crime overall than natural born or naturalized citizens, is what I mean. May this is the reason they are not on statistics. Mate, the grooming gangs were white people. Fat guys. We looked at this. Let's have a look at this YouTube channel that you sent me. What kind of videos are they making? Let's do some analysis. It's the Wild West out there, housing expert. Cool, alright. I hate tech bros. The UK reacts to Trump. How the people's priceless speech shaped Diana's legacy. How Elon Musk and everyone else gets wrong about George Orwell. The day Brexit broke Parliament. Okay, so far these don't seem, you know, insane. But Headless Chicken, I'm getting there, don't worry. It is a propaganda channel, and understand here, really quickly, before we get any further, even in the case that whatever video this, whatever this video is going to say is correct, you can't tell by their video channel. I can. I'm just being good faith here. Even if this is correct, even if, I still think that they deserve human rights. But, again, white people were the vast majority of the grooming gangs. Let's see. Let's pick a video that doesn't look like propaganda really quickly. Just because I want to make a point. Unfortunately, they all kind of look like propaganda, but let's go to this one. This one's interesting.
This is no longer an election. This is like Alice in Wonderland. I mean, we just get stranger and stranger.
Well, it's total
I want to make a
confusion.
point here. Just honestly going off topic and going with it, because understanding how something like a channel like this, where potentially the average person could look at these video titles and not be able to tell that this is propaganda. This one right here is the one that really tipped me off. But
it was a bright, cold day.
Hey, look, I didn't get any sleep. Let me do what I.
It's complete confusion.
Good grief.
Let me have my
11.
stun locks.
That means automatic recount.
So at one stage, you got NBC declaring George Bush the president, and you got Al Gore calling George Bush and conceding the presidency. But that was the moment that was to unravel. And then we're in the battle for Florida. The year is 2000, and George Bush and Al Gore are fighting an American presidential election, which will eventually take 6 weeks to decide and only be decided by a margin of 537 votes.
The campaign British newspaper this channel is claiming to represent is described as center-left, nonpartisan. What paper is this one claiming to represent? Like, what's the paper?
Election day had been pretty standard for American campaigns. On the one hand, we had Al Gore, very much in the center of the Democratic Party, much like the then sitting president, Bill Clinton, but with this extra tinge that Gore had of environmentalism, of the green issues that he was so fond of. We're beginning, as we went into the new century, we're beginning to get some traction.
It's actually called the
And on the other hand, we had George Bush, who had very typically American conservative values about spending and taxation and that sort of thing, but with an added tinge himself, which was this idea of compassionate conservatism. Well, the Republicans felt they had the edge, and they exhibited this by going to campaign in states beyond the actual swing states that most people had identified as the ones that were key to victory. So as election day approached, they were looking to expand the map, to get more states. The Democrats, meanwhile, were equally fairly confident about it. It always looked like it was going to be close. Bill Clinton had left a very, very healthy economy. We had 8 solid years of growth. So I think everybody expected it to be.
Again, right here, within this 30 seconds, I've heard several misleading and not necessarily untrue claims, but claims that are missing a significant amount of context. So let's jump back and let's analyze these, right?
Felt they had the edge, and they exhibited this by going to campaign in states beyond the actual swing states that most people had identified as the ones that were key to victory. So as election day approached, they were looking to expand the map, to get more states. The Democrats, meanwhile, were equally fairly confident about it. It always looked like it was going to be close. Bill Clinton had left a very, very...
See, already, this is not true. The Democrats were hopeful about Gore, but to think that, like, they were fairly confident is not necessarily a true statement, because at the time, there was a large amount of people who wanted to, who liked the idea of Gore, who liked the idea of the green policies, but there was also a lot of people who were, voting for Ralph Nader, who wanted to vote for Ralph Nader. There was a lot of discourse at the time of Bill Clinton sold us out, he shipped our jobs off with NAFTA, the economy was doing good. Sure, as they're claiming, he left a very
healthy economy. We had
healthy economy, except the American people were not feeling that healthy economy. That was the rich were feeling that economy. Sort of like how in this election, the Democrats repeatedly were saying, oh, the economy's doing great. And that's because it was. During Joe Biden's presidency, the economy was booming. But the average American could not feel this because their wages had not gone up. Everything else got more expensive. But if you looked at the stock market, it had been booming. the rich people were doing great. And so that is one of the framings that already sticks out here like a sore thumb.
Solid years of growth. So I think everybody expected it to be fairly close, though not as close as it turned out to be. And I was the executive producer for the Sky News US election coverage.
Oh, great. You work for Sky News, so you're instantly already a propagandist.
In 2000, based in Washington, D.C.
Backcast, please tell me you don't watch any Sky News.
So on election night, an American newsroom on election night is largely a question of everybody looking at everybody else, because American elections are called by the networks. The networks get the results in from an organization called the Voter News Service, which counts real results and matches them against expectations and exit polling. And what we were doing is that we had a live point in the Hay Adams Hotel, which directly overlooks the White House from Lafayette Square.
Fuck Murdoch Media.
So we'd taken the frame out of a window in the hotel out and put our anchor in the window with a shot directly looking over the floodlit White House. And his job was to report what the American networks were saying.
Sorry, going on a little side adventure here. Speaking of fuck Murdoch, this girl wore this shirt to meet with the Prime Minister of Australia. And just seeing the smile on him and his wife's face made me laugh so hard. He actually he came out and apologized for it later and condemned her. But he didn't condemn her in this meeting. They're just, cucked because Murdoch owns our media, and he's trying to not lose an election. But back to the regular topic. You watch BBC, ITV, GB News, and Sky. So, okay, so you watch propaganda, because even the BBC is the least terrible of those. And even I still can't stand the BBC for half of the time, but that's the thing, you can't really, I can't blame you, because you're in the same situation as the average Australian, where your media is entirely owned by right-wing oligarchs.
As the results came in, and my job as the executive producer
no, he's not a liberal, he's Labour. He just apologized because the entire news media hates Labour more than literally anything in Australia, and they're trying their absolute hardest to make sure that the Liberals win this election, Captain Buggy.
Literally to lie on the hotel bed beneath the camera and flick the channels on the TV so he could see what the American networks were reporting. And believe me, it was complete chaos. And I vividly remember Pennsylvania.
Not that I like him, but he's doing his best.
Then regarded as an absolutely key state, a key pathway to the presidency, as it is this time, being called for Al Gore. And that was seen very much as the state that you had to win if you were going to win the presidency.
Now,
and the other one, of course, was Florida. And everybody was waiting on Florida to be called. What happened in Florida is that CNN called Florida before the polls had actually closed in the whole of the state. And that's because...
Okay. Instant framing. But
part of the state of Florida, the panhandle in the west of the state, is on a different time zone.
No. CNN called Florida earlier than the polls closing because the exit polls were showing that there was quite a lot of Gore voting. That there was Gore in places where you wouldn't expect Gore to be winning. But
and that was the moment when everybody thought Gore had won the presidency.
By the way, Gore did win the presidency.
That was to unravel. So what had happened was that the lead that Gore had in Florida was slightly false because it wasn't counting these Republican votes in the west of the state.
That's a lie.
And this became apparent soon.
This is a lie, actually, right off the bat. What actually happened was there was more voters that came in that were Republican later on that were also counted. And what happened was it became very, very, very close. And Gore still won. Now, the person who was in charge of Florida at the time was George W. Bush's brother, Jeb Bush. And there was some fuckery, if you guys remember. Let's keep watching the video. Maybe I'll give them the opportunity of good faith to see if they'll talk about Jeb Bush.
So the other networks who largely followed CNN in calling it for Gore suddenly thought this doesn't look right, and we're going to put this state back into what they call toss-up.
Which is what happened, including CNN, by the way,
Subsequently,
not
as the
mentioning
evening
the
went-
fact that CNN also did this, which is not an uncommon practice. This happens all the time in United States politics. A state can be called, and then a state can flip later.
It looked even better for Bush, and so the state was put into Bush win. So at one stage, you got NBC.
And here, we're skipping out the entire part of Jeb Bush, who was trying really hard to get rid of certain vote. Well, what did it come down to? Was it like 570 votes is what it came down to in the end?
Calling Florida for George Bush now, out of toss-up state, and for George Bush, and giving him enough electoral college votes to win the presidency. And you got Al Gore calling George Bush and conceding the presidency. But then what happens is that actually people start looking at the tally of the votes and seeing it's actually too close even to call it for George Bush. The numbers come down and down and down. And in the end, it becomes apparent that there's going to have to be a mandatory recount in Florida because the difference between the Bush tally and the Gore tally is so low. And Gore retracts his concession to George.
This was incredibly stupid of Gore to do. What Gore should have done is force the recount to go through, as it was already going to go through. But let's keep listening, and then we're going to read the actual Wikipedia article for the 2000 election, and we'll see, we'll compare and contrast what's being said here versus what's being written there.
George Bush. So when, as a British broadcaster, when the American broadcasters can't tell you who's won, well, we're in completely in the dark because we don't even have the same access to the same data that
That's entirely untrue, because most of the British media was, especially at the time, very much owned by a lot of the same people who are very big in American media. Now, not all of it, but Murdoch being a key player here.
The whole process of us
including,
reporting what the
his
Americans
boss.
were saying was complete chaos in this small hotel room overlooking the White House. And then we're in the battle for Florida.
No. Now, let's see what actually happened. Not the actual campaign. I don't care about that. I want the results. Give me the results. Okay. So, what were the actual results here? Well, Gore won the popular vote, 50,999,000 versus Bush's 50,456,000. Now, again, our electoral system is fucking stupid. The Electoral College is stupid. Gore won this election because he won the popular vote, just like how Trump won this election because he won the popular vote. However, you know, there is a difference in how that happens. There is a big difference. But anyway, we'll drop off the Electoral College for a second. And yes, it actually is a DEI program that was designed to make the slave states happy. But, you know, either way, Florida recount. So, although the Libertarian Party, blah, 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 yeah, I don't care. With the exceptions of Florida, Gore's home state of Tennessee, Bush carried the southern states with comfortable margins, including Clinton's home state, Arkansas, and also won Ohio and Indiana, most of the rural Midwestern farming states, and most of the Rocky Mountain states in Alaska. And Gore balanced Bush by sweeping the northeastern United States, with the exception of New Hampshire, which Bush won narrowly, and Pacific Coast states, Hawaii, New Mexico, and much of the upper Midwest. This was the only presidential election since 1988 where the Republican candidate carried any of the 6 New England states. As the night wore on, the returns in a handful of small to medium-sized states, including Hawaii, Iowa, and Oregon, New Mexico, Gore by 355 votes, were extremely close, but the election came down to Florida as the final national results were tallied the following morning. Bush had clearly won 246 electoral votes, and Gore had 250, with 270 needed to win. Two smaller states, Wisconsin, 11 votes, and Oregon, 7 electoral votes, were still too close to call, but Florida's 25 would be decisive regardless of the result. The election's outcome was not known for more than a month after voting ended because of the time required to recount Florida's ballots, time in which Gore, I believe, ceded the presidency. But between 7:50 p.m. and 8 p.m., this did go to the Supreme Court, so, you know, on November 7th, just before the polls closed, in a largely Republican Florida panhandle, which is in the central time zone, all major television networks, CNN, NBC, Fox, CBS, and ABC, declared. Again, 10 minutes. The video that we just watched said that CNN declared it, then a bit following, all of the other networks followed suit. But this was within 10 minutes. All of them did this. All of them saw it. CNN might have been first, but Fox, again, who is the same as Sky News, the same ownership, also joined in, declared that Gore had won Florida. They based this prediction substantially on exit polls, but in the vote, Bush began to take a wide lead early in Florida by 10 p.m. The networks had retracted their prediction and placed Florida back on the undecided column, which again happens pretty regularly. That was framed as if it was an irregularity in said video. So just like Batgaz, if you're like wondering why we're doing all of this, I'm just trying to explain why and how the propaganda is so prevalent, and how even a channel that, like, doesn't particularly look it by the titles can very much be a propaganda channel, and probably often is, honestly. Now, at approximately 2:30 a.m. on November the 8th, 85% of the vote counted in Florida, and Bush leading Gore by more than 100,000 votes. The networks declared that Bush had carried Florida, and therefore had been elected president. But most of the remaining votes to be counted in Florida were in 3 heavily Democratic counties, and those were Broward, Miami-Dade, and Palm Beach. And as their votes were reported, Gore began to gain on Bush by 4:30 a.m. By the way, the fact that they declared Bush the victor with 100,000 votes when the 3, I think actually the 3 largest Democratic-leaning counties still had not had their votes, you know, counted. They were not done, is just journalistic malpractice. If you remember election night this year, we sat here and I turned off stream when it became mathematically impossible for Kamala Harris to catch up. That's when I decided to stop. It was when Bush dropped the lawsuit, the split second he was ahead. Yeah, I know we did. But we'll get there in a minute. But again, like, remember, I didn't call the election until it was mathematically impossible. Yeah. A lot of people here weren't actually here for the election night coverage than I did, at the very least. So filling them in is important there. And as their votes were reported, Gore began to gain on Bush, and by 4:30 a.m., after all the votes were counted, Gore had narrowed Bush's margin to under 2,000 votes, and the networks retracted their declaration that Bush had won Florida and the presidency. Gore, who had privately conceded the election to Bush, withdrew his concession, which, again, like, don't concede the election until the votes are counted. I called the election at Kamala's DNC speech. I mean, that's fair. I just, like, she wasn't going to win because it was mathematically impossible. She could have still won the popular vote, but she wasn't going to win the electoral vote. And where were we? Yeah. So the final result in Florida was slim enough to require a mandatory recount by machine under state law. Bush's lead dwindled to just over 300 votes when it was completed the day after the election. Now, those 300 votes, that's where we get down to Jeb Bush. Because again, Jeb Bush was the governor of the state and was very, very much involved. Hold on. What was Jeb Bush doing at the time? Well, let's see. Because it's not in here, at least.
In presidential politics, it doesn't get crazier than this.
Obviously, this is CNN, so it's not going to be like an answer. But I want to, like, let's understand what his job actually was here.
To call election a tie in the key battleground state of Florida, where the governor is the little brother of the Republican candidate.
We thought it would be close. Never in my wildest dreams did I ever imagine it would be this close.
If you own the system, which the governor at the time, Bush, owned, you generally will win. They didn't do anything criminal or anything inappropriate. But as I said, I think if the Democrats had control the governorship and basically control the state, no doubt in my mind, those calls would have been made for the Democrat.
Jeb.
Okay. You understand what that guy just said here, right? Because first of all, that's not true and that's not how this works. But
or anything that at the time Bush owned, you generally will win. They didn't do anything criminal or anything inappropriate. But as I said, I think if the Democrats had control the governorship and basically control the state, no doubt in my mind, those calls would have been made for the Democrat.
This is literally an admission of guilt here. No doubt in my mind that the Democrats are just as criminal as us. Like that is a open admission there. But
Jeb was sort of the wizard behind the curtain.
Well, he's the governor of the state.
Yeah.
And there was chaos as a result of an election in his state.
A chaos of we're trying to decide an election that's down to 300 votes.
And he was going to come back and try to get control of this thing.
Yeah, he's between a rock and a hard.
He is the governor. He's not supposed to try and get in control of the election. That's not his job. That's not his role as the governor. That's never been the role of the governor.
Spot. I mean, obviously he wants his brother to win, but he can show no favoritism in his role as governor of the state. And we weren't asking him. I don't believe that he pulled any levers.
I think that guy's statement very much contradicts with this guy's statement, but
show no favoritism in his role as governor of the state.
But that is the reality of how it should
him.
be working.
I don't believe that he pulled any levers.
Or maybe he didn't have to. Maybe it was just understood.
No major law firm in Florida would work for Al Gore.
Even Democratic.
Even Democratic-oriented law firms, because everyone was afraid of antagonizing the Bush family, antagonizing the
dynasty,
governor, and losing important state business.
Did you have any
remember,
evidence?
the Bushes are like the Clintons. They're a dynasty. They're like the Kennedys. Because before W, there was also Senior. And Jeb, who is at this point in time the governor, later went on to run for president himself. He didn't get to be president because of this excellent moment.
Is creating a more dangerous world. So here's my pledge to you. I will be a commander-in-chief that will have the back of the military. I won't trash talk. I won't be a divider-in-chief or an agitator-in-chief. I won't be out there blowharding, talking a big game without backing it up. I think the next president needs to be a lot quieter, but send a signal that we're prepared to act in the national security interests of this country to get back in the business of creating a more peaceful world. Please clap.
Please clap. I'm never going to get over that.
Please clap.
So, you know, they were a dynasty. Understand, you know, that does make a difference. But also, could you imagine if, let's say, I don't know, the election came down to this time around, Pennsylvania, and the governor of Pennsylvania, and let's say Pennsylvania was down to like 300 votes. Do you think that if Pennsylvania had gone to the Democrats, the Republicans wouldn't have screamed bloody murder? Of course they would have. And again, they all, like in this video already, there is an admission of guilt here.
Evidence that they had been called by the
No
governor?
evidence that anyone said anything to anybody. Stuff didn't have to be said, right? It was just all obvious. It turned out that the name of the governor of the state of Florida was the same name as the name of the person we were running against, you know, and so nothing had to be said. And I'm not saying that Governor Bush did anything wrong. I don't believe he did. I want to be clear about that. But it wasn't a fair process. It wasn't a neutral process. It was a process that was rigged against us.
Okay. That is actually valid. And you know what? I'd be willing to extend the good faith and say that Jeb Bush probably didn't do anything himself. He just had other people do it for him and did it in a way where he didn't really have to know too much or get involved too much, hypothetically. But it was absolutely rigged against them. Not in anywhere close to how this is describing the election.
So the Democrats, as they keep touching the ballots, maybe like when Jesus broke the bread and fed 5,000, they'll touch the ballots and make more. I'm afraid of them people making more out of nothing.
Well, the first thing we had to do was get everybody down to Florida, because Florida was where the action was. As soon as the machine recount had taken place, it was clear that the Democrats were going to challenge the results of the machine recount, which still gave Bush a few hundred vote advantage, and call for hand recounts in certain counties. The Democrats pushing all the time.
Specifically, the highly Dem-leaning counties, which what's being left out here is that the vote count that was that had come out of those Dem-leaning counties was missing not 300 expected votes, but I believe it was like 12,000 all in all.
For recounts, manual recounts to continue, and the Republicans pushing all the time for the recounts to be halted for as long as their candidate stayed in the race. And the Republicans were desperate.
And every time that Gore was ahead, the Republicans wanted recounts. But when the Republicans wanted recounts, the Dems were not trying to block them. Do you understand, like, the framing that is coming from this video that is contradictory to both reality, but also just contradictory to even the rhetoric of the Republicans in this case?
To stop the count as soon as they can. So they sent down Republican operatives.
Oh, stop the count.
There was
That
an
sounds
event
like
known as
something
the
Trump
Brooke
said.
Brothers riot. Brooke Brothers, a famous chain in America where sells suits and things, and sort of suits that Republican operatives wear, and all these white Brooke Brothers dressed suited guys came down to Florida and protested outside the county, Miami-Dade County, which was one of the counties which the Democrats were pushing to get recounted because it had a large African American and Hispanic population, and therefore one that would likely yield more Democrat votes.
Now, does that sound like intimidation to you? Does that sound like, you know, maybe something that might have happened in 2020, where we had a large amount of Republicans showing up at polling places and banging on the doors, saying, no, like, you guys are cheating with no evidence. Now, in the end, this went down to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court handed the election to Bush. I fully believe that Gore won this election because there was thousands of expected votes from specifically counties like Miami-Dade, for example, that just kind of disappeared. Now, was it Jeb Bush's personal doing? Or was it, like what was said, an understanding of this is a dynasty and we don't want to piss them off? That doesn't necessarily matter. This election was rigged against the Democrats. And I will go as far as to say, so was this election this time around. Now, I don't necessarily care for the election fraud arguments that, you know, they stole this election, that Trump stole this election, that Elon Musk fucked with the voting machines, or any of that. I don't care. That's all small fries. The cheating as a whole is much bigger than that. Yes, the Republicans cheat all the time. They cheated then, they cheated now. They cheated to make Trump president. But the cheating isn't just fucking with the votes. The cheating is the entire media apparatus, the owning of social media influencers, the owning of the media, all of it really, and the amount of propaganda that was present. That is the cheating. That's the real cheating. The fact that they own, at the time, almost all of the media. They didn't, you know, TikTok was at the end very much jumped over to Trump's side. Rat fucking is baked into their party. To be fair, Matty Holmes, rat fucking is also baked into the Democratic Party. But, you know, that's a whole other story. The point that I want to make here is this is not a trustworthy media source. The video that you sent me on the grooming gangs, we can watch it if you want to. I'm going to do a segment on the UK in a little bit, so I'm going to save that for then. But we can watch this if you want to, but understand that this is a propaganda channel. Because that video, albeit not regularly blatantly lying, though definitely still blatantly lying in parts, doesn't appear to the average person to be straight up propaganda. But it is. It is absolutely so. And I'd be willing to bet that I can click on any video here, any single other video, and I can find the same thing. The Pentagon UFO chief who claims to have held alien matter in his hands. I'll bet you $50 that this video doesn't talk about the fact that this Pentagon UFO chief is making a lot of money from book sales at the moment. And he was also the one who was a key part in the UFO hearings, not just this time, but also last time, and that he has provided no evidence aside from it's classified, for example. I'd be willing to bet that if I open this video, there will be quite a lot of negative things about Starmer, which are likely true, because again, not that I like Starmer, but that it would entirely ignore the positive things that he's done. Who's funding Russia's invasion of Ukraine? I'm willing to bet that this one would be more correct in some ways than others, because the UK, and even really, like, to an extent, Murdoch in some ways, but also very much not in some ways. It depends. I don't know. This is the UK. I could give it a little bit more grace in that it would probably be a bit more anti-Russia than, like, Murdoch media would be in Australia or in the United States. But doesn't matter. Fact check. Donald Trump and Elon Musk on Kamala Harris, immigration, and more. I'm just really curious to see what their fact check is. Have a good day, guys. Out for appointments. Have a great rest of your stream. Have some good appointments, Headless Chicken. Thank you for popping in, and I hope everything goes well. It's just, I don't know. Don't trust these at their word. I'm not saying don't watch this media. Feel free to. But also, like, don't just believe this stuff. Now, once we get to the UK, I'll have a look at that grooming gangs video, because I do have a couple other things for the UK that I want to go over anyway. But back to the topic at hand here, which we went well off topic with, which was, again, police arrest Raleigh man accused of impersonating an ICE officer to sexually assault a woman. Now, not only does this happen with a regular ICE, not just people pretending to be ICE, this being from the last administration. ICE Detention Center says it's not responsible for staff sexual abuse of detainees. At the time of the assault, ED was 19 years old. She was detained with her 3-year-old. Disgusting. So this already happens. There were 200. Okay, a recent investigation into sexual abuse in immigration detention facilities found that there were 1,448 allegations of sexual abuse filed with ICE between 2012 and March 2018, which obviously would be significantly less than the amount of actual sexual assaults, because the vast majority of them aren't reported due to fear of backlash. In 2017 alone, there were 237, which again would be less than the actual amount here, regardless. This is a thing that happens. This is also a thing that happens with police, because in certain states, police have laws that protect them specifically so they can do this. Fact check. Sex between police officers and their detainees is not illegal in many states. Now, I'm going to change this headline because if you are being detained by the police, you can't consent to sex. Like that, it's just rape. Whether you consent or not, it's still rape. It's like, if somebody's drunk, can they consent? No. If you've been arrested, can you consent to the police? No, you can't. Because A, you don't really have a choice. B, there is a significant amount of manipulation going on in the subconscious context, just by the power dynamics, by the fear, by the risk that exists for your health and safety. People will consent because they feel like, you know, they need to.
For police officers. Qualified immunity is a type of legal immunity that protects a government official from civil lawsuits. When invoked, it provides immunity from having to go through the costs of a trial. The legal concept frequently appears in cases involving police officers, but it can apply to executive branch officials. If applied, it shields officers from liability for all actions taken on the job except those that violate clearly established law. The Supreme Court invoked qualified immunity dating as far back as 1967. Its rationale was to allow officials to perform their duties without fear of constantly defending themselves against claims for damages. In other words, it was to allow those acting in good faith to carry out their job without deterrence.
I don't even like that framing.
In 2015, the court ruled that California police were entitled to qualified immunity after they forcibly entered the room of a woman with a mental disability and shot her. In another example, the court granted qualified immunity to a University of Arizona police officer after he shot a woman who refused to drop a knife in her driveway. A recent investigation.
You're a cop. You have training in not only self-defense, but also negotiation, and in, ideally, at least we used to, I'm not sure how much we do this anymore, but in de-escalation, in crisis de-escalation. Shooting the woman standing in her driveway with a knife is you being A, shitty at your job and lazy at your job, at the very least. Inventing qualified immunity because cops were afraid of getting sued by hippies. You know, I feel like maybe if the cops don't want to get sued, they should, I don't know, not do illegal things.
Investigation by Reuters uncovered that appeals courts grant qualified immunity to police much more than they used to. The Supreme
Now again, this was before body cameras as well. We have body cameras now. Why do we still need this law?
Court may decide to reconsider the doctrine. Associate Justice Sonia Sotomayor called it an absolute shield for police officers accused of excessive force. And Associate Justice Clarence Thomas complained that the doctrine has no historical basis. Even if the justices weigh in, it's not clear whether they would abolish qualified immunity
It's so
or
funny
even
that in 2020 they were pretending like those justices would have done anything like this.
significantly scale it
I mean,
back.
Sotomayor, sure, but like this is a thing that happens both in actual law enforcement with ICE regularly, but also, of course, when you give ICE the ability to not have to follow the law, which they pretty much have in the entire United States. Why would people who are, you know, who have bad intentions not want to abuse that idea, that power that ICE has? Now, again, this is a bad person. This guy raped a person. He impersonated a cop and raped a woman by doing so. He's a piece of shit. I also think that he deserves a chance at rehabilitation. Now, really quickly, I just want to talk about one really disgusting story that I saw today. A Montana town is waging war on its unhoused citizens. One shelter is fighting back. In Kalispell, in the mountains of northern Montana, unhoused people are not allowed to sleep in their cars, which is inhumane. They can't erect tents in public places or carry excessive personal possessions. So, right off the bat, they can't sleep in their cars. They can't carry their shit with them. I don't know what excessive means, but whatever. Like, they have their stuff. They can't carry their personal possessions. They can't make tents in public places. They can't sleep on bus benches because the authorities removed them. And they are unwelcome in the city's parks, which no longer have public bathrooms, access to water, or electricity. Excessive personal possessions. How about you apply excessive personal possessions as a concept to, I don't know, billionaires? Ma'am, do you have a license for that photo album? Oof, I'm gonna have to take that from you. How about, do you have a license for that shopping cart that you're dragging all this stuff with? Oh no, that was gifted to you by a store, actually. I don't care. That's excessive. Oh, what about this bag of clothing? Why do you have this bag of clothing? Oh, officer, you know, I'm homeless, you know, so this is all of my clothes. That's a bit excessive. I'm gonna have to take you in. Now, just as a little side tangent before we go on, you do realize that this is a reason why homeless people often commit minor nonviolent crimes, and in some places now, those minor crimes have to be more than minor because the laws have changed, because the prison population was growing, and they didn't want to send all these homeless people to prison because they would have to pay for feeding them and housing them and clothing them. Homeless people often commit crimes to go to prison when they are unable to, let's say, go to shelters, let's say, erect tents, or, you know, sleep in their cars, for example. Prison has 4 walls, it has a bed, it has food, you know. That is one reason some poor people commit crimes, because they want to go to prison. Now, you could stop that by making it so these people have homes and have jobs and have wages, but that's a whole other story. But if they can't sleep in their cars, if they can't carry excessive personal possessions with them, if they can't sleep on bus benches, and if they can't be in the city's parks, this raises the question, where exactly are unhoused people expected to sleep? I keep my mouth shut other than saying this is fucking disgusting. Yeah. So when Kalispell's Mayor Mark Johnson was asked this question recently in a federal court hearing, his first suggestion was that they go to a homeless shelter. You know, decent suggestion. The problem, though, was that Johnson and his city colleagues had just voted to close a privately run cold weather shelter that offered bed to as many as 50 people a night, which is close to 1/6 of the city's estimated unhoused population. So what? About 300 homeless people in this city. First of all, you're in Montana. and there's 300 homeless people in your city, what, like, sure, like that's more than I would for a city of 30,000. That's more than you would expect. That's 1% or 10%. Sorry, like again, no sleep and it's 3 a.m. What percent of 30,000 is 3? Please, it was 1%. Cool. I was thinking that it would have been. So 1% of your city's population is homeless, and you have this much of a problem with it? Man, you have 300 people. Like, you could easily help these people if you wanted to. It wouldn't cost money. Not even like a large amount. It would probably make the city money to house these people, to give them jobs, to give them homes. But, you know, that is another thing. We have caravans, and I believe that every homeless person should be given the right to a fully fitted caravan for use until they get rehoused. Plenty of open fields to put caravans in. No one should be homeless. I mean, true. I think that, like, you can go further and just give them a house, because we know that this works. We know that giving homeless people even just like a free house will make the government money instead of lose it. But like, even just a caravan is better than nothing. Sounds familiar percentage-wise. Yeah, it does, doesn't it, Leftist Leo? What's up, Dan Ditso? Just to buy food from the local suppliers for these people? Like, yeah, do it. Do something. But not this. But again, so like, go to a homeless shelter, except they closed the homeless shelter. If sleep is biologically necessary, quote, says the U.S. District Judge Dana Christensen, pressing him, and homeless people can't lawfully sleep on public property without permission or on private property without permission, what options did this leave them? Johnson's response being, quote, they will find a place within shrubbery or bushes somewhere on public property that's discreet where they can sleep and they're not seen. And if they are seen, then fuck you to them. They have to sleep in the bushes and in shrubbery and hide. And if they, you know, are told that, hey, I can see you, you gotta fuck off, then they gotta fuck off. I feel like maybe that's a bit immoral. Jen did so, what a headache. I'm seeing the Gringo Congress regarding the Panama Canal along the reactions of Panama. I haven't seen anything about Panama yet today, but like, I don't necessarily think Panama's happening anytime soon, Dan did so. We're definitely going to be invading Mexico quite soon. We'll talk about that in a bit. Ever Loyal Eagle, I like the title of the stream. I think now I'm just going to start using that word on anyone who sympathizes with the evils happening in the US. I'm going to go like, okay, Doomer. Yeah. Not a bad idea. And to be honest, if they sympathize with the evils that are, if they sympathize with like this kind of shit, then they are the one dooming us. So, you know, that's not invalid. The stream title was Everything is Shit, and I don't want to be a doomer because I am constantly accused of being a doomer because I have such negative outlooks on the state of the world and the governments and where society's headed, but I'm actually not a doomer. If you listen to me for a little while, and I assume some of chat can tell you, I'm actually very hopeful for the future, and I think that, like, yes, things are going to be bad for a little while, but this gives us an opportunity to change things for the better. I'm not doomering. Completely changed my life to be lucky enough to be accepted into a transitional living program. I am excelling after a year and a half when I was nearly unable to function beforehand. I'm glad that you got that opportunity, Leftist Leo. And of course, like, it helps significantly. It's massive, you know? When you look at satellite imagery of the UK, it's like 90% fields, many are fallow, yet people always complain about the lack of space in the UK when you stand up for refugees and our public housing construction. That's because the people who complain about space are the people who own that land, lost Soat, and they don't want it to be used for public housing. It's not in my backyard shit. Even if they don't own the land, if it's empty, the people who live around that land will complain about building like low-cost public housing or helping refugees because they don't want that in their community. This happens a lot in the United States as well. Even in like the South, they'll be like, hey, build low-cost housing, but not near me. Yeah. Yeah, the turning on the water thing is just like ridiculous. Ever loyal legal, but who cares? They're gonna lie anyway, and they're gonna believe him when they do. Back as any human being that is homeless is a shame of every government. Yeah, it is absolutely a failing of the government to have homeless people in every way, and it is not in any way a failure of the person who is unhoused. It is the state that failed them by allowing the exploitation of, you know, the entire workforce to produce this kind of an outcome. Rip up golf courses and turn that land into housing? Based. Fuck golf courses. Fuck golf as a sport. Like, I don't care. I don't care how much, like, if any of you love golf, sure. Have mini golf. Golf courses can all be disappeared. George Carlin, NIMBY, not in my backyard. True. George Carlin was well ahead of his time. I really wish he was still alive today. Ever Loyal Eagle, I don't know if you were here the time that we watched George Carlin do an interview on MSNBC, where they, this was in 2008 during the primaries, before Obama was even picked as the Democratic candidate. The guy on MSNBC asked George Carlin, said, do you think that America will ever elect an entirely unserious candidate? Like, do you think we will ever elect the dumbest man in America? And, you know, he said, we're working on it. Oh, thank you for the subs, Peter Caroline Reaper. I really appreciate that. And on top of that, he also went into Bush and said, you know, we had a version of this in 2000 and 2004. Now, it wasn't quite that, but it may have looked at it from afar. Gotta head out. Glad to stop by. Keep up the good work. Have a lovely day, and definitely stop by again. Thank you. I love having new people come in, and there's been a few today. I'm actually really happy to see a bunch of new names. I usually recognize every name in the chat. Portland 1000, do all of Donnie's appointees have swastikas tattooed on their forehead? Not yet, but I feel like we'll get there eventually. But I don't think it'll be on their forehead. They might all just get like matching ass tattoos, because, you know, this is the most queer-coded Republican presidential administration I've ever seen. Like, Donald Trump is the most bisexual coded man in the world. I don't give a fuck what Ted Cruz says, honestly. So yeah, I'll wait until we get actual news on that. But back to this. Sleeping in shrubbery and bushes. What if this is demon shit? This is a ghoul. This is not, again, this is what I mean by these people aren't people like you and me. They're not like us, as Kendrick Lamar would say. They're human beings, but they have no soul. They have no empathy. They lack the basic constructs of being a human, which not being a human, being a person, which is empathy, kindness, engagement with the community, giving a shit. In hindsight, Bush 2 is probably a bit on the dumb side. The only reason I was a bit biased supporting Bush 2 because I was only 11 when 9/11 happened and I didn't know any better. Honestly, like, we used to make fun of Bush for being dumb regularly, but in comparison to like what we have now, George W. Bush is a goddamn scholar. Hold on, I think I posted a video of this today on the Discord. Oh, by the way, hop in the Discord, guys. Here we go. PSA, Meta platform is evil for deleting Selena Gomez's. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Yep, they are all fucking evil. And to be fair, Meta's been evil for a really long time. And empathy is a crime. I've in fact seen several MAGA actually say that already. But we used to think that this man was like genuinely retarded. That's the way that we would talk about him back in the day.
What's interesting about our country, if you study history, is that there are some isms that occasionally pop up. One is isolationism, and it's evil.
It's funny because it's actually probably closer to one of the heavenly virtues than a sin, because, you know, kindness, compassion, but whatever.
Twin protectionism, and it's evil triplet nativism. So if you study the 20s, for example.
Could you imagine Donald Trump saying anything like this?
That occasionally pop up. One is isolationism, and it's evil twin protectionism, and it's evil triplet nativism. So if you study the 20s, for example.
That sound familiar, y'all?
There was an American First policy that said, who cares what happens in Europe? Well, what happened in Europe mattered eventually because of World War II. There was Smoot-Hawley, which was a part of an economic policy, which basically said we don't want trade. In other words, let's throw up barriers. And there was an immigration policy that I think during this period argued we had too many Jews and too many Italians, therefore we should have no immigrants. And my point to you is we've been through this kind of period of isolationism, protectionism, nativism.
Unironically, like, this man's a war criminal, but I kind of wish we had him instead right now. I would literally rather have a third Bush term than Trump right now. Because, again, does this sound familiar to you guys?
And it's evil twin protectionism, and it's evil triplet nativism.
That's literally the entire platform.
So if you study the 20s, for example, there was
the entire Republican platform. Out of all of the countries, America is the last one that needs to employ economic protectionism. Yeah, I agree. Now, in like the CHIPS Act sense, I was in favor of it. But in general, yeah, no, we don't need any kind of protectionism. Protectionism is counterproductive in our current context as the United States. But that's what we're trying to do. And, I mean, it's obviously not working very well, is it? But, yeah. Plus, the GOP has shifted around to hating him, so he wouldn't even be able to get a cabinet of monsters, which is the main problem the first two times. Yeah. They hate him. They call him a war criminal for the Iraq War. It's kind of mind-boggling, but at the same time, like, we know how they are with the cognitive dissonance. They issued one ruling after another expressly designed to restrict unhoused residents' access to city services, many of them far-reaching, to stop people sleeping on bus benches. They did not just remove the benches, they got rid of every bus stop and switched to a high-tech public transport system requiring riders to call a bus via an app linked to their credit card. Since unhoused people rarely have fully functioning cell phones or credit cards, they were suddenly unable to use the bus system too. I guarantee you that instituting this public transport system cost more money than it would have to house these unhoused people. To do, like, this would have cost more money than to just, like, house the unhoused. But, like, first of all, what does this even mean, call a bus via an app? Is the bus an Uber now? Does the bus just come to your stop when you call? Like, what the fuck does this mean? And, again, this also, the technological apartheid. It literally is. It genuinely is this. It is, I said earlier, ethnic cleansing, but it's more than just ethnic cleansing. It's a cleansing of, you know, everybody who isn't in the dominant socioeconomic culture, who doesn't belong to the ethnic and social groups of the dominant socioeconomic class. Now, politicians say they've taken these measures to respond to complaints from their constituents, a number of whom have told them they don't want to see unhoused people in their neighborhood, sleeping in their front yards, drinking and taking drugs, and defecating in public. Well, I have a really radical solution for you. If you don't want to see unhoused people in your neighborhood, if you don't want them sleeping in your yard, then give them a house. And if you don't want them drinking and taking drugs or defecating in public, maybe increase their wages, because what is the main driving factor of drug use and alcoholism, everybody? We've been over this a few times in this chat. It is poverty. And defecating in public? Okay, sure. Maybe mental health issues. And how could you fix that? Well, you can fix poverty and you can give them health care. Before I dive into the next thing I want to share, how lenient is the channel with religious stuff? You can follow my choice of topic. You can suggest a topic. I'm lenient with religion, but I'm an atheist, but I do respect religious folk. Like, there's plenty of people who believe in religion here. I respect your ability to, like, your right to believe whatever you want, but if you want to use religion as justification for, I don't know, politics or for laws or for really anything other than religion, then I don't care. Can we just plow these unused properties and build proper housing infrastructure instead of suburbanite hellholes for wealthy white people? Well, yeah, I mean, like, that's kind of a giant issue as well. It is the single family houses that take up all of this space, that are incredibly bad for the environment, that are incredibly cost inefficient, and the people who live in these houses block every possible attempt at building public housing, at low-cost public housing, even just apartment buildings. Vosh talks about this a lot with zoning laws in places like LA, where, like, I agree with his view that the majority of Los Angeles should be high-rises and not single-family houses. Single-family houses are pretty much a blight to this country. People should be living in cities, in high-rise buildings, in areas where everything you could possibly need are within a 15-minute walk of your house. We had this idea. It was called 15-minute cities. The right called it fascism, and then they have the same idea. They just call it freedom cities, and they can't do it because they have started a trade war with every country in the world, basically. The materials that we would need to build anything are now infinitely more expensive, and they are arresting and deporting the people, or really, not, they're deporting the people who were already on the list for deportations. They're arresting people and putting them into labor camps, but it is whatever. It is what it is. It's just, single-family zoning is kind of a blight. Like, I understand people want to have a single-family house, and, like, they're nice to live in, but they're not sustainable. They're not efficient. They're not sustainable. They are exclusionary, and they lead to this. Buggy, but that is where Trump is wanting full-blown protectionism, anti-free trade, pro-imposition. Now, because I have several passages that effectively call out the hypocrisy of Christian nationalism, no, you can post those, absolutely. You can post those. And, is there a religion text channel in the Discord? No, but I can make one. We have a couple people that have religion in there. It will be, like, a multi-religion channel. It won't be any specific one to anyone. I'm not making, like, Christianity channel, an Islam channel, a Judaism and paganism channel, but I'll make one. But you can post those passages that call out the hypocrisy of Christian nationalism here, because Christian nationalism does play a big part in this. The Christian nationalist perspective is absolutely pushed forward using the justification of, you know, unhoused people being immoral, not working hard enough, stuff like that. Like that, those two do apply. People would rather ship homeless people around than build or have actual public housing. Well, I mean, look, one of the plans that Donald Trump put forward, including, like, in video form, was to create camps outside of major cities for the homeless, and he said, you know, they would have doctors there to make sure they get all of their needs, but they're going to be labor camps, and they're going to be little shacks like Hoovervilles. We've talked about this before. Well, no, not Hoovervilles. They're Trumpvilles, remember. They're Trumpvilles. Trumpvilles. I'm going to try and not get too deep into U.S. politics today, because I really do want to talk a bit more about, like, international stuff that we've been ignoring. So I'm just going to try and get a couple quick things out of the way that I really just wanted to cover. Let me just line them up really quickly, one by one, and then we can jump to some international topics. Do. All right, just give me a second. B1 personal conversation. Sorry. A, evangelical Christianity emphasized the centrality of sharing good news of Christianity being born again, in which individuals experience personal conversation. Blah blah. I'm not sure how that applies here. You decide whether to publicly declare you believe in God, accept Jesus, and blah blah blah. Sure. Look, the Christian nationalists are insane, and none of them read the Bible. Right? Like, I'm going to tell you that straight up. They don't read the Bible. They don't care either. And honestly, I've read the Bible. It's incredibly contradictory. I've also read the Quran. It's also incredibly contradictory. But under Donald Trump's orders, the Republicans choose to kill their own bill and not solve the issue in order to make it a campaign point, because they don't want to solve the issue ever loyal legal. The point of the point of this administration, specifically, there is only one specific goal here, and it is to make 10 billionaires trillionaires. That's the only goal of this administration. Everything else is a secondary. Now, of course, they're also trying to build, fascism, and I think that's enough with the quotes. And you can post a lot more of them in the Discord if you want to. I'll make that religion channel. Or Leftist Leo, you can make one if you want to. You are admin, so you should be able to make a channel. If you don't know how, if you're on your computer, you just right-click on the category section and then hit just like the plus section in the category, and just create a channel there if you want to. You don't have to right now, but I would appreciate it, because that's too many Bible quotes for me to read. But again, these are contradictory oftentimes, and B, the Republicans don't read it and they don't care at all. They pick and choose which side fits their own. What boggled my mind to learn is that 54% of Americans believe angels are real, and that 34% of Americans believe that Jesus Christ is going to return and have the rapture start in our lifetime. That shit's insane to me, but it is what it is. The angels being real part, I know that people believe that, but I didn't realize 54% of Americans believe that biblical angels are real. Kind of threw me off. And yeah, Twitch chat box can only hold so much at a time. And again, it's not like they care. They never care. The Bible is literally pro-abortion and anti-abortion at the same time. The Bible says you shouldn't eat shrimp. They eat shrimp. The Bible says that you shouldn't wear two different, what is it, cotton shouldn't be mixed with another fabric or some shit. They don't care. It's just whatever suits them. Now, going off on to a somewhat similar topic, but a little different. The point here being of people on the right care about themselves and what affects them, and if it doesn't positively impact them, they don't care. And if it negatively impacts them, they do care. But it has to negatively impact them personally for them to care. And if it doesn't positively impact them personally, and it positively impacts other people personally, they're often against it. An example of this being a certain live streamer you guys might know, a a live streamer who still pretends that he's not a politics live streamer, even though if you go on his page, every single video lately has been about Donald Trump. No, not DGG. We're talking about Asmongold here, actually. Now, I'm going to get chat off the screen for a second so we can actually see Asmon. Just move it up a bit here. Let's see what he has to say to Hassan.
It's the double standard. And I'm sorry, but I'm never going to vote for a person who's going to categorically put me at a disadvantage. Like, any time that somebody is providing advantages to an identity group that I don't
Captain
belong
Bucky.
to, I will never support that.
Okay, right off the bat, that is evil. Like, whether or not he's evil, I'm not calling Asmongold evil right now. But, like, this belief, this ideology is evil.
Like, any time that somebody is providing advantages to an identity group that I don't belong to, I will never support that. Never. Why would I actively support somebody who's trying to disenfranchise me and hurt me?
Why would this necessarily hurt you? If somebody else is benefiting from something that you're not benefiting from, that has nothing to do with you, your industry, your sector, or your job of making money, because of course you're a live streamer. You make money off of ad revenue and people's donations. And also because you're Asmongold, probably sponsorships. So no one's harming you in any way. If, let's say, I assume this is about DEI, if I don't know, a woman gets hired in a role because statistically the highest recipients of DEI grants are white women, how does this negatively impact you? How about JD Vance? JD Vance was a beneficiary of a DEI grant for university that he got through being a veteran. How does that negatively impact you, Asmongold, in any way? How does DEI at all negatively impact a live streamer? If you are claiming immigrants are freeloaders, then why ICE raids occurring in workplaces? Make it make sense. Because they don't actually believe in anything. Just letting you know, I don't have permission to add a channel even as a mod. I don't know why. Oh shit, sorry man. Hold on, I'll do it then. Community. There you go. I just added you in that channel. Now, again, if this is not in any way negatively impacting you, then how is it negatively impacting you? This guy thinks Western culture is better than whatever else culture. He's a moron, a racist, and due to his platform, he's a propagandist. True. And also, his house is disgusting, and he should clean his room.
It's insane. So he's
What's up,
totally
Red
right
Dye,
that it's the policies. And it's also the messaging. The messaging is, it's patronizing, it's rude, it's aggressive.
Excuse me?
It's awful, it's common sense.
The left's messaging was patronizing, rude, and aggressive. Sure, let's just project outwardly everything that the right did to the left. There was I can say patronizing. I'll give them that one. I'll give Asmongold that one. Kamala Harris does come off as patronizing. Rude and aggressive? Are you fucking joking? She was so weak. I was screaming during the pre-election, you know, the lead up to the election of how much more aggressive we need to be.
It's voting against your best interest. Yeah, people are obsessed with identity politics. Yeah, exactly. But how are you being hurt? Well, for example, like if somebody provides a benefit or a promotion that's available to a group of people that I'm not a part of, that would be an opportunity that I wouldn't have access to because of my identity.
One more time here.
It's interest. Yeah, people are obsessed with identity politics. Yeah, exactly. But how are you being hurt? Well, for example, like if somebody provides a benefit or a promotion that's available to a group of people that I'm not a part of, that would be an opportunity that I wouldn't have access to because of my identity.
You don't have access to this because you're not in that industry. You're a live streamer. Someone being provided an opportunity that you would not be provided for a job that you don't do negatively impacts you? Or like this is the level of thought that you have, Asmongold? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? You know Asmongold is the largest political live streamer on Twitch, right? Like this guy has the largest audience of a politics live streamer on Twitch. A disabled or autistic person being hired to be a Walmart greeter apparently impacts him. Literally, JD Vance got to go to college because of a DEI grant from being in the military. How did this impact Asmongold? Zero. White women are the largest recipients of DEI grants. How does this impact Asmongold? Is there a policy of Twitch of giving, I don't know, minorities partner status and more ad revenue that I don't know about? Because, you know, if there is, let me know. Because, you know, minority over here. That is so funny, not caring about impacting literally anyone in reality, than bitching about imaginary oppression. I mean, that's the entire right wing, leftist Leo.
Do you understand? So, like, the moment that that happens, I'm out. I'm totally out.
You think that Asmongold is handsome, Red Dye Jim? I mean, like Hassan, sure, but Asmongold's stinky.
I'm out. I'm totally out. I will never support somebody that will put me at a disadvantage because of immutable characteristics. Maybe you do not need that.
Of course you like Asmongold stuff lately. He never knows what he's talking about. He's grifting because he is the largest politics streamer now. He didn't used to be. I'm Turkish and I was an immigrant to the United States. That's how I'm a minority. Red Dye Jim. Hassan is hot as fuck to the point of people criticizing for being too hot. Yeah, Hassan was complaining about being fat at the gym the other day while he's in Japan, and I got to watch a really funny video of a Japanese lady tell him to just stop talking. Like, you're allowed to feel that, but just shut up, it's annoying, and it was very funny. Asmongold just says shit. I mean, and also, he says shit often and then backtracks on it. Remember his comments on Palestine? And because of his comments on Palestine, he went on Hassan's show and then immediately backtracked on literally everything that he said. Okay. Women make up 60% of the population. What does this have to do with anything? White women were the largest recipients of DEI grants, not because of the amount of the population that they are, is because they were discriminated against regularly in jobs. There is A, still a pay gap between men and women, but B, a man and a woman who apply for the same job, who have the same qualifications, will then be not granted the job over the man. No, it is, they're not, the white women are not women are not the minority. But that's not the reason that the DEI is being assigned to white, well, rather was, because now it's gone, was majority given to white women. It's not because they're a minority, it's because that they were systemically oppressed. Again, JD Vance benefited from DEI. Why? Because he was a veteran. DEI is not just about minorities. DEI was about giving, and to be fair, by the way, I was never all that much in favor of affirmative action anyway. I thought that there were much better ways that we could have fixed the system. I think that affirmative action, which we call DEI, was a band-aid fix. And that if we really wanted to fix it, we could have. It just would have been socialism if we did. So, you know, we couldn't do that. I had to finish hearing the Congress. We are not discarding war against the United States if they invade Panama? Based. I hope that if we do start a war with, like, you know, Mexico or Panama, that, like, other people start a war against the United States. Hassan pressures people into taking back comments you've seen his chat. Yeah, but, like, he's correct when he does that. Male rights. Like, I've yet to see, like, the only thing that Hassan says that makes me Jesus Christ, ick, is when he's glazing China. Why is there someone speaking Espanol in Twitch chat? I want to be in Twitch chat. I don't know why, because Red Dye Jim speaks English. So, we need a new website. Look, I'm working on it, guys. I have a lot of shit to do on that, actually. I just don't have enough time. You, like, understand that it is the middle of the summer, and there's a reason why I'm streaming at this time of the day, because it's the only time where it's not blazingly hot. It's going to be 107 degrees Fahrenheit for the entire weekend, and I don't have air conditioning until next week. Or at the very least, I don't have a guy coming to look at my air conditioner until next week to tell me whether it's even fixable. So, sleep all day. I also didn't sleep all day at all, actually, tonight. So, I'll probably knock out after stream, and then I'll try and work more on that website. It's hard. If any of you are web programmers and you would love to help me, that'd be based. More like Asmongold has the ability to look a lot better and be a lot healthier, because I'm guessing his metabolism is pretty fastish metabolism, but he squanders so much of it for so little. Yeah, I can agree with that, Oxpecker. He could look much better than he does if he just groomed himself. Vance was only a desk job as a veteran, no real combat experience. Yeah, I know, but he still benefited from DEI. I don't believe that meritocracy exists in the United States at all, Red Dye Jim, but also, no, I don't believe in meritocracy. I believe in, like, people just being given what they need and not having to. I believe that to each according to their own, to their ability, to each according to their need. And honestly, I go further than this: to each according to their ability, and to each according to their fulfillment. I don't think you should need to work to survive. I don't think that you should need to I think you should just get universal basic income first of all. But on top of this, I'm not a capitalist. I don't think that you should be able to own a company, for example. I don't think billionaires should exist. I don't believe in meritocracy because it's never existed. Please take that back. Do not call our troops DEI hires. I didn't call our troops DEI hires. I called JD Vance DEI. And I didn't even say that he got DEI for, like, to join the military. JD Vance benefited from DEI to go to university because he was a veteran. He was not a DEI hire for the military. He was a DEI acceptance for law school. So, you know, if that clears that up for you.
But I think I should be treated fairly, the same as everybody else is. And
I think you are, Asmongold. I think actually you're privileged compared to everyone else, but okay.
He says that I shouldn't be treated fairly and I should be put at a disadvantage, then I'm going to vote against them. And you can say that it's not fair or...
I still don't see how in any way this puts him in a disadvantage. I think this is just whingy bullshit. That Buggy, the only time he's been stupid in my memory is about Russia in the past, and obviously the CCP. What's he said about Russia that was stupid? But yeah, he's always pretty shit about the CCP. Yeah, because during the Hong Kong protest, Hassan was very much against the Chinese government at the time. Then years later, he said on the Leftovers episode, quote, "Why what happened in Hong Kong? My spoon fell out of my mouth and into my cereal." Yeah, I saw that clip. It really wasn't great. You guys constantly make it very clear that you have no idea what the hell you're talking about. I love you guys. Including, like, the ones in here that disagree with me. Even you. Hey, Mel Rights. Can you tell me one thing, just one thing, that Karl Marx believed? In fact, could you tell me what Karl Marx's most important book is? Like, what is the thing that he wrote that is the most important? And what's it about? Without Googling, real quick. Tell me one thing that he believes, and tell me what is the most important thing that he wrote, the book. Really quickly. Please, just let me know. You need a man to make her feel better? Jesus Christ. You guys think that I would let a man anywhere near me right now. Remember he was naive about Putin, Kremlin's willingness to fuck with Ukraine, especially what happened in 2014? No, I don't remember that, but I was kind of tuned out. Karl Marx, that literally is Marxism, right? If not Marxism. No. Don't try and explain to me like what we think about him now. What is one belief that Marx had, and what is the thing that he wrote that is his most influential work? And also, again, like, I like Marx, but he's not correct about everything. Like, there's plenty of shit that Marx wrote that I disagree with. Marx was also an anti-Semite. So, he made a dumb statement, not that big of a deal, to be fair, yeah. Karl Marx was in that movie Animal Crackers? True. Yeah, but you can't just say Marx was an anti-Semite as the answer to my question after I gave you that answer. One thing, can any of you name one thing that Marx believed? And what is the important text that he wrote? His most important text. Like 2 questions that are not difficult to answer if you have any idea what you're talking about. I bet you guys are Googling. You know we haven't been reading the manifesto, right? He believed in communism, you say. Well, you know what? Sure, I'll give you that. And you know what? I was thinking about that, leftist Leo. I was going to say, what is communism? But he wrote the Communist Manifesto, so he believed the workers should control the means of productions. Last night. That is not his most important text. The Communist Manifesto is a tiny little pamphlet that's about this big. Do you want to know what Marx actually wrote that is important? It's actually Das Kapital. It's not about communism. It's not about socialism. It is literally just about capitalism. Marx never believed in anything, ma'am. Stole and plagiarized everything. Citation needed, please. This is capital. Das Kapital. That's how big the Communist Manifesto is. I don't even have the Communist Manifesto. Because I don't care. Das Kapital. Karl Marx founded the ideology which killed millions? No. See, the thing is, the USSR was not communist, nor was it socialist. And the CCP is not communist, nor is it socialist. Because one of the key factors of both socialism and communism is a lack of capital. And both the Soviet Union and the CCP today, Soviet Union historically, and the CCP today had market economies. So, communism can be capitalism too, ma'am? No, my friend, it cannot. It is definitionally, like, inconsistent. You cannot have both. It's actually impossible. Marx wrote a lot between letters, manifestos, books for 50 years. Das Kapital was one of his opus works. And that was the question that I have, is opus work. Communist capitalism takes power with regulation, except that's not communism. Communism is a social, philosophical, socio-political and philosophical and economic ideology with the socialist movement, whose goal is the creation of a communist society, a socio-economic order centered around common ownership of the means of production, distribution, and exchange that allocates production to everyone in a society based on a need. A communist society would entail the absence of private property and social classes, ultimately money and the state. Not a single one of these fits any of the countries that call themselves capitalist. I know they're trolling. Red Dye's always trolling. Learn to read. How about you actually read Capital? Sure. Sure. Yes. Man who knows nothing claims that woman knows nothing because woman knows more than him, and it makes him uncomfortable. Name one book, Red Die. One book. I know everything about the downsides of communism. Marx believed it was okay to use capitalism to make your country richer, so communism could make your could work better, so the USSR. No, so I know where you're coming from with this, and actually, somewhat here, you're making a good point, male rights. So you have it slightly wrong, but what you're saying is Marx believed it was okay to use capitalism to make your country richer, so communism could work better. That's not what he believed, but what he did believe is that socialism, or rather, he didn't talk much about socialism, he kind of conflated the two, but socialism comes from and grows best in a liberal democracy. Now, he had also said that it is not unethical to use the capitalist system that you are in to, A, raise your position and your standing and your material conditions so that you can create change. But Marx did not believe that you could have capitalism and communism. The definition of communism is a lack of private property. Now, on top of this, I'm not a communist. I'm also not a capitalist. I'm what's called a libertarian socialist. You want to know what that is? It is essentially parts of anarchism mixed with parts of socialism. Rejection of private property, sure. And I'm not going to go off into that because I've explained this too many times and I just really don't care. I don't mind disagreements, but it's not fun to have bad faith trolls in the community. Will they be dealt with? Yeah, you know what? So, I don't know. So, some of these guys are funny, but male rights can stay because at least made some kind of a consistent point there. You, Red Die, are gone for an hour. So, there you go. There's Switch Right. Hell, ask that troll to mention the 3 philosophers of the era and describe the counter to Proudhorn to Marx. To that troll, what is the difference between Engels' dialectic and Proudhorn, for example? Yeah, but like, again, these people don't know how to read. So, most of them at least. I don't see how libertarian goes with socialism. That's because you don't know the original meaning of the word libertarian. See, libertarianism now is the entire opposite of where libertarianism came from. The origin of libertarianism was a socialist belief. That's actually the actual let me pull it up. Here we go. Left libertarianism, also known as left-wing libertarianism, because right-wing libertarianism has widely been seen synonymous with libertarianism in the United States. Left libertarianism is the predominant form of libertarianism in Europe. In the United States, left libertarianism is a term used in the left wing for libertarian movement, libertarian socialist. But history. Give me historical libertarian origin. Go, libertarianism. Let's jump over here. So, growth of the libertarian movement. Etymology. The first recorded use of the term libertarian was in 1789 when William Belsham wrote about libertarianism in the context of metaphysics. As early as 1796, libertarian came to mean an advocate or defender of liberty in the sense, supporter of republicanism. When the London Packet printed on February 12th, the following: lately marched out of the prison in Bristol, 450 French libertarians. It was used in a Republican sense in 1802 in a short piece critiquing the poem, The Author of Kabir, and has since been used politically. The use of the term libertarian to describe a new set of political positions has been traced to the French cognate libertaire, coined in a French libertarian communist, Joseph Déjacque, wrote to mutualist Pierre Joseph Proudhon in 1857. Jack also used the term for his anarchist publication. So yeah, that is the actual origin of the term libertarian. But if you want to learn more about libertarian socialism and what that actually is, check out this link. But as a really simple way of explaining it to you, I'm a socialist economically, and I'm a libertarian socially. More like MAGA Pol Potism, you know, get rid of anyone who doesn't fit your great leader's vision. Well, I mean, today's libertarians are basically, yeah, just fascists, but like they're deeper to the right than most of MAGA is, most of the Republicans. Anarcho-capitalism is just a joke, it can't exist. Yeah, that's the one that can't exist. Those are the two things that actually don't fit together. Because anarchy is about the removal of unjust, like, hierarchical structures. That's the whole point of anarchy. It's the dismantling of these structures. And capitalism is built on these structures. Honestly, if you're gonna have a dick fighting competition with a woman, you must have started out with the world's cruelest handicap. Okay, moving on. Wait. Yes. So moving on. Anarchism was born as a socialist offset, particularly between the French. Yeah. So, remember how Joe Biden had maybe put in place these price caps on insulin? Because, you know, insulin was really fucking expensive and people couldn't afford it. Well, it seems like that's gone now. And by seems like, it's gone now. Because it was gone on day one when the order to rescind every executive order made by Joe Biden was rescinded. So, insulin cost $2 to make. And Joe Biden brought it down to $35 a month. And now prices are expected to almost instantly go back to $1,500 a month. That's what Donald Trump did. Made insulin, which cost $2 to make, instead of cost $35, make it cost $1,500. Why? Well, because this makes money for the pharmaceutical companies, and also because they hate you. The reality of the information from this community note is that it makes absolutely no difference. All of these people getting insulin now will have their costs heaped on their insurance, so that will go up $20,000 a year when it's time to renew. Actually, that is incorrect, Blade of the Sun, because remember, the plan is to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, and that will mean that you will not be able to get health insurance if you have diabetes because you have a pre-existing health condition. If you look at the details, nothing Biden had done to reduce prescription drug costs had been affected by Trump's executive orders. Literally the first executive order that undid everything that, like, the very first thing he signed was a compilation of every executive order that Joe Biden had that was to undo it. So the government was paying most of the cost? No, actually. What was happening here was that the government said, fuck you, to the pharmaceutical company, and said, you're going to sell it for this much money. Because that's how much it's everywhere else in the world. They were robbing us. The pharmaceutical company was robbing the citizens, along with the insurance company, and the government said, no, stop that. They didn't pay the extra money for it, because then that would still be coming out of your tax money. Your taxes didn't go up for this. They just said, fuck you, to the pharmaceutical company and made them do it. Now, I don't know. I feel like if Joe Biden, of all people, could force a corporation to lower their price from $1,500 to $35. I feel like, I don't know, if Donald Trump really wanted to, he could do that. If Donald Trump really wanted to, he could make it cost $5, because that's still a profit. They make it for $2. Let's say we add in shipping, and let's say we add in labor cost, make it cost $15. That is also something that could have been done. But no, that's not what's going to be done. They might keep the ACA in some forms, but the pre-existing conditions thing Dems tacked on while making Obamacare is definitely going to be undone. Yeah, honestly, like, I'm not sure how quickly they'll get to that because, you know, they only have concepts of a plan, but they've been trying to get rid of the pre-existing conditions bit. Like, they tried, I think it was like 84 times last time that he was president. Big Pharma inflated the prices of their products through legal means like IP laws and through monopoly logistics. Exactly. We watched a video of Lena Khan actually explaining this on stream a while back, who was the head of the FTC under Biden, actually one of the most based women in America, where she was explaining how an inhaler, like an asthma inhaler, the company that made it asked for a renewal on the patent so that they could continue to sell this for, I think it was like between $500 and $800 per inhaler. And they were saying that the justification for why they should be allowed to renew this patent for 10 years was because they invented a brand new like piece of technology that made this proprietary. That technology turned out to be a little piece of plastic that connected the cap to the inhaler so that you didn't lose the cap. And that tiny little strip of plastic is what they were trying to use to justify being able to sell this inhaler for hundreds of dollars when it should be like $30. Are you okay with giving Trump the power to tell private companies how to run their business? If he's doing so in a way that helps the working class? Absolutely. Again, I don't believe private property should exist. I think that companies should be owned by workers' collectives. The people who work at said company should own that company and should run that company. And the decisions made by that company should be made democratically by the workers who run at that company. But also, I would be fine with a, you know, because obviously I'm not going to get what I want, but in a capitalist system even, I'm perfectly okay with the government regulating corporations. We do this all the time. Think about the food industry, which is now about to get deregulated. Back in the day, it used to be so bad that people were getting poisoned by the food that they ate. And journalists, who were called muckrakers at the time, exposed all of this stuff and exposed the horrid conditions of the animals, the workers, as well as the low-quality food that you were eating. Shout out to Upton Sinclair. How you were being poisoned. And I was very much in favor of that. Like, it's not about Trump in this case. It's just, I just want the government to regulate corporations. At the bare minimum. Are you okay with Trump giving the power to take away your citizenship for getting a DUI? It's a good question. Good question. Look, guys, I was gonna tell, like I said this last time, but like, they're not just going after brown people. Like, sorry, they're not just going after undocumented immigrants. They're going after anyone who looks brown, speaks like a different language, and doesn't have their papers on them. But at the same time, it doesn't matter if you have your papers on them. The Native Americans that were being accosted by ICE, it's not like they didn't have documentation. They just didn't care. I've been telling my parents, I was like, make sure you keep your passports around you when you go outside. I tell my friends this too, like that, you know, would fit the description. And honestly, there's a decent chance that you can just, do you think all, no, I misspoke there, dipshit. I meant undocumented immigrants are not who they're going after. They're going after all brown people or all people that seem like they speak a foreign language or a foreigner, or also even just American citizens now that aren't even brown. It's whoever they feel like. You know, this idea of criminals that are U.S. citizens should be deported just means political dissidents as well. You do realize this. And on top of this, like they're going and arresting Native Americans. They've arrested US veterans. US veterans who had their IDs on them. And all ICE does is say, I don't care. They're also going after you if you have an X on your license, sorry, your passport. If you travel out of the country and back, I'm potentially detained excessively unless I say I'm a man or a woman. I heard differently from that. Could you cite me a source on that? Because from what I heard right now, if you have the X on your passport, it will, like, if you have an X, or if you've ever changed your gender marker on your passport, like let's say you, I don't know, let's say you're 45 and you transitioned 10 years ago when you changed your gender marker on your passport, you're no longer going to have that gender marker if you renew your passport. They will give you your original one, or more than likely they'll just hold your passport indefinitely. But like when it comes to ICE, I fully expect that they would just take your passport, put it in their pocket, and then ask you for your passport again, like that never happened, like that exchange never occurred, and then arrest you for it if they feel like it, you know? Not necessarily. It's possible that they won't. It depends on the agent at the time, and I don't know how mad at his wife he is that day, I guess. So it'll be the disabled and the infirm. Does anyone else think it smells like 1939 around here? Yeah, but it does, doesn't it? License 2, probably, yeah. And I've heard this as a fear. I'm not aware of any articles on this being a thing yet, but a fear is if you filed yourself outside of male and female on documents, you'll be detained until you revert. I don't necessarily think that's at least currently true. I'm sure that there is a risk of that happening, though. And it would depend on a case-by-case basis. The amount of deportations has been the same under Biden. Yeah, exactly. Trump's not deporting any more people than Biden is. That's the point I've been making for a long time. The people that are being deported right now aren't the people that ICE is arresting. The people that are being deported right now are the 1.5 million people that were backlogged to be deported. Biden wasn't rounding up American citizens. Again, though, that's not the point. The people that are being rounded up are not going to get deported. They're going to get put in labor camps. That's the point. Because it is, A, as you've seen, incredibly difficult and expensive to deport people. We started a goddamn trade war with Colombia before Trump backed down. That was going to absolutely fuck everybody. Make coffee and gas go up 50%. Coffee and gas, the two things that America runs on. No. We do not have labor camps? Yes, we do. Male Rights USA. First of all, slavery is legal if you're in prison under the Constitution. And we do this in every prison in America. Like, literally. The firefighters in California are prisoners. In Alabama, prisons rent out prisoners to private corporations, to like McDonald's, to do work there. It's literal slavery, and it's legal under the Constitution. But yes, labor camps. They're going to put the camps that they're building in Texas, those aren't camps for deportations. They're camps to make you do labor. Because our prison system is built for you to do labor. Private prison stocks went up significantly the moment Trump won, because this is in Project 2025, which is being enacted step by step by step. Now, some of them might get deported every now and again, but so you're talking about criminals. No, I'm talking about anybody that ICE feels like arresting. ICE could arrest you if they felt like it. It doesn't matter. And first of all, I don't care what fucking ICE or Trump says about who's being arrested. If I'm gonna believe that they're a criminal, I want to see record of it, because they lie all the fucking time. If they're like, oh, this person raped a child, that sounds really bad. Evidence? I don't like it. It's like Israel. Every word that comes out of their mouths is a lie. So I need evidence for me to believe it's true. I need it to at least, I don't know, sound remotely rational. But the labor camps thing is a very large part of Project 2025. labor camps for prisoners in general already exist, but labor camps for ICE detainees, but also part of this education system now will be labor. If you've seen Donald Trump's video explaining, his education plan, it includes work experience in class, which means labor, and unpaid internship opportunities instead of some classes, which is also unpaid labor. Comparing aggravated crimes with someone who just crossed into another country is so fucked, we're so cooked. I don't even care if they commit like the aggravated crimes. You shouldn't be a slave. I don't care if you I don't care what you do. You shouldn't be a slave. I don't even think Nazis should be enslaved. I think they should be put in the hole. I don't think prisons should be where we put these people. Again, I think people should go to rehabilitation and at least be there for a while. Try if they are failing and they can continue. If they're showing no effort, fine, then you put them in prison. The people who are a danger to themselves and others, or rather more others than themselves, and are showing no desire nor an ability to improve, those go to prison. Everyone else can be rehabilitated. Again, a lot of crime comes from poverty, and a lot of poverty also leads to a lot of trauma. It also leads to a lot of crime and drug abuse. I think it makes sense for prisoners to be put to work to cover the cost for their incarceration. They should go back to the country they're a citizen of. First of all, so you're saying you're in favor of slavery then, right? Good to know. And they're not just arresting immigrants, they're arresting US citizens and Native Americans ICE is going after. So you want them to be put in labor camps too for doing nothing wrong at all? And also, I don't know. I feel like you're kind of a piece of shit for that. I think it probably has more to do with similar traits leading to both criminal behavior and poverty. Yeah, no, that's bullshit. There are no innate traits that lead to criminal behavior, and there's no innate traits that lead to poverty. It is the material conditions in which we exist and how we engage with them that leads to poverty, and poverty is the greatest cause of crime. They literally are last night. They've arrested, like, a veteran. U.S. citizens arrested by ICE. And also Native Americans. Literally Native Americans, man. Like, really quickly, hold on. They're literally just going after people who don't have their papers. Especially, like, they're not even doing targeted raids. They just go into places and, like, you look brown, give me your papers. And by the way, nobody in America has their papers on them. Like, nobody fucking does that. But secondly, like, most Americans don't even have a passport. So, and the veteran, by the way, did have ID. And they still didn't care. The Navajo people that were being arrested by ICE also had ID. Don't care. Not like the U.S. doesn't send their criminals to Latin America. For example, Timothy Livingston case in Colombia, a pedo who escaped back to Utah. I mean, we have, like, you guys still don't understand that immigrants, both undocumented and documented, commit a minuscule amount of crimes compared to citizens either born or naturalized when adjusted for population. If you adjust for the population, even then, it is a minuscule amount. Undocumented and documented immigrants commit significantly less crimes overall.
Fourth Amendment.
And not necessarily last night. You would hope that they would get released, but they have no law. Like, ICE gets to operate with no law, and if you were arrested by ICE, you don't get due process.
Quibble about the 14th Amendment.
Not anymore.
That everybody has the right to due process, that we should be secure in our person, in our papers, in our property.
You don't even get the right to go to court anymore.
Undue search and seizure. Some smart men came up with this a long time ago.
Their reservations are literally sovereign territory. Like they're technically their own country in our country.
And now it's the constitutional laws that we live by. And nobody has the right to go around those laws, to disregard them. It's a slippery slope when we think it's okay to suspend the Constitution of the United States in order to make a political point or statement. That ICE response in their letter that they put out, they say, well, in a very
Yes, did soccer. If we wanted to stop migration to the United States, we could do that very easily for much cheaper than trying to do what we're doing. You guys realize that we're sending for example, with Colombia, right? The deportation flights that got denied. Those are military planes. Do you know what the difference is between deporting somebody on a military plane and a domestic flight like we usually do? What is the difference between them? It's $1 million. That's what the difference between them is. So they got arrested because they were with... No, they got arrested because they didn't have their papers on them. That's it. That's it last night. You don't know if they're illegal or not. They could just be speaking Spanish and be brown. They could have a green card. They could have a passport. It doesn't matter because they just didn't have it on them in their pocket, which nobody does. And again, you don't get a court. You don't get a lawyer. You don't get due process. So what are you going to do? They arrest you and then you disappear. And even if you are a citizen, unless you have people on the outside that will fight for you, that will argue for you, and try and protect you, then you're fucked. That's it. Like, I'm sure the veteran is going to get out because there's a lot of news about it. This one was just one in New Jersey. But let's see. U.S. Immigration's Customs Enforcement officers raided a New Jersey seafood store on Thursday. Does anyone have the video for this? Because I've seen the video. There is literally nothing targeted about this. They just kind of walked in. The store owner told News Nation affiliate WPIX that a U.S. military veteran was among the people detained. The store owner, Louis Yanota, said 10 to 12 ICE agents entered the retail area after receiving complaints and were looking for documents. They did not ask for anyone specific. He said, I was confused. They took 3 people who did not have any documents on them. I asked them, the agents, what documentation were they looking for, and they said it was a license or a passport. I thought, who walks around with a passport? Licenses were not being accepted, by the way. That's a lie. Several people had driver's licenses, and they all were told, I don't accept this as a valid form of license. The veteran reportedly had like a vet-like license. Like he had a card that said that he was a veteran, and they didn't care about that either. Now then, it said 3 people were taken into custody. Some received a court date to appear before a judge. That's nice at the very least. One of the guys was a military veteran, and the way that he looked to me, because he was Hispanic, he was Puerto Rican, and the manager of our warehouse, he looked to me like they were specifically going after certain kinds of people, not every kind, because they did not ask me for documentation for my American workers, Portuguese workers, or white workers. The raids come after President Donald Trump signed the executive order. There is a video for this. Hold on. Because the video makes it a whole lot clearer than reading it ever could. And I want to show you. They're building the gulags in Texas, actually, by the way. The difference is not only money, but also a military plane cannot enter a foreign airspace without permission, and they fucked up because it wasn't the first time Colombia had received deported individuals. Absolutely. Mexico also denied, entry because they sent a military plane. And the stuff with Colombia was fucking insane because, like, the president of Colombia had no issue taking in the migrants, taking the deportees back. That wasn't his problem. In fact, he offered to send his personal plane to go and bring back the deported, or the deportees, rather. It was just that he wanted them to be treated like human beings. That's it. That's all. That was it. It wasn't, I don't want you to deport my people. It was, I just want you to treat them like they're humans, not criminals. Wow, so you're implying that forceful takeovers of other countries and sponsoring human trafficking. Yeah, well, I mean, late night last night does seem like a, at the very least, a chud. Now, let's have a look. Now, are you going to show me the actual inside of the store, or are you just going to narrativize? I want to see the footage in the store. Story.
More reports.
No,
Again, with
that one's probably worth looking at. Okay, Patterson Mayor. I don't care what you have to say, but okay, cool. It seems like we might actually get
shop, arresting at least one person there, and also detaining a woman who lives in an apartment.
They want military planes not for capacity. They want military planes because it's cool. They spend like a buttload of money on them. We've always deported people on commercial flights.
There
I grew
are
up in
people
New
in
Jersey,
Patterson who are panicking. In fact, a very prominent priest called me yesterday and said that there were parishioners who came to him crying tears.
Arresting at least one person there, and also detaining a woman who lives in an apartment above a Madison Avenue pharmacy. These arrests follow 3 people taken into custody by Homeland Security last week in Newark, and over the weekend, ICE agents spotted in West New York, 7:30 in the morning, checking mailboxes in a building at 61st Street and Harrison Place. Some families in Patterson shutting down their normal
Why are ICE checking mailboxes?
Daily lives.
People are not going to work. The children are not going to school, and people are reluctant to go and even visit their doctor.
Do you know how fucked it is that ICE has infinite jurisdiction? Like, they don't have to follow the law because they have jurisdiction within 100 miles of the US border, including the ocean, but also including the airports. So, they have super special jurisdiction in the entire country and can do whatever the fuck they want. It costs 10 times as much to use C-130s instead of 737s. ICE uses, and they carry twice the amount of people. Yeah, it's just a flex. It's just because they want to look cool. It's spending a buttload of money. Same reason why they're sending ospreys down to the southern border to bring supplies when it's literally still in America. You can just send trucks or a train. But no, we have to use the most expensive type of military helicopter to bring supplies to Texas for some fucking reason because it looks cool. It's a flex. That's it. That's all it is. All right, NJ Spotlight News is generally all right. I mean, they kind of are just the Gestapo.
The
yeah.
Cruz reports.
I'd label them as a domestic terrorist
If
operation.
immigration enforcement has been an abstract concept...
I mean, to be fair, I would argue that the vast majority of the Republican Party is a domestic terrorist organization.
For you, prepare for it to
They're balancing the budget, though. Yeah, like that $500 billion investment into AI.
Including here in Newark, where a raid last week sent an alarm through the immigrant community. Newark Mayor Ras Baraka gathered advocates and elected officials.
I don't care about you people talking. Show me the actual fucking store. I'm about to give up on this one. There's so much like stuff that's come out after, it's kind of hard to find.
Have framed the immigration debate. The bill has lost its legs, floundering in.
Wait, what?
That Democrats are.
Let's say for care, that the hospital didn't have to share that information with the federal government. I think it goes to schools too.
Oh yes,
but in another sign that Democrats are becoming more sensitive to how Republicans have framed the immigration debate.
More sensitive, as in bending the knee, if you can tell the narrativization. Oh, by the way, remember, they kind of just hinted at it there. ICE can now go into public schools, like literally go and arrest children from schools because their family is undocumented. They can go into churches.
Bill has lost its legs, floundering in committee with seemingly no champion. Conservative Assemblyman Brian Bergen says Democrats won't post a bill because they know
No, they're
that
absolutely
voters
worse than the DA.
support stepped-up ICE enforcement.
DA's
And I
bad,
think
but ICE
people would
is
universally
evil.
agree.
And again, remember, as we talked about earlier, not only are now people pretending to be ICE to rape people, but ICE themselves raped people last time. There's reports about it. There's, in fact, ICE came out with an official statement saying that we are not responsible for our staff and their sexual assaults in the facilities. Covered it earlier. It's in the stream. I'm not opening it again. We're moving
Somebody is a criminal. They should be deported.
No,
it's that
they should
simple.
not.
Even
And
on
so-
a shoplifting charge.
Yeah, even on a shoplifting charge. I mean, well,
You're evil. You should be deported. You're a fucking criminal yourself. You doing this is criminal. This is crimes against humanity. You should be deported into the cosmic hole. God should personally deport you into that hole.
if you're a criminal, you should be deported because
Hey, what
we've
about
already-
Elon Musk? Elon Musk is an illegal immigrant who entered this country and is doing crime regularly, in fact. Not even just like recently. His mega factory in was it Texas or is it Arizona or whatever? OSHA's not allowed in there because of the amount of crimes that are being committed in labor laws that are being broken. When will the ICC file an arrest warrant for DJT? They won't, because we'll literally invade the ICC. We'll invade the Hague, genuinely. We have an act called I think it's called the Invade the Hague Act. To be fair, ICE is more recently made than DEA, so I guess DEA has had more time to fuck shit up, but damn, in the short relative time ICE existed, they're like Nazis. They're basically, I don't even think that they're Nazis. They're basically just the Stalin's like secret police, essentially, because the Nazis were public with what they did. These guys don't tell you anything. They're just locking people up. This is more Stalin-esque than it is Hitler-esque.
committed a crime by being here illegally, and I think there's
The
people
Hitler-esque part comes
sometimes
from
seem to
the
forget that, but that is the truth.
ethnic-related
inaction on the bill and the muted
discrimination,
response
but
from
that's not
leaders,
even really all it is
especially
now.
given recent events, has been deafening, say advocates like Carol Ruiz of Wind of the Spirit.
The cowardice that we are seeing. I also want
Yeah,
to
all right,
give
I give
my
up. I give up on trying to find this. Really.
He says he spotted between 7 and 8 agents. Some of the officers went through a building side door and the rest remained outside, surveilling the area.
With full gear.
No. The Republicans that are in charge are the Pol Potters. ICE is more Stalin Guard. Fuck this. I don't care. Don't care. Whatever. So we're moving on, because I still really want to talk about foreign policy today. So I don't really want to spend too much more time on American policy. But quickly, before we get onto this, links. Is it wrong to be a Katie Tong fan? I don't really know too much. Probably not. I don't know. So, first outbreak of rare bird flu strain reported at a California poultry farm. So we covered a bunch of this yesterday. This shit's getting real serious, guys, because this is now spread internationally as well, and we've had transmission to humans. H5N9 is a variant of H5N1. The avian flu came alongside detection of the more common variant, leading to 119,000 bird deaths in this farm. I believe so far, with everything we covered yesterday, the number is in the millions. Like, this is why your eggs are expensive, by the way. This is why eggs are expensive, is because all of the chickens are dying, and because they have to be culled because they are all infected with avian flu. On top of this, beef is also about to get way more expensive, because it is also now passed back into cows again, as well as, humans. But We'll get there when we get there. So this is the first confirmed case of H5N9 in poultry in the United States, Department of Agriculture said, which is funny because, you know, like the health departments aren't allowed to report this stuff, but I guess the Department of Agriculture is. The USDA Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, in conjunction with the state animal health and wildlife officials, are conducting comprehensive epidemiology investigations for now. Has it passed to humans yet? Yes, it has. In the UK, actually. We're gonna get there in a second. I just want to find out a bit more about H5N9 as a subtype of the avian flu virus. Whether this novel H5N9 will cause human infections from its avian host and become pandemic subtype is not yet known. Warns on the website. It is therefore imperative to assess the risk. H5N1 avian flu is spreading in U.S. cattle herds and poultry stocks within the U.S. Department of Agriculture, reporting more than 13 million birds affected in the last 30 days across all 50 states. H5N1 bird flu has infected and killed at least 136 million birds since the outbreak began in 2022. This has led to the rising price of eggs. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics says that in September 2023, the average price of a dozen grade A eggs was just over $2. Now, more than a year later, the data shows that the price has doubled to $4.16. I don't know about you guys, but in New York, it's about $14. I've seen in Louisiana at a Walmart it being $20 for a pack of 12 eggs. I've seen other places where it's $15 for a pack of 18. These are going to keep going up. Eggs are going to be incredibly unaffordable going forward, as well as, again, beef and turkey. At this rate, like, I don't know how y'all are going to do Thanksgiving this year, because it seems like the only safe food is going to be fish, and it's not even just like safety for you, it's just global supply is going to be hit hard by this, because this is not just a US problem. Portugal, influenza A virus, the avian flu rather, with non-poultry including wild birds from 2017 onward. We've had let's see, or was it on here? Bucket, go and grab the read. I can link this for you guys if you want to go deep into it, but I don't really care enough, so I'm just gonna grab the short form. Move on, it's fine. 300,000 turkeys in Dana County in Minnesota. That was again today. I wonder if this is because the way poultry farms raise chickens. Well, yes and no. Them being in enclosed spaces does make the risk of the infection spreading higher, but also it is an airborne disease, so it's quite difficult for it not to pass along, to the point where, like, big cats, like top predators, tigers, lynxes, lions, large cats are dying in cat sanctuaries, places like zoos and shit, you know, because a bird, I don't know, shits while it flies over, or a bird lands in the enclosure and one of these cats eat it, and then they get the bird flu and they die. Here they are, only 7, 4, 12. Okay, like, that's not too bad right now, you know. Yesterday in California, a dozen eggs are now $9 to $12. In 18 cents, sorry, I don't know what you mean by 18 CT is $18. And the 20th CT is $16 to $21. What do you mean by oh, county, rather. Oh, count. Jesus. Again, sorry, no sleep. This is what happens. I'm a bit of a retard this day. This day specifically. Even though I did still pass my citizenship test with 100%. So, in Colorado, it's unlawful to raise chicken in cages, and they have to be free range. Don't worry, they are getting rid of that, actually. One of Trump's officials is also trying to make it so you have to raise pigs that way again. We had kind of stopped doing that, and they're trying to bring that back. It's in my Twitter somewhere. I'll have a look at it while we go on. Oh, these were the Navajo people that were being detained by ICE, by the way. Big hug to you, ever loyal Eagle. Thank you. Now, really, really quickly, just because I would very much like to move on from America. Our thing. Oh yeah, the CDC ordered to stop working with the WHO immediately, upending expectations of extended withdrawal, which is weird because we were supposed to withdraw from the WHO in February next year, and then it seemed like Trump was going to pull back on it and not pull us out of the WHO, and it seems that like now we fully changed our mind because bird flu is becoming a huge issue. So jumping to a different topic, really quick. Watch Freebies Go Airborne. Oh Jesus! Don't give them ideas. Thank you. It was quite easy actually. I said it earlier. 45 minutes they give you to take this 20-question test. Took me 5, including double checking to get a perfect score. I was quite happy. So Nvidia lost $600 billion today. Actually, yesterday technically. Actually, about $1 trillion just disappeared from the U.S. market, which is quite funny. I will stand my ground on this. I would die on this hill that the stock market isn't real. It's not based on reality. It is only based on vibes. That's it. Nothing that a company is actually doing affects the company's stocks. It's just vibes. Remember right before the election, Nvidia stock crashed and everyone was like, oh, look at Kamala's economy. Everyone thinks Kamala's going to win. So Nvidia's crashing. The next day it went back up because the vibe was right. CCP noise is intensifying. Watch them ban DeepSeek in like, or DeepSpeak or whatever it is within like a week. They're just going to make it illegal. They're going to say it's a security issue, even though it's open source. Who gives a shit? It's all devil tech to me anyway. Fuck AI. Fuck all of it. I just heard of the $1 trillion loss. Was that because of his investment in some kind of AI? So the $1 trillion loss came from China releasing a better AI than anything that we have, that they created for infinitely cheaper and then released for free to the public and made it open source, which kind of just killed the mood of Silicon Valley. It also showed that it doesn't cost anywhere near as much as they say it does. Again, we just invested $500 billion into an AI program that Larry Ellison wants to create an even bigger surveillance state. That $500 billion, most of that just goes into their pockets because China was able to make this when they needed American chips. They needed high quality, NVIDIA style American chips. And those are illegal to sell to China because of Joe Biden, which I was in favor of, by the way. I was one of the few protectionist policies that I would be in favor of. And good, Hassan should be crying. Fuck AI. And Vosh cheering in the background. But China, with access to just a couple of these chips, a minimal amount, was able to develop a method of training their AI much more efficiently with much less data, and it costs them like nothing to make this. We were paying hundreds of billions of dollars to these Silicon Valley jackasses, whereas China did this for like, what, $5 million? And they made it free for everybody. You can all use it. You can download the code and you can make it yours. I can have, if I liked AI, I could create Visora AI and just make it exactly the same as DeepSeek and just have it every now and again glaze me instead of block information from the Chinese, Communist Party. Like, if you go and try and ask it about Tiananmen Square, it's not going to say anything. Kind of like Russia's AI, Alice, that won't say anything bad about their government. Nobody cares. It's all devil tech. Fuck it. It should burn to the ground. It's coming for your job. And honestly, it's quite funny that Chinese AI took ChatGPT's job. It's actually better than ChatGPT from what I hear. Care. Fuck AI. But more importantly here, so Nvidia stock dropped by $600 billion. You know who made money off this? Nancy Pelosi sold $1.3 million of NVIDIA stock last month. Might have seen this coming. Now, I don't know if you know, and to be fair, I think that trading in stocks is immoral, but if you trade in stocks and you would like to win constantly, you can go and track the, let's say you can go to Nancy Pelosi, who is one of the biggest winners with trading on the market. And you can just like look at what she buys and sells. And people do this, by the way. There are Twitter accounts, there are YouTube accounts, there are likely probably TikTokers who just regularly just watch what Nancy Pelosi invests in and invests in it when she does and sells when she does, and they make money. This should be illegal, by the way. If you are in government, you should not be allowed to, I don't know, maybe invest in stock. Jesus Christ, Rokana. I mean, look, it's pretty widespread, you know. It's I want to see who has the highest amount of money made. Congress, highest money made from stock trading. I used to do this for combat sports betting in Dream. I don't even know what that is. Do Congress's top stock traders of 2023, 2024. Here we go. Here, oh, sorry, it is 2023. Most from stock trading in 2023. Yes, unusual whale is a very good indicator here. So, who made the most money? Well, Brian Higgins, Mark Green. Let's have a look at what they're investing in. Give me Brian Higgins. Ah, damn, you're gone. How about you, Mark Green? I would take parlays from people involved, and often it would just be blatant corruption. Yeah. It's scary to think that politicians could be making decisions based on improving their stock portfolio. Well, I mean, Donald Trump enriched himself by like $60 billion last week. So, you know, yeah. Funny when the FBI did a sting operation on politicians and found them corrupt, and Senate banned sting operations against politicians instantly. Yeah, exactly. That's the issue here, you know? I keep saying, it's like, I don't like the Democrats. I will vote for a Democrat over a Republican because they're both corrupt, but the Democrats are less evil outwardly and are less competent in their evilness. That was my argument for Kamala Harris, by the way, was I don't like her, but she is the easier opponent to fight against. So, yeah, if you want to sell and trade some stocks, hop on to a website that tracks Congress stock trading, and you might be able to make bank. It is what it is. Oh, and you know what we're doing in response to, you know, all of this money lost? DeepSeek's R1 is AI's Sputnik moment, is what's being said. DeepSeek announcement from China has been called an AI Sputnik moment for America. It's precisely why I made AI top priority in the last Congress, and we'll keep at it, says Chuck fucking Schumer. I hate the Democrats. They act like they're entitled to independent votes, and who doesn't blindly support their BS a fascist Nazi, according to them, or a self-hating transphobe. I don't get any Democrats like that. I've never met a Democrat like that wasn't a paid operative of the party. Like, even then, really. Because, like, people like, what's their name? The guy, the twink who was debating conservatives on TikTok the whole time. What was his name? Blonde kid. He's like 16. What, like, even those types of people, like, they're paid operatives. The only people that talk like that, I can't imagine being Democrats. I feel like those are just Republicans. Although, to be fair, Kamala Harris did run a Republican campaign, so, you know. So, they're calling this a Sputnik moment. And Chuck Schumer, you know, is very in favor of this. Our competitors are going to use every single opportunity to get to overtake the U.S.'s lead on technology in the future. We have to lead the way, as in we should give more money to AI companies, more free money to Silicon Valley. The issue being, they don't need anywhere near that much money because that's not, like, relevant to their job in any way, shape, or form. Like, it's just not. It has nothing to do with what they make, because they could make AI for much cheaper if they gave a shit. They just want to pocket that money. As always, all they want to do is pocket money. All right, now we're gonna move on, and I'm gonna put up a poll because I'm gonna go get a drink of water, and I'm gonna give you guys 3 options of international news that we can go over, and you guys will pick a country while I go get some water. All I've got is pocket money. They want that too. They want it all. And they'll get it, because it's a big club, and you ain't in it. They just beat you over the head with the club. So we can do news on Australia, China, or Ukraine. Now, 2 of these are not fun, but you guys take a vote. I'm going to get a drink of water, and I'm going to leave you with some brain damage while I do. I'm going to go fill it up. I'm going to go pee at the same time. Might as well give you guys some, watch while I do. You're going to have a Hassan stream for a couple minutes. How dare I? So, yeah, this guy's talking. By the way, before I leave, everything that this man says in this video is an actual lie. Easy to hang in here, share, and discuss with you today. I'm gonna go enjoy the rest of my day off work, unscheduled. May you have a lovely rest of your day as well. Thank you, Ever Loyal Eagle, and thank you for coming in and join the Discord. And if you guys would not mind, jump on YouTube and like the stream, please, because that helps big time. Be right back. Oh, and everything this guy is saying is a lie. Not a single word here is true.
Dr. Fauci, I don't hate him, but let's face the facts. He made them. He tried to establish complete control over everybody. Why did he do that? In my opinion, he was scared. Dr. Fauci, I think we're going to find out, was funding gain-of-function research in a Chinese lab. And the virus may have gotten out from the lab. And Dr. Fauci saw that, and he said, oh, my God, I could get blamed for all this, so I'm going to have to establish complete control so nobody asks questions and nobody looks under the seat cushions. And I thought he went too far in terms of mandating the vaccine for everybody.
I never understood why they put him in charge, ethically, how they could put him in charge when he was involved with gain-of-function research and being paid to discover these types of things, and then he is calling the shots and coming up with all the rules for all of America. So it's interesting if that's the reason, because he was scared, he was trying to cover it all up.
Well, I don't hate Dr. Fauci, but I think he was funding gain-of-function research, and I think there's a better than even chance. He was giving the Chinese money to do this, and there's a better than even chance that that virus escaped from the Chinese lab. And when Dr. Fauci saw that, he said, oh my God, I could get blamed for all this. Mm-hmm. He's human. He got scared. He just said, look, I'm going to establish complete control. I'm going to be the master of the COVID universe. But it didn't work. And a lot of people got hurt.
Right, he did. And he acted like a thug, and a lot of businesses went out of business, and a lot of people lost their livelihoods and their relationships and everything because he got scared.
And the military. These were 18-year-old, 19-year-old kids that work out every day. They're healthy.
Right. Senator.
Well, the worst of it is that all of this undermined the institution of public health. So next time people will trust our public health institutions less, and that's not a good thing.
And with that
Yes, it is QAnon brain rot, in fact. Oh no, it seems like my little light is dying. Oh well, I'll put the batteries in later. Alright, so what'd you guys think of the brain rot? Because, was not fun.
Dr.
You guys
Fauci?
picked Australia, really? Nobody picked China. Damn. I really wanted to do China. While you were gone, this guy made some good points, and now I'm anti-science Republican evangelical religious nutjob. Okay. Good. Good. Love that. No, I know. And to be fair, I was about to I was considering, I was like making a joke of, well, you know, we do live under authoritarianism, so we might as well get used to it. No, but like I do plan to cover all of this today. Can we put the based old man back on? No, unfortunately not. Now, we got some other stuff to talk about real quick. Let me line all this up, because there is a decent amount for Australia. Could you raid Levelhead after stream? He's a lefty musician who recently got his credentials as an investigative journalist, and I think he's having difficulty shifting his content style from music to news, and you can use some engagement. Yeah, sure. Would you be able to message Levelhead and make sure that I'm able to chat without... actually, I should probably just go follow him now, and then that way I don't have to worry about the 10-minute timer thing when I actually want to raid him, be able to chat. Go. Go. Follow. And then I should be able to raid. BIBTW, when you make your own GG site, what will it be since BGG is already taken by Vosh? Well, so I'm not sure it'll be like a GG site, because I'm still waiting on like White Nervosa to get back to me, and like they're busy. Like it might not happen that way. I might just have to make my own from scratch, which is what I've actually been doing lately. In my off time. I have a cousin who is a software developer and has been giving me some advice and some resources to look into. But ideally, it would be a GG website. If it's not VGG, I don't know. You guys, we'll make it a poll, because as much as this is my channel, this is also your community. That is the type of community that I want to encourage. Quick side note, are you aware of Polymo? No, I am not. Who streams from the West Bank and Palestine. He's awesome. No, I'm not. But I will absolutely look into that. We can just steal it from one of the smaller streamers with website formats. VIGG? What's up, Ashley Kuza? Good to see you. Welcome to the chat. We'll run polls on that when we get closer to that actually happening. All right. So, first of all, let's start with the fact that we are incredibly cocked in Australia. As someone who just passed the Australian citizenship test, I feel like I can say that kind of a colony. And when you say stuff like this, it kind of makes it difficult to not see Australia as a colony. VIGG does sound good too, by the way. I do like that.
And is Australia prepared to support...
Might piss off a bunch of the Voshites, but that would also be funny.
...future US military operations under President Trump that may include taking back the Panama Canal or seizing Greenland?
We welcome the inauguration of President Trump and the beginning of the
So
Trump
yes.
administration. and we were represented at the inauguration by our Foreign Minister, Penny Wong. We look forward to working cooperatively with the Trump administration in what is the most important relationship that we have, our bilateral relationship with the United States. Our alliance with the US is
this one? I don't know, it's not too clear, I can't see it.
the cornerstone of our foreign policy, it's the cornerstone of our national security. We look forward to an ongoing American leadership within the world. That's what's very much in the interests of the peace and prosperity.
Pusillanimous
very much in Australia's
poltroon.
interest.
Interesting. I've never heard that term before. Cowardly, pusillanimous, poltroon, craven, dastardly, recreant, agree in meaning, excessively timid or timorous. Yeah, we're cucked.
Forward to working with
Also,
the United States
nice
on all the
vocab
activities
word.
that we
Thank
have
you.
within the alliance, and AUKUS, of course, is front and centre in respect of that.
Also, AUKUS is incredibly bad for Australia. We should pull out of that right the fuck now. Because America is cheating Australia out of it. The original AUKUS deal included not only the ability to, build nuclear submarines here for Australia that we are buying the information from the United States, but in the meantime, they were also supposed to give us some submarines, and they said no. And also, it's not just the submarines. This also draws us much closer into a military pact that makes Australia a very, very large target. In fact, China has openly said that if Australia keeps closening its military ties with the United States, not just like, because we're already part of the Five Eyes, that's fine. Like, they know this, all the intelligence, it's fine. In fact, Australia and China have a decent working relationship. We are the largest importer of goods. China's the place that we import most of our goods from, and we are also exporting most of our goods to China. We've been hand in hand since World War II. What is China on about? Well, yeah, so we've been hand in hand, but now we're militarizing here. Australia is spending quite a lot more money in defense funding. Australia is offering foreigners to come to the country and gain Australian citizenship to join the defense force. They want people from America, Canada, the UK, France, Germany to come here and join the Australian Defence Forces in return for citizenship, because there's just no one wants to join the army here. Australians are notoriously, nah, she'll be right, chill, I just want to have a beer with the boys type of vibe. No one wants to go join the army. And so they're trying to recruit from overseas. We are not only hosting 9 U.S. military bases, but also now hosting U.S. nuclear submarines, and we are trying to build our own specifically for the purpose of defense from China. That's what China's mad about. It's not the fact that we work with the United States, it's that we are militarizing for the United States. Either way, it doesn't matter. Like, this just puts a giant target on Australia that didn't exist already. Like, if America and China went to war, and let's say AUKUS wasn't a thing, China probably wouldn't focus too hard on here. They'd probably try and take out Pine Gap, which would suck for me, because, I'm an AI that lives in the Pine Gap ball. But for the rest of Australia, that probably wouldn't mean all that much. They could, this would be still absolutely terrible. Like, there's a lot of people in Alice Springs, and this would, like, again, worst case scenario, but, like, if they just nuked Pine Gap, this would not affect the vast majority of Australia, because Australia as a continent is about as large as the United States, the continental US, from coast to coast, and Pine Gap, where our spy satellite is, where we control it, is right in the middle of the desert of the outback, the closest settlement there, the town being Alice Springs, and then nothing around for a very, 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 very large amount of land. Now, obviously, this would still be terrible, But like, in a scenario like that, that would really probably be their only target on mainland Australia. But the more we close in our military ties, the more we militarize, the bigger a target that it puts on our back. Which, you know, kind of makes sense. So, the other thing is, we had some Nazi rallies in Australia. I covered some of this stuff yesterday. And, I mean, like, they were pretty open and blunt about it. We saw, like, the teenager, was it like 18 or 19-year-old, being like, oh yeah, like, it's a neo-Nazi group, and I'm proud to be in it. They're called the Nationalist Socialist Network, which is obviously Nazis. And I don't know how all of them already don't get arrested, because this is illegal in Australia, but...
We're just like-minded people who are proud white Australians who believe in standing up for white Australians.
So this is what made the news. This is the full interview. The anti-COVID movement in Australia seemed particularly bad. Well, like, we didn't get hit with COVID very hard, like, at all. Melbourne did. Sydney a little bit, but, like, it was mostly just Melbourne. Melbourne was the one that had to do lockdowns quite a bit because, like, the people in Melbourne just didn't follow the rules, and so it made them keep having to do lockdowns. My state was perfectly fine. I got COVID once, and, like at the height of COVID in Australia, we were getting, like, numbers that were comparable to a place like, I don't know, Cuba. I don't know. Actually, let me just look that up. South Australia, COVID cases total. So in all of South Australia, since the beginning of the pandemic until now, there have been 1 million cases of COVID. That's it. Now, of course, like, the population of Australia is smaller than the population of Florida. But if we go back... like, these were the numbers we were getting. Now, that's recoveries, right? But, and this is active cases as of, is this year here? Jesus Christ. Hold on. Let me see if I can go back to, an actual time period. Yes, and I want 2021. There we go. So, February, we were getting 1,000, 8,000, 20,000, 23,000 by January 22nd. So this was the real beginning of the peak in 2021. The highest number we ever got was 40,000 in 2021. That's not too bad. You know, and 2022, 40,000 again, highest number that we got. 2023, 9,000. Now, if I jump to, like, Victoria, where Melbourne is, and we jump to 2021, they were getting about 100,000, 268,000. I was reading this shit completely differently. Thanks, censorship on YouTube. What do you mean? Oh, proud white Australians. Yeah. Oh, yeah. SA is just South Australia. That does confuse quite a lot of people as well. So, like, Victoria was getting it much harder. And their peak in 2022 was 270,000. I was like, damn, that's a fucking lot. But it's not, you know? Like, it is a lot. But at the same time, like, compared to America numbers, you had 3 million dead in America. We had 1 million... We had 3 million cases in Victoria confirmed total. That's not, like, deaths. That's just cases. 23, had a little spike over there. And then if we go to New South Wales, which is the other major city, Sydney, they had pretty big spike of 300,000 early on, but then it flattened out. They didn't have to keep doing the lockdowns as much. As you can see in 2022, they had one more, and then it flattened out. 2023, when we stopped giving a shit, is when it started coming out again, but there's been no lockdowns. But compare that to Victoria's 2021 and 2022. Just go to all time. The case numbers were going down, and they were going back up. Down, back up. And that's why they had to do more lockdowns. It's just that simple. This is all time for New South Wales versus all time for Victoria. There's a much longer chart there. Whereas if you go to all time for like South Australia, we also have a very long chart here. But we only had one lockdown. Just one. We only had one in South Australia. So, I don't know. I feel like COVID, what I saw was, what I was getting at is I saw a lot of anti-lockdown protests by the far right. Yeah, we had a few. I remember one or two in Adelaide. Most of those were in Victoria. Almost all of them were. From what I can remember. Let me see. Again, Australia, COVID, anti-lockdown. Actually, the Wikipedia page for it. I might be wrong. Let's learn a little bit, because, I don't know all. Protests have been held in several state capitals, mostly occurring in Sydney and Melbourne. Yeah, there we go. While some protests were peaceful, others ended in clashes between protesters and police. 2020 to 2022 were most of the ones. Protesters, police, pro-vax counter, and the police and the pro-vax counter protesters against the right-wing and far-right politicians supported anti-vaxxers. 2021 rallies held in Adelaide, blah blah blah. Yeah, because that was the one year that we had one. 2021 July. Further ones in state capital cities, including Melbourne and Sydney. Several people were arrested. I remember those ones. During the Sydney protest, a protester drew media attention after images appeared to show him punching a New South Wales police horse named Tobruk. Why the fuck are you punching a horse, man? That's fucked. However, a new video surfaced later showing that he did not actually punch the horse. Okay, well, that's fine. But he was defending himself. Cool. No, he didn't punch the horse. Sorry. I should have read the rest of the sentence. There were more anti-lockdown protests in the capitals. Up to 4,000 marched in Melbourne with over 200 arrests. So yeah, we had some protests, but again, it was mostly Melbourne and Sydney. And those are the high wealth, much larger right-wing population, much more of a radicalizable base there. And also, a lot of those people think that they're American. Because I remember during those protests, I was hearing people talking about their First Amendment rights. Like, you don't have that. They were talking about, I have free speech. No, you don't, actually. Free speech is an Australian value, but you don't have freedom of speech. It's not ingrained in law in the Constitution. And, I mean, even really beyond that, there are limitations. For example, a lot of these Nazis in Adelaide got arrested yesterday because it is illegal to be a Nazi. It's illegal to do the Nazi salute in this country. It is illegal to be racist. It is illegal to, you know what, let me just bring this up one more time, because I do love showing it for things that it actually makes sense for. This is the law that was being used against pro-Palestine protesters, and it was pretty shit then, but I am very much in favor of it when it's used against Nazis. I do love when Nazis are not allowed to speak their mind. Now, why is this .edu site not working? I just have to go on the Wikipedia. Fine, it's the same language, it's there, it is what it is. Remember COVID, I used a fake COVID ID to go to movies and museums and eateries and shops. Oh, okay, so you're a murderer then. Good to know. I mean, if you had COVID and you did that, at least. If you didn't have COVID and you did that, then you're not a murderer. You're just stupid. But if you had COVID and you did that, then you're a murderer. Next time an Aussie calls me a pommy, I'm going to do a citizen's arrest on them. All right, pommy. Kidding, kidding, kidding. I love the banter. It's just part of being in Australia. So, Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act deals with offensive behavior because of race, color, national, or ethnic origin in Australia. Offensive behavior because of race, color, national, or ethnic origin. It is unlawful for a person to do an act otherwise than in private if A, the act is reasonably likely in all circumstances to offend, insult, humiliate, or intimidate another person or group of people. The act is done because of the race, color, national, or ethnic origin of the other person, or of some or all of the people in the group. Subsection 1 makes certain acts unlawful. Section 46P, the Australian Human Rights Commission of 1986, allows people to make complaints to the Australian Human Rights Commission about unlawful acts. However, an unlawful act is not necessarily a criminal offense. Section 26 says that this act does not make an offense to do an act that is unlawful because of this part, unless Part 4 expressly says the act is an offense. Nazis fall into this, right? Not a murderer, just didn't have COVID and not got shot. Well, if you didn't get COVID, then fine. But also, you could have absolutely had COVID, not known you had COVID, spread it to somebody, and killed them. Now, I'm not going to call you a murderer, because obviously you have no evidence of you getting COVID, and I'm not going to put that on you. But I would like you to think about the possibility of that, like whether that could have been something that happened, you know? I would think about it. I never got vaxxed, but unlike the evil people, if I feel sick, I stay home until it's gone. If I have to go out, I wear a mask. Good for you, Simply Steve. That's really, you know, that's valid. Mr. Albanese will hear of this. Snitch. Snitch. Does this law mean you can't make fun of Italians? Technically, yes. For the purposes of subsection 1, the act is not taken to be done in private if it did. For the purposes of subsection 1, an act is taken not to be done in private if A, causes words, sounds, images, or writing to be communicated to the public, is done in a public place, or is done in the sight or hearing of people in a public place. In this section, a public place includes any public place in which public have access as a right or by invitation, whether expressed or implied, blah, 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 blah. Defenses for this really are artistic works, academic and scientific, and other purposes that are generally in the public interest, fair and accurate reporting, or fair comment that is an expression of a genuine belief. Now, this little, like, phrasing here is fucky. But fair here, like, generally tends to mean in good faith. And so that's a way to, like, see that. Fair usually means good faith. For example, one of the questions on my citizenship test was about Australian values. We have a value here called a fair go. And that is defined as equal opportunity with a lack of discrimination and a good faith effort to ensure that you have a fair go at succeeding. How could you prove that, though? Is it being a genuine belief that they could hold? Now, you could prove that it's a genuine belief, but whether the comment itself is fair still can be litigated there. It's complicated. There are case law examples of it. For example, as of March 2014, some 15 cases had reached court, and most of them had been dismissed. Complaints were mostly Aboriginal Australians, with Jewish people being the second largest group, though cases had also been brought by Caucasians. Bryant v. Queensland newspaper, a complaint by an English person against use of the word palm. There we go, lawsuit. And pommy in newspapers was dismissed. So you can say that, at the very least. Regema and Gadsden 34 awarded $55,000 in damages to an African former refugee who had suffered racial abuse in his workplace. It being a genuine belief that they hold, like, you can prove something like that by showing consistently that you've believed this for a long period of time. Generally, they would want examples of that belief popping up over and over and over again throughout, I don't know, social media posts, let's say, for a couple years or something. Communities should take care of shit like Nazis being openly Nazis. Don't let them feel comfortable, normal in their speech, but criticizing speech. That's actually another thing that was in the Australian citizenship test, actually. Hold on. You know what one of your duties as an Australian citizen is? Interestingly, one of the actual, your responsibilities as a citizen, actually. So this is the document that they give you to, like, read and learn about the country. But, which, by the way, I'll link to you guys because it's kind of interesting and it is a decent amount of information that you can learn from. So, defend Australia should the need arise. While services in the ADF is voluntary, a responsibility for Australian citizens is to defend Australia should the need arise. It is vital that all Australian citizens be committed to joining together to defend the nation and its way of life, if necessary. Hence, Nazis are a risk to this nation's way of life, and therefore they are a risk to Australia. And it is your responsibility as an Australian citizen to make them feel unsafe, to fight for Australia. Not, defend Australia. Not necessarily with violence. Equal opportunity and a fair go. Australians value equal opportunity in our society, what we often call a fair go. This means that what someone achieves in life should be a result of their talents, work, and efforts rather than their wealth or background. This ensures that there is no formal class distinction in Australian society. It doesn't actually work like that, but it's a good idea. But the way that fair is used in this document and how fair is used here seem to apply as requiring good faith. Pauline Hanson, a case was dismissed against her over... Okay, that's fucking ridiculous. I don't know what she said, but whatever she said should have 100% been against this law. Pauline Hanson is Elmo Hitler, basically, so, I'm gonna get sued for that, Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm gonna hop off of this before I get in trouble. But so this was the full interview with one of the Nazis that were at the park.
Australian flags were singing Waltzing Matilda, celebrating this great country.
They were singing Waltzing Matilda, by the way, which is quite funny because it's a song about somebody who is trying to escape the police and then drowns themselves in a river. Like, they jump into a river and drown. Is this Joel Davis?
South Australian government, like most state governments in Australia,
I remember my face, I have to look them up.
Australia Day celebrations, which we think is ridiculous. Why aren't we celebrating our national day?
Yes,
but they are sanctioning Aboriginal Communist March to take over the whole city.
Okay, Aboriginal Communist March. Yeah, sure. The Indigenous people are having a march because they want to change the day of Australia Day, which they call Invasion Day, to a different day. They just want to celebrate the formation of Australia on a different day. Did you know that Australia is the only country in the world that still celebrates its colonization day? Like, most other countries that started off as colonies have changed the day that they considered, the important day, their founding day. They made it a new day. A good example of what day you could make this is, in fact, would be January 1st, because January 1st was it 1901? No, hold on. I literally took this today, and I had this question, and I got it right. Yes, it was 1901. You could make it January 1st, because that was the day that we became a Commonwealth. I celebrate Australia Day. You're allowed to celebrate Australia Day. No one has any issues with Australia Day. They just want you to change it to a different day. Celebrate Australia the next day. Make it the 27th. Who gives a shit? Make it January 2nd. Give yourself an extra long weekend. Make Invasion Day a thing for the Aboriginal community to, like, I don't know, pay respect to them. And then that's gonna be like a long weekend. And then make Australia Day the Monday following, and then have a longer weekend. Do it. No one has any issues with you celebrating Australia Day. The indigenous people are protesting because they just want the day changed. Didn't Aussie start out as a prison island or something? Yes. 1788, the first fleet landed here with 11 ships. This was a penal colony. Funny enough, the state I live in, you were not allowed to live in if you were a convict. So South Australians sound far more British than the rest of Australia because only free British settlers were allowed to move into South Australia. But yes, this was a colony, a penal colony until 1901, when Australia became a Commonwealth. Did you know that, like, Aboriginal Australians weren't included in the census until 1967? And that we had to do like a referendum for that one. 1967 is when they started being counted on the census. Whereas they're like the people who own the land. They're the Aboriginal Australian culture is the longest continuously existing living culture in the world. These people have been here and alive for 65,000 years. Uninterrupted, even with the colonizers back in the day coming in, even with the fact that Australians, like white Australians and also the English, would take Aboriginals' children away from them and give them to white families to raise, to, you know, get the beast out of them. Americans did this too, by the way, with Native Americans. We did this as well, like all the time. But that didn't stop here until I believe the 70s. Yeah, exactly. We did it too. So the actual, like, there's something called the silent. No, it's not this. Wrong one. The stolen generation. That's what I'm looking for. The stolen generation, known as stolen children, were children of Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander descendants who were removed from their families by Australian federal and state government agencies and church missions under acts of respective parliaments. The removals of those referred to as half-caste children were conducted in the period between 1905 and 1967, although some places mixed-race children were still being taken in the 1970s. Official government estimates that the certain regions between 1 in 10 and 1 in 3 Indigenous Australian children were forcibly taken from their families between 1910 and 1970. Yeah, I do see a trend. The Canadians did it too, absolutely. I'm sure there's a lot more places that would do this. The Bringing Them Home Royal Commission report in 1997 described Australian policies of removing Aboriginal children as genocide. Cool. So at least we recognized that this was genocide. I think that that's actually kind of cool, because America would never say like, "Oh yeah, sorry." Like they don't even say that when we talk about the Trail of Tears. We don't talk about it in a genocide context. But no, in 1997, the Royal Home Commission, which is what is this? Give me. The inquiry was established by the Federal Attorney General in response to efforts made by key Indigenous agencies and communities. Yeah, so we were just like, yeah, sorry, we genocided you. At least we admitted it, you know? But this was really bad, and it didn't stop until the 70s. Like, the average adult living in Australia today, that's over like 45, 50, 60, they either have very close family members that still remember this policy, still remember what it was like, and still have the media mindset of that age, or they were just straight up alive in it. Like, my parents would have been alive. My parents were, like, from the 60s. Although they don't live here. And, you know, they're Turkish, so, like, our genocide was the Armenians, but, like, they weren't alive for that either. Captain Buggy, I was just typing that. I don't recall ever being told the Trail of Tears was genocide. In fact, remember it being covered in school very briefly. I do remember learning about the Trail of Tears in school, but yes, it was briefly, and it was never referred to as a genocide. You know, they called it saving the kids. FSCO, you're right. That is what they called it. No. But so, this neo-Nazi.
National Day and the existence of our country. We love our country. We love being Australians. We wanted to show our pride. And then we were attacked by South Australia police. They arrested multiple people for doing nothing but stand.
The Sentinel Island people are maybe close, but we don't know because we can't go there. But officially, Australian Aboriginal, Aboriginal Australians are the oldest living culture on Earth. Continuous existing living culture on Earth. They're also really interesting. I'm gonna get off topic here, but like, do you know that you know how we look at constellations and we draw lines between stars to like form a picture? The Aboriginal Australians look at the dark in between the stars to draw the pictures, not the stars themselves. And I think that's real fucking cool.
Standing there singing a song and waving a flag.
I need to learn more about their culture.
The police asked you to stop in the park and the march.
That was after the march. So I'm telling you what happened at the beginning. We assembled there at the beginning. Then after we were attacked by police,
I love watching Nazis get attacked by police.
I decided to take the boys on a march because they were basically calling us all in. We didn't move. We'd all been arrested.
Oi, mate, we're going on an adventure.
And Northern Terrace here, beautiful street.
Hey, look, I'm not advocating for violence, by the way. It's not Fed posting to say that I like when the police are arresting and brutalizing Nazis.
Reassembled here at the Light Horse War Memorial as well, and we did some more waltzing Matilda and Australian flags. And then we wanted to then head down to the park. And when we entered that park, down the street, the police then surrounded us and proceeded to try and arrest all of us again. So then we dispersed. And our Australia
Get fucked, mate.
Basically destroyed.
Tell me how you guys.
Seeing mounted police chasing Nazis was something that I never thought I'd see.
Like, what's this group?
Might actually have to see it again.
We are the National Socialist Network.
And how have you come together?
We're just like-minded people who are proud white Australians who believe in standing up for white Australians politically. And that's why we're here. That's why we do what we do.
How much do you think that group's grown in the recent years?
We doubled in size last year.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Do you know how terrifying that is? They doubled in size last year. I wonder if maybe, I don't know, Trump and Elon have something to do with that. Imagine calling yourself a national socialist and chirping about being white, and then saying that you, like, are being oppressed by the police.
Growing.
How many members?
About 200 people nationally.
Nationally. How about here in SA?
I'm not so sure. Maybe about 30 guys.
Most of the people who were at this rally came from interstate, by the way.
We had about 70 boys in the march. Yeah.
And you're saying that's a celebration?
Yeah, celebration of our heritage.
What do you make of, these arrests now?
Which new Aussie bill, Anthony Bishop?
Anti-white tyranny.
There is no anti-white tyranny. I'm so sick of this fucking victim complex. The, like, right-wingers, conservatives, Nazis, fascists, they are so fucking whiny. Like, they never stop. That's all they do is complain. They are the biggest snowflakes. I mean, people being oppressed all over the world, constantly, every day, and none of them get to stand in front of the camera and talk about how oppressed they are for 5 minutes and 40 seconds, uninterrupted. Are you fucking kidding me? Yes, the money in politics one. Well, I mean, they're trying to do that federally. South Australia has actually passed that, I believe, already. And yes, it's actually incredibly awesome. Did you see it in the Discord, did you?
Can't celebrate our national holiday without being brutalized and treated like criminals.
You can celebrate your holiday perfectly fine.
We head down to the beach, have a few beers.
Why didn't you just do that? No one would have bothered you if you went down to the beach and had a few beers, would they have? Shit, cunt.
How much effort did it take to plan today?
A bit of effort. A lot of us came from around the country. We also had our national fight tournament yesterday. We did a round robin, drew names out of the hat, and had a kickboxing tournament. That was a lot of fun. And yeah, we do this every Australia Day. We come together nationally as an organisation to celebrate. And part of that,
unfortunately, Anthony Bishop.
Australia Day celebration wherever we are.
Part of your chants were inclusive and you see how some people might think that.
Yeah, Backgas, there's a reason for that. I've laid it out before. The right wing purposefully makes every accusation a confession so that when you try and talk about it, you sound like you're insane. They literally use the same words that we would use to make them unusable, to poison the well. That it is an intentional process. This is also like a thing that the CIA does, which is laid out in documents, or something that the FSB does, which is also laid out in documents. This is a manipulation tactic for propagandists, where they openly will just accuse you of what they're doing, so that if you try and accuse them of doing something, then they can just, oh, well, you're just like, you know, saying the same shit over and over again. Nazi, Nazi, Nazi. Russia, Russia, Russia. But they openly then will go out and poison that well by making the words fascist and communist and unusable. And then they will go and say, well, like, they're trying to divide us, they're trying to oppress us, and then they'd use that whiny language, which is whiny liberal language, which then makes it more difficult for the left to get that message across, which is why I spend a lot of time on this channel talking about how to change left-wing messaging and message like the right does, but morally, you know, like, as a leftist, not like, you know, not message the way they do in creating fucking QAnon brainwashing hypnotic binaural beat like videos that have scary images but like soft voices that are trying to, like, we're not that kind of messaging, but calling them snowflakes, calling them cringe, for example. I am adopting their rhetoric that they've used against us because that's what they did to us. They adopted our rhetoric and used that against us. And it worked.
The men who founded this country were white nationalists. Australia was founded with the White Australia policy.
Okay, who gives a shit? America was founded by slave owners. Doesn't mean slavery's good. Doesn't mean that we should have. Doesn't mean that, like, actually, you know what? If you asked a Southerner, they probably would say getting rid of slavery was oppressing them. Well, not all of them, obviously.
This country believed in the White Australia policy, and it was still in place during World War I.
This is literally against the law.
Biggest sport to defend White Australia.
The White Australia policy. White Australia policy. White Australia policy. At the end of the 19th century, Australian colonies had concerns about who was migrating to Australia. This was after the gold rush of the 1850s, which pretty much doubled the population of Australia, which was actually quite a good thing, by the way. With the rise of numbers of migrants from China and the Pacific, many colonies passed tough immigration legislation. The Immigration Restriction Act was one of the first Commonwealth laws passed after the Federation. It was based on existing laws of the colonies. The aim of the law was to limit non-white, particularly Asian immigration to Australia to help keep Australia British. This is against the law. It just is. First of all, it goes against Australian values of a fair go. And also, it is against 18C of the Anti-Discrimination Act. It is against, like, this goes against the entire set of values of Australia has in the modern day. Yes, Australia was built on settler colonialism, just like Israel was. But we are now a multicultural country. The multiculturalism in Australia is arguably greater than the multiculturalism currently in America. We have, like, if I go outside, there's people from every place, everywhere. My Uber driver today was from Mongolia. Cool, awesome, you know? And that's pretty normal here. Now, yes, we do still have some racist policies. We have a place called Christmas Island where we put all of the illegal immigrants that come in here via boat. We just put them on a place in Papua New Guinea, I believe, or maybe like right next to it, on a very, very horrible place. It's called Christmas Island. It's not as jolly as it sounds. That's horrible. But we do that specifically to people that come in on boats, poor brown people, you know? That's unfortunately still a thing that we do. But that doesn't make his rhetoric any less against the law. Workers' grievances are the same on both sides. The far right appropriate leftist messaging initially to turn anger on vulnerable minorities rather than the rich 1%. That's also true, actually. In fact, I've been seeing the right currently talking about, well, now that they can't do woke stuff, watch, the left is going to start shifting to class warfare. They know exactly what we're doing, and they know exactly what they need to do in response. Shang Yang Gang, well, I don't know how much it is in Australia, but in America, people often say ethnically or racially nationalist views go against the values of the country, was founded on whatever, despite the fact the USA was a white nationalist country for most of its history. Well, exactly, and that's what that's the kind of the point I'm making. America was founded by slave owners who said that everyone was, that every person was equal. Bullshit. But, just because it was founded on that idea does not mean that that's American values. American values are the melting pot. It's the Statue of Liberty. Give me your poor, your sick, your masses yearning for, a better life. It is the melting pot. It is multiculturalism. This is what made America great. Immigration made America great. The Chinese built the railroads. The Italians that came in built half of New York City. The idea of those are American values, but not anymore. The real American values are the ones that came after the founding, when we developed our values. The people who founded the country had some values that we still keep, obviously. Well, for now, because, you can't even, go on the White House website anymore and see the Constitution or the Bill of Rights, but that's another thing. But these are American values, is, bring everyone to America. This is the shining beacon on the hill, that we are the place that will take you if you have nowhere else to go, and that you will have a chance to succeed here. That was what, that's the American dream that I grew up on. And obviously it's not real. You have to be asleep to believe the American dream, but it could be. FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt's era of the United States, is what I consider American values. I also don't see any reason why the 1960s left has a monopoly on what American values are. They don't. I think they're the only ones that stuck. They're the values that are still considered important because they're the values that are good, that are helpful, that helped us succeed. One thing I like about American culture is that the elite more or less talk like plebeians. Well, yeah. I'm not sure that I actually even like that. It's just more that the rich here are afraid of flaunting their wealth. At least the old rich. The new rich like to flaunt their wealth. Old money doesn't like to because, they know that the guillotines come out eventually. It's not quite like that in the UK where everyone in power comes from one boarding school. Well, I mean, the UK is pretty fucked in that your entire government is nepotism. Your House of Lords prevents anything good from happening, any positive change occurring. And the UK values civility to an extreme degree. And so there's very little pushback over the elites. And to be fair, like, the UK is kind of just like used to monarchy, you know. They aristocracy, monarchy. Like, these are things that don't feel weird to the UK, at least for me to think about from an outside perspective. Don't let me speak for like the English. I'm not English, but I can see a lot of reasons why that would be different there. Back as America was founded on all of the eradication of Native American Indians whose land was stolen and built on... Yeah, absolutely. America was built on genocide, colonialism, settler colonialism, rather, slavery, etc., etc., but those are not American values. I think they stuck because they just won and no other ideological faction managed to overturn this hegemony. Well, they stuck because they won, and they won because they were beneficial, they were good, and they helped the country. But unfortunately, all of those values have now been overturned by Donald Trump. Britain is screwed until we get rid of Starmer. I still think that if you get rid of Starmer, you'll be more screwed than you could possibly imagine. But you should get rid of the House of Lords. Get rid of the House of Lords and see how much better your life gets, like, instantly. Tomorrow. If you guys just banished the House of Lords into the hole tomorrow, that day your life would get better.
Explicitly, and so did our prime ministers. The first 16 prime ministers of this country consisted of all white nationalists. So the men who founded our country stand with us.
So you're going to disregard the people who are here?
Yes.
No, Parliament makes sense. The House of Lords does not. You need to be voted for Parliament. You don't vote for your House of Lords. Your House of Lords is basically a upper house of Parliament that is unelected, filled with specifically nothing but the bourgeoisie, and they serve for life and have full control and can enact laws without any kind of fucking, like, there's nothing you can do to change it. They can just destroy, like, your country, like that. And they are, by the way. They're the reason you're poor. They're the reason your life is getting worse. They're the reason the NHS is being privatized and Americanized every year. They're the reason for the violence in the streets. They're the reason for Brexit. They're the reason for transphobia all over the country. Like, the House of Lords should not exist. Parliament should exist. There's a big difference in elected officials and unelected aristocrats who have a lifetime of control. Your House of Lords is like our Supreme Court, but, like, instead of 9 people, it's, what is it, like, how many people are in the House of Lords? Can we wait until I'm at the 817? Jesus, I'm gonna do the UK after this one, so just hold off for a minute.
If they want to rematch us,
and then we can talk about the UK for a bit.
We won and they lost. It's our country.
Wait, one more time?
Yes, this is our. So the men who founded our country stand with us.
So you're going to disregard the people who are here first?
Yes, this is our country.
Okay, cool. So ethnic cleansing.
They're welcome to, but we won and they lost. It's our country.
So you like the idea, Shang Yang Gang, of being oppressed by rich people who don't care about you at all and will spend their entire lives enriching themselves and siphoning all of the wealth and happiness from your life. But that's exactly what they do.
Are you suggesting we should all just pack up and move home? No, well,
the monarch has no power.
The Aboriginals...
The monarch is a symbolic power. Your monarch is also my monarch. Like, the King of Australia is also the King of England, and they have symbolic power.
They're still here. So...
You want them to not be, you Nazi scumbag?
We didn't, ultimately, this is our country. We built it. They were here for what, 60,000 years? And
65,000 years, and what did you build exactly? What did you build? You do you guys don't understand. Before the English came to Australia, Australia was not a desert, first of all. The outback was not a desert. They had ways of doing agriculture that are significantly better than what we do, where, you know, there would be people who tended to the forests. They would stop wildfires from going and just burning everything down because they had methods of clearing brush. Like, they were perfectly functional as a society. They just weren't advanced as technologically or militarily as the English were, and that's what happens. The House of Lords isn't hereditary now. Now it's just given to people. Like Rishi Sunak, your former prime minister, who is also, I think, the richest man in the UK. House of Lords. Boris Johnson, I believe, is also in the House of Lords. Because if you're in the House of Lords, you can just nominate another person to become part of the House of Lords.
Built one of the greatest countries in the world. First world.
On paper, bad guys, but not in reality.
It's now crumbling.
There's no precedent for this.
The left wing, the Aboriginals.
Okay, fuck this guy. So, quick. You know what's causing this kind of behavior? Senator Babbitt, an Australian senator, we should get water cannons and tear gas for the anti-Australia gremlins who are taking over our country. You're the anti-Australia gremlin, you little shit. Everything that you believe is against Australian values. I don't know, I took the test today, and I remember that in the test it says Australians do have the right to peacefully protest and criticize the government. So, get fucked, mate. SA arrest man for allegedly displaying Nazi symbol as 14 neo-Nazis were granted bail. I don't know why they were granted bail, but whatever. This is the video of them being arrested and harassed by the police, which I'm very much in favor of.
Good evening. Police have
They still have some
hereditary
hereditary, yes, I know.
extremist protesters blocking them from entering the city ahead of the Australia Day Survival Day commemorations.
Of the 16 charged, all but one had travelled here from interstate, and one is accused
When they're using them on the Nazis and not the pro-Palestine protesters, yeah, then they're good boys.
the new laws of displaying a Nazi symbol.
On a day of celebration and commemoration, chaos in the parklands.
No, the monarch's power is just on paper. The House of Lords power is constantly in practice.
Police
Yeah,
clashed
the
with
monarch
the men
has, like-
marching in black, wearing combat boots and waving
Pay
our
attention.
national flag.
Enjoy the Nazis being arrested. Enjoy watching the police do their job and go after violent terrorists instead of, like, I don't know, regular people for once.
Wearing combat boots and waving our national flag.
Get out the way! Get out the way!
As one is pinned to the ground, the rest scatter. Police on foot and on horseback in hot pursuit.
Fat guys, I have to swear allegiance to fucking the British throne when I become a citizen. It's part of the citizenship thing.
Anyone heading into the city's heart finding
okay, I've said the
themselves
Pledge
on
of
the way
Allegiance
to the
to
city
America.
watch house instead.
I've been told that I couldn't go into the city.
The group had been followed by authorities from its march down North Terrace.
White man! White man! White man! White man!
Organisers telling 9 News they're all members of the National Socialist Network, a far-right, white extremist group.
Again, which is growing and is illegal. It's like, you have the freedom of association here, so you can join whatever group you want. But if your group is literally Nazism, like National Socialism, like there is no other term for this other than Nazi. It's National Socialism. And also Anthony Bishop, yeah, like honestly, I would argue to say that there is no such thing as pure genetic genes of like untainted. You can go to that island of the people who've never been in contact with humans and like outside of that island, and that would be it. Not even we have to do that. I always sing God Save the Queen. That's very funny. King now, I guess. I mean, I did say Lydia Thorpe was pretty fucking based, but I'm kind of scared to say that for a little bit. Oh yeah, and this song is about being chased by the police and then drowning in a river, which I think is quite funny.
But police had been expecting them and bolstered resources. When I spoke to some of those who joined in today, they did not hesitate in telling me their motivations.
Do you accept that it's a neo-Nazi group?
Yes,
Right, so you've joined a neo-Nazi group.
correct, proudly.
Why is that?
Because I'm a neo-Nazi, obviously.
We're just like-minded people who are proud.
No shame, open, clear. That's illegal, man. Like, I mean, I guess you're allowed to say that you're a neo-Nazi, but to do anything based on that is illegal.
Proud white Australians who believe in standing up for white Australians.
Those not arrested were herded out of the city. The police watch staying in place for hours more. 16 people have been charged, ranging from 16 to 58 years old. All but one of them have travelled here from interstate. Police say all are members of the National Socialist Network and are likely to stay in custody until court on Tuesday. Shannon McDonald, 9 News.
We really gotta declare these, like, this group as a domestic terrorist network. They're literally Nazis. Like, it's in the name. And it's not like they're denying it either. It's both in the name and there is no denial. So, you know, like, Nazis. Pretty fucking clear, I would say. We got their names. Nathan Bull, the Victoria police officer's son. Love that, yeah. Okay, well, I guess I can't read that. But, that doesn't surprise me. But at least in this case, the cops are good. And again, this is the second case in Australia where we've seen the police doing their job when it comes to Nazis. We watched one in Queensland where the cop smacked the guy, kept pushing him, told him to fuck off, that he was a piece of shit, that he didn't belong in this country, that we didn't want him here. And, that was awesome. Now, this is the new bill that would cap the amount of money that could be put into political donations, which is based.
Do you really think that Elon is going to get involved in our election? I mean, aren't we a little bit small fry? What does he want from us?
We are big fry.
Sorry to say it, but Australia is really big in America. It's popular. You're on Elon Musk's hit list.
Oh, yeah.
And you know, with the prime minister coming out and saying, "Hey, you know, don't do this. Don't you dare do this. Don't meddle in our elections." You're actually staying up, say, "Hey, me, do it to us too." So, you know, I'm sorry to say it, but yeah, of course, I think Elon Musk is trying to create a network of the far right around America, and he believes that's good for the United States. And unfortunately, Australia, I think right now is very much on that list.
Yeah. They are absolutely going to target, I mean, they already are, honestly.
Do you really think that Elon...
If you haven't seen the video that I did covering the leaked Christmas party between the coal and fossil fuel lobbies and industries with Liberal Party politicians, including people like, you know, Peter Dutton doing a speech specifically thanking Gina Reinhart in it and saying that he would be her best friend and Cole's best friend in this little clip. Gina Reinhart being the richest person in Australia. This video was never supposed to be aired to the public. Friendly Jordy's got his hands on it, and that's the link for it if you'd like to see my coverage on that video. It's pretty fucking cringe, but they're you know, they're wearing pink hats saying "Make Coal Great Again." I don't know how any human in the world can even associate themselves with a neo-Nazi after knowing the Nazis tried to wipe out the entire ethnic group. Well, because they also would like to wipe out entire ethnic groups, Anthony Bishop. That's why. If there are 4 Nazis sitting at a table and you sit down, there are 5 Nazis sitting at a table. It's that simple. Happy Australia Day. This might be our last one if we don't fight for our countries. Put your flags up and show your love for your beautiful nation. Uncle Trump will save us from destruction. So, American MAGA calls Trump daddy, and Australian MAGA calls Trump Uncle Trump. Please, can we just send me to the death camps already? Like, I don't want to do this anymore. I can't take the cringe. Oh yes, the femboy Nazis. Jesus. The Nazbols, they're really bad too. Jesus. I forget about those. Fucking gag me? Yeah. No, literally, please, just send me to the death camp. If I have to hear MAGA calling Trump daddy or Uncle Trump, I will lose it. I can't do it. By the way, Peter Dutton, the guy who's running against our current prime minister, who will likely be the next prime minister, honestly. Anyone who's spewing hatred, whether it's the Greens or white supremacists or neo-Nazis, they have no place in our society at all. Casually just, like, comparing the Green Party to Nazis, which have, like, the Green Party here is not even good, but they're not good in a way that they don't do anything. The vast majority of what the Green Party has done in this last administration was just prevent Labor from being able to do anything by siding with the Liberals every time. They act as a bloc. They act as controlled opposition. All they do is take left votes. Yeah, literally, all they do is take left votes. And we have preferential voting, and young people here have been taught. That's what I was told when I first got here. Is when you vote, you put Green 1, Labor 2, so that, you know, if Green doesn't win, then the Labors will get your vote. Stop voting Green. Vote Labor 1, then Green 2, because every single complaint that they have about Albanese, oh, like the Liberals didn't, the Labor government didn't get anything done. Blame the Greens for it. And first of all, they did get some stuff done, but everything they tried to do was not only having to argue with the Liberals, but also with the Greens. So, yeah. And also the reason I think Peter Dutton's going to win is because 2 years ago, like between 2 years and now, the support for changing the date for Australia Day dropped by about 20%. Like 20% less people support changing the date for Australia Day now than they did 2 years ago. But Australians are not Americans, so, you know, top Australian restaurant tells man wearing a red Make America Great Again hat to leave. Based. Angelo Noda, 45, is celebrating a friend's birthday at a popular St. Kilda venue on Australia Day when he was approached by the venue manager and told to remove his hat. Based. My state's Green Party, I don't know what the fuck the rest of the world is doing, I don't care. Look, there's some Green Party people that in Australia that I like Sarah Hanson-Young, for example. I respect her. She's good. There are some Greens that are not terrible, but generally on a federal level, I've yet to see them being good in any of the countries that I've lived in, for the most part, broadly. I'm still trying to get one of the Green Party to come talk to me about the social media ban, not including Telegram, Kick, and Rumble in it. Last year, the neo-Nazi group doubled. Sounds like there might be a connection there. Yeah, there might just be. Greens equal anti-natalists. I guess it's better to hate all humanity than just one ethnic group. What? How are they anti-natalists? Like, in any way? Good guy, Dari. Where are you getting that from?
It's a venue that I come here quite often. I'm here just about nearly every weekend. Spend a lot of money here as well, and I've worn the hat more than 3 or 4 times.
True, Anthony Bishop.
Venue.
You should stand up. You should work for your local community. You should run for government. In fact, I say this all the time. I mean, this is more difficult in America, but if you live in Australia, go join your local council. Go run for parliament. Go run for your, run for anything. It's not difficult. At the very least, even just a local council. Do you know how easy it would be to win a local council seat? Everybody in Australia hates their fucking local council. Go knock on some doors and say, hey, I want to fix that pothole over there. Or some random shit. Just walk around your community, look for things that you think that should be fixed, knock on some doors and say, hey, I don't think the council is doing a good job. I want to fix these things. Will you sign this petition? Get like 50 petition votes or signatures. Then you go apply. Bam. You have been in the running. You know who's on the local councils? It's geriatrics and like 3 guys in suits. You can easily win. Okay, you have other things in the work. Do you know how, like, little time it takes up to be part of your local council? You meet, like, once a month. It's not an excuse.
With no objections, no issue, no controversy.
Like, not like mad at you or anything. I'm
sudden,
just
I get
grumpy.
told
Sorry,
to
I was a bit
take
snappy
it
there.
off, otherwise
I
I'll be
felt it.
evicted out of the venue, and I was
Good. This should be a terrorist symbol. Like, they made the Hezbollah symbol a terrorist symbol and made it so if you have a Hezbollah flag at a pro-Palestine rally, then you are basically a terrorist. And if you have a visa, they'll deport you for it. If that is a terrorist symbol, which again, Hezbollah is a political party in Lebanon, which got, I believe, 30-something% of the vote in their last election, then a MAGA hat should also be considered a hate symbol. A symbol promoting hatred, terrorism, white nationalism. Those would fit in with both the context of the law and with Australian values.
I was embarrassed, yeah. Well, I was told it was political incitement, which I think is completely nonsense.
It literally is?
I was actually just having a bad hair day, and I liked the hat and I wanted to wear it. And I've worn it so many times there that I knew it wouldn't be an issue. And then yesterday I was just told to remove it, so...
Yeah, you wore the hat there and it wasn't an issue because the people who worked there really weren't paying attention to American politics, and then they started seeing, I don't know, Native Americans being arrested by ICE, fucking raids in small local communities, Donald Trump starting trade wars with every goddamn country in the world, threatening to invade every country in the world. So yeah, you know what? Maybe they changed their mind. Look, I don't think you need to advance your reputation and credibility first. I think winning a seat is what will advance your reputation and credibility. You don't need investments. You don't need any money. Are you kidding me? To run up for a local council? You think you need donors? No. Get like 3 of your friends and go knock on some doors. It takes very little effort. Everybody hates their local council. Everybody hates them. Because the local council serves to, like, serve the city, and a lot of the times this type of thing pisses off some of the residents because, you know, it's good in the long term, but it's annoying in the short term. And then a lot of them also, depending on where you live, are mainly just people in suits that are representing corporations that are just siphoning money out of your community. So it's not difficult to win a local council seat. You don't need any political donations. You can ask when you know, go knock on some doors with some people. Get some friends. If, you know, if you're comfortable with an online community, you can ask to see if there's people who live around you or are willing to come knock on some doors. If not, maybe do some phone banking. You know, how you do it on the left is you don't need to take money from anybody else, because if you take money from, I don't know, donors, even from a grassroots level, then you are now beholden to those donors, to the desires of them. They gave you money, now you have to do something for them. That's how that works. Whereas if you are, you know, canvassing and phone banking, then you can ask for money, and that's like you can ask for, dude, Bernie Sanders style, $27 donation. Bernie Sanders raised a fuckload of money with $27. Phone banging is a whole other thing. Good luck with that, Anthony.
It makes maybe
Genuinely,
now knowing
good
that
luck.
the venue manager had an American accent.
I hope the rest of you are listening and one of you takes the advice and goes and runs for something. So, Queensland government has suspended the use of hormone therapy and puberty blockers for minors. Although this only applies to trans minors, not cis minors, because cisgender minors can still access puberty blockers, because there are sometimes required needs for them, as well as hormone therapy. Now, I'm sure this will be challenged in the court. I'm sure it probably already is. I'm a felon, they won't elect me. You'd be surprised. They elected the president, didn't they, Leftist Leo? you know, the tagline being a better felon than the president for your campaign slogan might be a good way to go. You know, you knock on some doors and, you know, you're talking and you're going to say like, look, I just want to disclose real quick. I am a felon. I made some mistakes in the past, but nothing that I've done remotely comes anywhere close to the president, and he's also a felon. And I've changed for the better. I can, you know, substantiate that. I have a lot of people that will substantiate that. I have people that will support me that are good people. And if you show up with good ideas that will help the community, things that they like, no one's going to give a shit. You're, fat guys, you're 50. You're not too old to run. There's people like 95. Donald Trump is 7,000 years old. Joe Biden is older than God, okay? Like, you're not... Nancy Pelosi is turning into dust as we speak. Like, every time a breeze blows at her, like a little bit of dust falls off of her. Don't sell yourself short. You can do it. If it was a violent crime, people will vote for you out of fear. That works too, you know? Like, literally, you could just say that you spit on a cop and people will give you votes for that, man. Like look, I gotta disclose, I am a felon, but all I did was I spit on a cop, and that cop was doing some really, like, you can decide too, like, you know, based on the vibe you get at the door. If they look like a MAGA crowd, then you can say that you spit at the cop because the cop was going against your, was trying to limit your free speech. They tased you 4 times. Yeah. They were harassing you, they were assaulting you, they were like, you did nothing wrong, and these cops were, well, I mean, maybe you did do something wrong or something. It doesn't matter. You didn't deserve that. Those cops were using way too much force, and it helps that you're white, because then you can use that excuse, you know, in the, well, like, you know, the cops are using excessive force. Harder than all that for me, unfortunately. It doesn't matter, man. You can just all you have to do is word it properly. You want to run for an office? DM me. We'll workshop some titles for you. I'll fucking help you. You know you can die from being tased? You know, one of the Jan 6 fucking terrorists that were paroled, or not paroled, released from prison, almost killed one of the cops by tasing him in the back of the neck? Just, all you gotta say is the cops were doing some shady shit, and that you resisted arrest. They tased you 4 times. That was not only unethical, but it could have killed you, and you spit at them because you were angry. I think that most Americans, in a face-to-face conversation at their front door that you just knocked at, would be just fine with that. And it's all about the vibe, man. No one gives a shit about information. No one cares about data. It's all about the vibe. It sounds pretty based, yeah. I would vote for you. Fucking kidding me? I mean, to be fair, I'd also vote for you because, like, I know what you believe and all of that. But, like, if I was the median voter, if I could dumb my brain down to no thoughts, just input, based enough, I'd vote. It's free to steal your records and nobody knows this. Is it still? Yeah. So, Australia is also jumping on the anti-trans vibe now as well. No thoughts, just anti-establishment vibes. Yeah, you can make that work. You can get MAGA to vote for you, leftist Leo. Doesn't matter. It's all about the vibe. Tell them that you'll do things that'll be good for them, and then have a nice vibe. Well, I mean, Anthony Bishop, all of the power we have is systematically being stripped away from us right now. So, like, you know, like right now in America, they could just arrest you off the street with no due process. You don't have habeas corpus anymore. That's gone. Habeas corpus is gone. They are doing Project 2025 in front of our eyes, you know? You just wait till we invade Mexico in like a week. So the culture wars continue over Australia Day. I just want to jump to this just a little bit, just so the non-Australians can really get an understanding of what this argument actually is. Fucking hell, why are you so loud?
I just say to all Australians, we live in the best country in the world, and Australia Day is an opportunity to celebrate exactly that.
Oh yeah, this is the literal dickhead, because he's bald. He looks like a penis.
Australia Day and of our country are over if we elect a coalition government.
Australia Day has become contentious in recent years, but this year, an election year, it has become part of a political narrative about labelling.
Leftist Leo, wait in 2 months when you try and say, hey, how are those cheap groceries? And they say, pay up, commie. Like what? You don't want to pay for food anymore? And that's their argument against you? Just wait.
And weakness, and about just who is running the culture wars.
Labor's desire to continue these culture wars and to try and pander to the left and the Prime Minister out trying to please the Greens all the time.
Literally just American rhetoric, but add the Greens.
He knows that the Greens don't like Australia Day, which is why he's always equivocated on these matters.
Meanwhile, the Greens literally vote along your party's lines every fucking time. It's a miracle we got the social media ban passed.
The Prime Minister, I think, is just out of his depth on this and many other issues, and we want a country that can unite, and if we do that, we can be our best selves.
Peter Dutton said you and the government you lead are obsessed with culture wars, and that if a coalition...
Sorry?
He said you're obsessed with culture wars.
Peter Dutton said that.
And he said
you must be verbaling him. Seriously. He seriously said that.
He said that...
By the way, I actually quite like Albanese as a person. Like, he's very personable, and he's not good, but like, I don't know, he feels like a real regular person.
You must be verbaling him. Seriously. He seriously said that.
He said that a coalition government would mean that Australians are no longer ashamed of Australia Day. What's your response to that?
I'm here on Australia Day, and it's a pity that Peter Dutton isn't here.
For those of you who have been on holidays until now, the political year has been off and racing for several weeks. Leaders of both political parties have been crisscrossing the country. The PM has been making many of his beloved infrastructure announcements. The opposition leader has been more about the vibe of the thing, asking voters, what has the government ever done for them?
Prime Minister for the last couple of months, so effectively the last 6 months of this term, has been talking about what he might do in a second term of government, but no Australian can tell you what he's done in the first term. Interest rate...
And again, this is because of the Greens. Just a little look at like what this guy likes to say when he doesn't think that he's going to be on national television, when he is engaging in, I don't know, a secret video meant for a Christmas party that is directed only at the billionaires. Jordy's again. This is the Microsoft might buy TikTok. Elon wants to buy TikTok. Mr. Beast wants to buy TikTok. Who gives a shit? TikTok is going to be dead anyway. It's already dead. You can't post Free Palestine on there anymore. Argument that like I make in that Brian Thompson is a mass murderer. Right, fuck you. Hold on. Murderer, though. I say fuck you to me.
See, I've got to just keep pointing this out. This whole myth that the Labor Party is doing absolutely nothing about climate emissions and going really soft, going so soft.
They're not doing enough, but they're definitely doing a lot. I
Talk
talk too much.
Industry. Which Labor MP is sitting there? There might be one, but there seems to be a hell of a lot of nationals. Anthony Albanese isn't doing this grovelling speech to the mining industry's Christmas party, is he? What is Peter Dutton saying is just the absolute terror that is going to be bestowed upon the mining industry. Environmental regulations that the Labor Party is putting on the mining industry. And everyone sits there and goes, they're cowards, they're not doing enough.
Yeah, literally, like, by the way, the Labor government has made it so that these people have to pay 10 times more taxes when they were paying very little taxes already, and they're mad about it. That's kind of it. Yeah, we have that. I fight for them. That's kind of their like main issue, and the regulations.
The regulatory burdens are going to get even worse. We can expect the government to double down on using Commonwealth environment and cultural heritage laws to stymie even more projects.
I mean, I'm American. I do mostly American politics. Look, again, they're complaining about stymieing coal-related projects. Why do I care about coal? We live in Australia, mate. It is a giant continent with lots of empty space, most of it not even habitable, which has constant sunlight and also constant wind. Now, At nighttime, there's no sun. There's wind. Sometimes it's cloudy. There's wind. Sometimes it's not windy. It's sunny. You can have redundancies. You can have a national grid built on electric and, of electricity built on solar and wind. It would be cheap. It would be easy. I've laid out how you could do this and solve the housing crisis, well, at least parts of it, at the same time. But no, what they want to do is they want to spend an unimaginable amount of money on building 7 or 9 nuclear plants across Australia, which is going to take 15, 20, 30, 40 years, and then spend that entire time using the coal industry, where, by the way, we don't, like, it's fucking insane that we pay as much for our electricity as we do, because we don't just produce it for ourselves. We produce electricity and then we sell it to overseas companies and then buy it back at a loss for no reason at all. Just literally no reason.
Consider the government's industry policy too, the Future Made in Australia Fund.
The same argument, by the way, the same... I don't think coal will hurt me. I think it's a stupid fucking idea. Coal is not, like, it's not efficient. It's not clean. We're already fucked anyway. We've already passed the 1.5 degrees Celsius warming mark. It's not like any other country's stopping. Like, that was a quote, right? Yeah, fair enough. That actually probably is a quote from this insane video. Highly recommend you checking this out if you haven't seen it. But, like, they're complaining about nothing. Where's the part where he's basically just admitting that he will be a corporate puppet? That's the part I want to see. Real Australian news. Really quite telling.
In New South Wales.
The Labour Party than them. Bill Clinton's Democrats are to the right of the Labour Party. Scott Morrison was just another one of these people. It's actually quite telling.
The government's industrial relations policy too, multi-employer bargaining.
He did bring a lump of coal to Parliament. Now I remember that.
Foisted upon coal miners in New South Wales. And we're now seeing...
What? One more time?
Policy too. Multi-employer bargaining was foisted upon coal miners.
Multi-employer bargaining was forced upon coal miners. Oh, look! Unions are being forced upon the miners. Sounds like a great thing to me. Forced upon coal miners. Bargaining. Labor rights were forced on the miners, guys. We need you to unionize, and we made you do it, and it's so, it's a violation of your rights and your freedom that we forced you to unionize. Yes, we're oppressing you by giving you collective bargaining power. Is One Nation still a thing, or did they die out? They're still a thing. She was, Pauline Hanson. Pauline Hanson was in the beginning of this video. They're all the same. We have the Nationals as well that work with the Labour Party. I just want to find the part where he's just
and we're now seeing a push to unionise the Pilbara, roping mining companies into multi-employer bargaining.
There you go. This terrible, weak government that is so scared of the mining
also,
industry.
follow Friendly Jordies, by the way. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know. Oh, okay, that was me in the video. This was not supposed to be released to the public. I forgot. Yeah, what we're watching right now is supposed to go specifically only to the mining industry. Huh? This was supposed to be played at this private Christmas party.
With a rectile renewables only plan, it's committed to rolling out weather-dependent energy on an industrial scale. Electricity costs are already skyrocketing. And
again, you will make energy prices go up. His plan for nuclear energy will cost you more money in the long run and in the short run. You'll pay more money in taxes to build these ungodly nuclear power plants, and then the nuclear energy will also become more expensive because the things that you need to run a nuclear power plant are going to get more expensive, especially if we don't have closer ties with China, and, kind of necessary there. But on top of this, it's going to take decades, and you still have to pay the coal companies while they're robbing you all the time, including foreign coal companies. Remember, we watched Friendly Jordy's video on floodplain harvesting as well. They're just selling the national resources. That's what the Liberal Party does. They sell the country to the highest bidder. Whereas the Labour Party is actually trying to make some change, incremental, sure. They're better than the American Democrats by far, but, it is what it is. The problem with unions here is in later years of the union is you never saw a poor union leader, while the workers they represent were skint. Okay, first of all, citation please, but B, the union leaders do often get more money. Like we had an example of this with the dock workers in the United States, where people were complaining about the union lead who lived in a $2 million house. But no, the rest of the workers were not getting shit. Like they were all making more money, because when you have a union and you can collectively bargain, you don't collectively bargain for you personally. You collectively bargain for an increase that the union has agreed on. If the union thinks the union leader should be paid more, then the union leader should be paid more. This is called collective ownership, actually. I think that the union should just own the businesses. Every business should be owned by their union. That's the best way to go about it. That's also how things used to be a long time ago, and it was great. The poor union, like, you don't need a poor union leader. Union leaders should not be poor, neither should union workers. And union workers are less poor than non-union workers. Union workers are not exploited the same way that non-union workers are. Union workers get healthcare benefits, get the right to call in for sick leave. When the unions own businesses, like, not collective ownership, not unions. That's what I meant. When like the people who ran the businesses owned the businesses.
Know that
the people who worked in those businesses owned those businesses. That's the beginning of America. We built like family stores. Like it was you and your family worked in this store, like in the general store, and you owned the store with your family. And if you hired somebody else to come work with you at the store, then they had as much say in what the store's decisions was as you were. That's how like community used to work. This is how all of human history worked up until like industrialization.
Cost of Labor's plan on the East Coast is 5 times more than what it says.
Yeah, you know what the economic modelling is talking about there is? Economic modelling that consultancy firms that are Liberal Party
That's kind of how all of human history was until we like started industrializing, because everyone had small shops. Like people just made stuff and then they sold it. And the people who made the stuff and the people who sold the stuff and the people who owned the place where they sold the stuff usually were a family, and if not a family, they might have been friends or they were a community, and they had abilities to talk to each other. I talk about this all the time about a need for community.
Economic modelling that was just really it's incredible. It's incredible. While the economic modelling of the CSI wrote...
Hold on.
Keen to rip up as much red and green tape as possible.
Nothing. His big ideas. Nuclear...
Not working, no. I mean, we have mandatory voting, so people go... They don't care in the election in America. That's not what feudalism is. Decide at the very last minute. Obviously, I'm not talking about feudalism, good guy Dari.
No ideas for this country at all. Nothing.
Sure,
Nothing.
but they were not the norm, Shang Yang.
Definitely not going to happen. We're cutting migration by 25%. Absolutely not happening. He's already walked back both. What is his big vision for this country?
Yes, you're right. Absolutely. But also, in a lot of those contexts, the business was owned and operated. Like, the business might have been owned by one person, but the people operating the business definitely had a say in how the business was run. Because we used to talk to each other as a community. People didn't have globalism. We didn't have phones. We had the people who lived in our community, and we had to be nice to them. We had to work with them. We had to trust them. And when you do that, when you have a cooperative community like that, then what is best for the individual is best for the community, and what is best for the community is best for the individual. Liberation of the collective.
I also want to unleash the magic of the marketplace. I'm keen to rip up as much red and green tape as possible.
One more time. I played this during I don't care. I don't care. I just want to see him.
We will slash project.
There we go. There we go.
You
Found
want
it.
them being educated. You want them being skilled, and you want them building a future that actually is environmentally sustainable and good for the world.
Friends, I make you this promise. A Dutton coalition government will be the best friend the resource sector in Australia will ever have. We will slash project approval times in half by capping assessment timeframes and restricting stop-the-clock provisions. We will accredit states and territories to provide approvals which meet Commonwealth legislation requirements. We will reintroduce geological bioregional assessments in key regions to unlock new projects. We will include gas in the capacity investment scheme.
This is basically him saying, I promise you, if I am elected, that I will help you rape this country of its resources, of its environment, of its wealth, of its people.
Rates are up 12 times. Food, electricity, insurance, all up double digits. And families are really struggling with cost of living crisis that Labor's created through their budget decisions with no end in sight.
Meanwhile, every single cost of living adjustment that Labor tried to make was blocked by the Greens and by Liberals.
Questioning the government's achievements and attacks on the Prime Minister's attempts to run a middle-of-the-road course as weak have been at the forefront of Peter Dutton's armoury for months. On Friday, at
also,
the National Press
Albanese is not really running all that much of a middle-of-the-run course. He's doing what the Labour Party does. He's obviously like a liberal in the American sense. Like, obviously, he's not the Liberal Party. He's not as strong as I'd like him to be. He doesn't go as hard as I would want him to. But at the same time, the entire media is trained on how much they could make him look bad at all times of every day.
The PM started to hit back.
What is the headline achievement that the true believers will be looking back on with pride in 20 years?
Keeping us out of recession, 1.1 million jobs, getting inflation from a 6 to a 2,
True.
making sure that people's living standards are looked after, that they're not left behind, completing the NBN, finishing Gonski, turning...
Yeah, well, completing the NBN was great. Made sure that internet access is widely available in Australia. Let's see, Centrelink payments were raised so that people on government subsidy could get more money because it was not enough to live on. Let's see. Well, you know, the social media ban I still think is excellent. It doesn't go anywhere near far enough, but perfect there. They at least built some houses, not anywhere near enough, but they built some houses. So that's another one. And everything else that they tried to do was blocked. But yes, everything that Albanese himself said over there as well.
The decline in Medicare around.
What's up, Lennon?
And importantly, we're taking the steps, and I announced in December, for universal provision of childcare.
Oh, look, universal childcare. I wonder if universal childcare might be something that actually helps the people of the country rather than, I don't know, robbing its resources and its people of their money and giving it to wealthy business owners like Gina Reinhardt. I feel like maybe that's a big difference there, you know?
PM wants people to consider the opposition leader's scratchy record for accountability and turning up.
I tell you what weakness is. Weakness is not having the guts to come to the National Press Club. Weakness is holding one press conference at 1:45 before question time begins at 2 over the last 6 months and not facing the Parliament House.
This is a website called They Vote For You, where you can just put in a Australian politician's name and you can see their entire voting record. Let's see Peter Dutton. How do they vote? Well, they voted consistently for a citizenship test. That's a word I don't know. Plebiscite. The word I've heard. A direct vote of all members of an electorate on an important public question, such as a change in a constitution. So basically a referendum. A referendum on carbon pricing mechanisms. The sheer immorality of... you said immortality, but like immorality is insane. How can you take away childcare? This is insane. Well, I mean, like, again... Albanese wants everyone to have universal childcare, whereas Peter Dutton says no, fuck you. Wants to remove same-sex marriage. An Australian Building and Construction Commission, which they want to you know. There's like the construction industry in Australia, as well as the mining industry, is very much inundated with things like organized crime. And because the organized crime is there, instead of rooting out the organized crime, they just want to crush the union and use that as an excuse. An emission reduction fund, charging postgraduate research student fees, civil celebrants having the right to refuse to marry same-sex couples, compensating victims of overseas terrorism since the 9/11 attack, decreasing the availability of welfare payments, deregulating undergraduate university fees. This is so that people can come and do university tourism here. Drug testing welfare recipients, getting rid of Sunday and public holiday penalty rates. In Australia, if you work on a Sunday, you get paid more. If you work on a public holiday, you get double time or time and a half, sometimes like even more than that. I have a friend who works as airport security. Dude makes like $42 an hour. He worked on Christmas, he was making $87 an hour. Peter Dutton wants to get rid of that. Government administered paid parental leave. Now, what is this? Most for government administered paid parental leave, which could have attended the weight. They are weighted much more strongly than other divisions, calculating the position of Peter Dutton's support on this policy. Does he support paid parental leave? Cool, he does. Seems like he does. But paid parental leave in 2010, he voted no. So I don't know. He says he'd like it in 2012. He said he'd like it in 2010, but he also voted no for it in 2010. So, greater control over items brought into immigration detention centers. What? They want to make sure that, like, you can't bring clothes in, so you freeze to death or something. Having a referendum on the question of creating an Indigenous voice to Parliament. Yes, that was a thing last year. This would have done pretty much nothing. It was really just symbolic, and Peter Dutton, as well as the entire right wing, lost their shit and started a massive propaganda smear campaign that resulted in the vast majority of people who were voting in this referendum not having a clue what the fuck they were voting for. Increasing eligibility requirements for Aussie citizenship, so I'd like to make that harder. Funding for road infrastructure, that's nice at least. Increasing indexation of HECS and help debt. So here, when you want to go to university, you get a loan from the government. You don't have to go and get like a 24% interest rate loan from like a private company. You get something called a HECS debt or a help debt, which, by the way, you don't immediately start paying off when you finish university. Depending on what your degree was, there is a cap of how much money you need to make per year before you start having to pay your HECS debt. And he wants to make that worse. That's, by the way, like, I think public healthcare and public education should be free in general, but this is still infinitely better than anything Americans have. You get a low interest loan from the government that you don't have to pay off until you start making a specific amount of money. I heard in the US they crank up the AC in immigration facilities to make the experience as miserable as possible. Oh yeah, absolutely. Or sometimes if it's like summer, maybe they crank up the heat, make them sweat as well. They like literally in ICE facilities in Trump's last administration. We covered this earlier in the stream. There was thousands of rapes. Like ICE had to come out and say, "Oh yeah, we're not responsible for what our agents do in sexual assault wise in our facilities." Like it's a whole other thing. And to be fair, it's not like Australia's immigration detention center is good, but that's beside the point. Increasing state and territorial environmental approval powers, meaning that states and territories like, let's say, Western Australia or the Northern Territory, which are very much right-leaning, but specifically Western Australia, where there's a lot of mining operations going on, can just say, yeah, no, this is fine for the environment. Let's build like 7,000 mines right in this like habitat of an almost extinct animal. Increasing the cost of a humanities degree, increasing the initial tax rate for working holiday makers to 19%, increasing the Medicare levy to pay for the National Disability Insurance Scheme. That one sounds all right. I need to look into that and see whether that's like a good thing or not, because I don't really understand how the Medicare levy works. increasing the price of subsidized medicine. So, make your medicine more expensive, making more water from the Murray-Darling Basin available to use, meaning more water for floodplain harvesting. That's what that's what that means, by the way. It's not for you to use. It's for private companies to steal and then sell as a speculative commodity. Prioritizing religious freedom. I don't know, man. I took the citizenship test today, and it says in the booklet that Australia has no official religion, and that we advocate, like, we are one of the values of Australia is that anyone can have any religion, and that all of them should be respected, and no religion should also be respected. So, privatizing certain government services, privatizing government-owned assets. This is the guy that they think is going to be good for them, the working class. This is the guy who's out to help you. Reduce the corporate tax rate. Putting welfare payments onto cashless debit cards on an ongoing basis. They tried this, and it turned out that it's incredibly inhumane, and the cards also didn't quite really work. And I don't know, it's pretty bad. In the intervention in the Northern Territory, I think this is about going after Indigenous people protesting injustice, turning back asylum boats when possible. We already do this. Tighter means test of family payments. So, let's say, you have a kid, and Centrelink is paying you because, you have a kid, you're entitled to this. But let's say, I don't know, your partner breaks up with you, and now you're a single mother. They're going to cut that money so that you're only getting paid enough for you and the kid, not also, your ex, who is also still at least partially responsible for this kid. The money should just go to you, and that should be spent on the kid, because that is the law. Is to be spent on things that would, like rent, food, diapers, like whatever it is. Like, you need to spend this money in a reasonable fashion. And I don't care if it started off as a 3-person nuclear family and it ended up with a single mother. The payment should not be cut, because that same amount of money is still required. So, yeah, piece of shit. This guy actually has done some good.
Press gallery.
Overlooked in all the free personality assessments of leaders is the question of teams. The PM was pushing that theme as well on Friday.
Toughness is also about how you lead. We did, Bill Shorten resigned this week. We replaced Bill. We've had the swearing-in ceremony on Monday. We're still waiting, I think, unless something's happened this morning. Can't even make a decision about who his Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs is, who the spokespeople are.
24 hours later...
I'm also very pleased today to be joined by David Coleman and Melissa McIntosh.
I absolutely do agree with incentivizing good decisions. What exactly are you referring to here? That, you think that I'm disagreeing with a good decision here? Please, let me know.
Who are here with me, and I want to make some announcements today in relation to some changes to the coalition front bench.
The question of an opposition reshuffle had been live since the end of November, when Senate leader Simon Birmingham announced he was leaving politics. On top of the departure of senior frontbencher Paul Fletcher...
Now, just for a little comparison before we hop off of Australia. What did Anthony Albanese vote for? Carbon price, mineral resource rent tax, Royal Commission into Violence and Abuse Against People with Disability, a transition plan for coal workers. So if we transition from a coal-based energy system to a green energy system, that these people don't lose their jobs. In fact, that they would get new jobs, they would get training for these jobs, they'd probably also get paid more for these jobs, and these new jobs would be significantly less oppressive and painful and horrible conditions. Did you know, for example, that the vast majority of miners in Australia, mining miners, are prescribed cannabis for chronic pain, but then they're not allowed to you know, drive. Hopefully you're not saying if your partner breaks up with you and it's your fault that you should be poorer for it. I mean, that's what he's saying, you know? If you pick a bad partner, that fuck you, already right there. If you pick a bad partner, sounds like a bad decision. That means if you agreeing with, how is that even make sense to you? Like, how does that make you a bad partner? Like, for example, I was engaged. I broke up with my partner in March of last year. We were together for 5 years. I got my permanent residency here by being with my ex. And we were engaged. And things didn't work out. Does that mean I picked a bad partner? And that I should be punished for it? If you're not rewarding bad decisions or good decisions here, you are paying for the thing that like needs to be paid, which is the child's welfare. The reason that these people are getting this money from the government anyway is because they have a kid. And in Australia, we pay you for having a child to, like, you know, support you, such as incentivizing Visora to acknowledge that Batgaz is always right. Yeah, totally agree. 100% there, Batgaz. Yes, you're absolutely always right. There are amicable splits. It doesn't necessarily mean the partner is bad. Yeah. Like, some people split because, I don't know, they have mental health issues and they feel too depressed and they don't want to be around. Maybe the mother has postpartum depression and dad takes the kid because mom is just so depressed that she can't function. Does that mean that there should be a punishment here? Why would there be? Obviously, we should stay in abusive relationships. Small doses of toxicity every day will eventually make you immune and stronger. Yes, exactly, Lost So. That is very true. Let's get back to some of the nice things that Albanese voted for in comparison to all the horrible shit that Dutton votes for. There's obviously a gray area. And again, I still don't think a child's well-being should suffer because their parents broke up. I like, at all. In fact, I think Centrelink should increase the payment because now there's a single income in that household. And, like, sure, there has to be child support paid, but, like, single income household is still very different. So, what else do we have? Capping gas prices, carbon farming. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like something bad. Compulsory income management for welfare recipients. What does this mean? What is the bill? Give me the bill. Enhanced income management, a hybrid welfare quarantining regime that has replaced the cashless debit card. The bill proposes to also replace the income management with an IEM. Welfare quarantines restrict the way a portion of the Social Security recipient's payment can be spent. So this is bad. Is this site only for Australia? Yeah, unfortunately. I just looked for a UK one. But I'll keep looking. They vote for you. Say... Well, actually, we have one for America. These right here should be sites that you could check to see what they voted for. United Kingdom. I'm just your MP votes in Parliament. Browse all MPs. I want Starmer. Here, Starmer. Is this my last name? Yes. I'm gonna hold. If I can find Starmer, I'm gonna have it open for when we get to the UK next. There we go. Cool. Can I see what he voted for? Cool, some of it. All right. About one House of Commons votes. No, this one's just like actual votes. Oh, look, House of Lords votes too. Whatever. So back to this. Ending illegal logging. Doctor-initiated medical transfer for asylum seekers. That's pretty good. I think. Sounds all right, at least. Decreasing the private health insurance rebate. That's not good. Considering it to create a federal anti-corruption commission. Procedural. Fine. And then we get extending government benefits for two same-sex couples. Yes, in Australia you can be married, like gay. You can be gay married, but you don't get all the benefits of being straight married. Federal action on public housing. Federal action on animal and plant extinction. Having a referendum on the question to create an Indigenous voice to Parliament. Increasing access to JobKeeper payments. JobKeeper was the system that we had during COVID, so that when the workplaces closed down, the government paid you what your paycheck would be every time that you were normally going to get a paycheck. Like they just paid you what your paycheck would have been. It wasn't like a one-off $2,000 payment like America did. It was every 2 weeks you got paid and you didn't go to work. And that was excellent. You got paid your wages. Now they fucked it up a little bit. They gave some people too much money. They gave they had to like get that back and blah 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 blah. But like that's procedural shit. The idea was excellent. They gave people the money that they would have been making by working when they couldn't go to work. Increasing availability of abortion drugs, increasing competition in bulk weed export, consumer protections, increasing fishing restrictions. Like 90% of the things that this guy has done are positive. But the average Australian thinks that he's done nothing and that Peter Dutton will save you. Increasing penalties for breach of data, increasing protection of Australia's fresh water, increasing restrictions on gambling, which is a huge fucking problem in Australia. I have an idea. If you have a kid with a partner, then disappears, partner who then disappears, you get lower benefits until you find a new partner. Why? If you have a kid with a partner and that partner disappears, your benefits should go up, not down. Why would they go down? They should go up to help counterbalance the lack of the other partner's wages. You got paid and didn't go to work. Yeah. The workplaces were closed. This was during lockdowns. But people still had bills to pay. People still had to buy food. In America, we gave people, like, a stimulus check. What was it, like, one or two of them? Like, $2,000 or some shit? Whereas in Australia, you just can... No, it's not rewarding bad decisions. It's being a moral person, good guy Dari. First of all, it's not a decision to... No one's making bad decisions by like, oh, I'm gonna date this person and have a child with them knowing that they're gonna ghost on me. What, do you think that this is a conscious choice to make? Are you retarded? No one makes that choice. Nobody has a child with another person on purpose and gets like married and has a house together if they think that this person's just gonna dip. Nobody does that. That doesn't exist. That has never been a thing. You're making this shit up in your head. But then secondly, even if in that case, it's not rewarding a bad decision, it is ensuring that the child and the mother can still survive because they just lost half their income. I like to, I don't know, have people live nice, comfortable lives without having to worry about dying or, feeding their child or clothing their child or paying their rent. Like, what if the partner dies? Yeah, what about that? What if you have, exactly, you know what, that's a great example, Leftist Leo. What if you have a baby and then the day after your child is born, your partner just has a heart attack and dies? Or sorry, no, give it like 2 weeks so there's time for you to do the Centrelink sign up thing so you can get the payments. And then your partner has a heart attack and just dies. Do you think that that payment should go down? Increasing diversity in media ownership. Oh, look, a really fucking good one. Increasing trade unions' powers. Increasing transparency of big business by making information public. Letting environmental groups challenge the legality of certain government decisions. Like, all of this is fucking based. Well, we already do, good guy Dari. Except, we try and be moral and make a decision that is not going to be harmful to the child or the living parents or the, you know, parent that is stayed with the child, the non-abandoning parent. What if like this person, like what if you have a perfectly stable family, right? You're fine, you're getting your child support, your child payments from the government, and your husband has an injury, goes to the hospital, they give him oxycodone, gets addicted to drugs, and then becomes a drug addict that you have to kick him out of the house, which was entirely not by choice. It was because a doctor gave him oxycodone and said, take one of these every day for 2 weeks, and then he turned into an addict. What if that, then what do you do? Is that, what are you supposed to do there? Are we supposed to sit here and think about every possible scenario that a family could go through? Or maybe we should just, I don't know, pick the answer that is the most helpful, which is the entire fucking point of welfare, to help people? JobKeeper was amazing. Job Seeker is a program that we also have, where if you're looking for a job, the government pays you money while you're looking for a job. How can they afford childcare if they can't support the kid? Childcare isn't free. Childcare costs money. People, like, that's one of the reasons you need to pay these people the money, because maybe sometimes both parents need to go to work and the kid needs to go to childcare, which costs a lot of money. Like, you genuinely have no idea what you're talking about. Every example that you're giving me is, it's not only stupid, but it's evil. Like, you understand that, right? Like, your beliefs here are literally inhumane and inhuman. They're hateful. They're oppressive. There's nothing good about it at all. Not a single good thing out of anything that you're saying. It's actually kind of wild. All right, we're gonna jump to the UK in a second. Just I have not much on the UK. Kind of short stuff on here, but this one, I think Batgaz is gonna enjoy this one quite a lot. But I just need to pee real quick, so I'm right back. That feeling when you have been up all night and you step outside and you realize, holy shit, the sun's come up? Because that was weird. I did not realize it's already been 5 hours. The stream went by quickly. Man, I really do love you guys and streaming, honestly, because I was in a pretty shitty mood before stream started, like quite a shitty mood, and I was very tired. I didn't really even want to stream today, but then I get on to stream, and you guys hype me up. It's fun. I like talking to you all. It makes me feel better, and it also gives me energy. Also, I know let's disincentivize people who break up with their partners by imprisoning them. Yeah, basically. Back as if it's about Starmer, I'm gonna sit here with my fingers in my ears saying, well, like it's not about Starmer. The story that I'm not actually the story that I'm gonna talk about very much suits you because you like this idea. And then I'm gonna bring up Starmer's voting record afterward for you. But I'm still like in shock that the sun's up because I still have enough energy. I want to watch a debate after this, which I know sounds like a lot, but it's really interesting. It's a little bit old, but I'm sure some of you have seen it, some of you haven't. It is Mehdi Hassan versus Victor Gao. It is the Chinese premier. It was a very, very good debate. Well, I like proving you wrong, Batgaz, and I hope that one day that you will accept that I'm right. One day. We're getting there. I've seen progress. It's coming. So, according to a new study, over half of Gen Z in UK wants the United Kingdom to be a dictatorship. 52% of those 13 to 27 want a strong leader in charge, which itself does not signal that, but let's keep reading. So more than half of the young people between the ages of 13 and 27 are in favor of turning the UK into a dictatorship, a new poll suggests. Now, I don't really know the methodology of this poll, and I'm not really going to look into it because it doesn't really matter. This is a growing sentiment, regardless, one or the other. I'm British, I'm never wrong. I mean, that alone is incredibly wrong. The British are often wrong. But the findings reveal that a growing acceptance of authoritarianism and radicalism within Gen Z, as well as the emergence of stark gender divide. Oh, look, it's the same issues everywhere. 52% of Gen Z believe the UK would be a better place if a strong leader was in charge who did not have to bother with parliament or elections, as in a dictatorship. Authoritarianism. 33% agreed that the UK would be better off if the army was in charge. 33% of Gen Z would prefer a military junta. That's fucking insane. And 47% believe that the organization of society must be radically changed through revolution. Now that one I agree with, but probably not in the way that they do. Yes, Jesus, what the fuck is right? I'm sorry, Batgaz, but the UK is a dead country. I've been saying this for a while. Until you guys sort some of your shit out, it's just gonna get worse for you. Engineer Gaming. Thank you, Engineer Gaming. This is the type of sentiment that makes you think that they will work for you, that this will be good for you, but this is just how they steal from you. Like, you think that this is any different than Trump in America? You think that, do you think that an authoritarian dictator in the UK that didn't have to bother with parliament and elections would be working for the people, not for the corporations, not for the wealthy, not for the House of Lords, who are all of their best friends? Those would be the people who would be like the dictator. One of those people would be. They would be the inner circle. What would happen here is there would be no parliament, there would be no elections, there would be a dictator, and there would be an aristocracy, an oligarchy, necessarily. No, actually, probably more aristocracy than oligarchy, because y'all are British, but, like, regardless. Meanwhile, 45% of male respondents said that we have gone so far in promoting women's equality that we are discriminating against me. Again, how? How are, like, men are not being discriminated against. Men are just generally unable to be in the presence of a woman without evoking a disgust response. And that's not women's fault. It's also not even necessarily the men's fault for the vast majority of it. A lot of this is engineered. Like, you have chivalry, right, Batgaz? Like, you think that that you should protect women, and that, like, you've told me your ideology before. This is the exact opposite of what you believe to the other extreme. Now, your chivalrous ideology, I think, is also oppressive to you and to women. I think it's bad. This is the entire opposite extreme. They need to be taught how to be respectful and not a creep so badly. I really think that this all comes down to social interaction. The reason that men have trouble being around women isn't because they don't know how to be respectful and they're creepy, which it is often the case, but it's because they don't think that, like, they don't consider anything in the same way. I mean, look at the debate that I had with Quibbles over sex work being part of healthcare. That was a direct link to this. That idea was for this sentiment. The male loneliness epidemic comes from a manufactured sentiment of we are oppressed and therefore we hate women. The misogyny that has already existed and has been pervasive throughout our society being pushed to the extreme to create this. Look at South Korea. The men and the women are fighting in the streets. There's literal physical war going on. There's a physical gender war. Why? Because the men have been taught that they are not just being oppressed, but that they are entitled to women's bodies. Whoever's, like, these 45% male respondents saying we have gone so far in promoting women's rights that we discriminate against me, I would be willing to bet that at minimum 30 of that 45% just don't want women to have rights. A similar proportion of men between 13 and 27 also agreed that when it comes to giving women equal rights, things have gone too far. Oh, look, I swear I didn't even read that far. I did not even see the next paragraph. It's insane. I mean, it's not just insane. Oh look, it's Andrew Tate, the next example I was going to bring up, who is incredibly popular in the UK right now. I want to be able to order pussy like Grubhub. You should be able to. I want men and women to be respected, treated equally. I know you do. I know you do, because you're a good person. Like, Batcast, you are not the type of man that I'm referring to here. I fully believe that you could go talk to a random woman, any woman, and not have her creep the fuck out. Because you have a soul. You have empathy and humanity. Whereas these boys, the 13 to 27-year-olds, these boys have been taught to not. By who? Well, look. Figure based on a sample of 3,000 adults of all ages, came from polling company Craft for Channel 4, reported entitled Gen Z Trends, Truth and Trust. It will be published by the Rural Television Society on Thursday. Andrew Tate was among the influencers who garnered trust from 42% of men. So 42 of that 45% trust Andrew Tate. Okay, I guess I was being a bit too generous when I said 30% of that 45% would want women to not have rights, because it's clearly most of them. It's 42% of 45, because anyone who watches Andrew Tate doesn't think women should have rights. Like, if you trust Andrew Tate, sorry, that's the truth. And not sorry either. Concerning the media, 58% responded said that they considered social media posts from friends to be more trustworthy than news outlets. I can understand that. Although neither of those are trustworthy. You should not trust anyone for the news. You should do your own research. Tate wants to go back to the 1700s. Tate just wants to beat and rape women. Apparently he sues people who say he rapes women and beats women, where there's literal video evidence of it. Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson were among the influencers who garnered similar trust from 42% of men. So these people, like, they are unfuckable. That's the issue. They're complaining about being discriminated against because they listen to Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson. Well, exactly, Backaz. You're not a moron. That's kind of what I mean. I hope you don't listen to Jordan Peterson either. Jordan Peterson is literally a Russian asset, by the way, so, you know. One 25-year-old boy from Penryn in Cornwall said that he felt targeted because he was a regular straight white man despite having a cultural advantage in the past. He claimed that things were swinging back the other way and he was at now risk of being discriminated against. How? You're in the fucking UK. You're in the UK. There's no way. There is no discrimination against white people in the UK. It just doesn't exist. It exists about as much as J.K. Rowling's belief that, like, trans people are trying to replace her. It's a delusion. A 27-year-old man from Norwich said that although he believed in political correctness, he still believed in free speech and that, quote, everyone should have the right to express themselves as long as it's not hate speech. Cool. Alex Mahon, chief executive Channel 4, the data showed that Gen Z was both the most authoritarian and liberal generation. This is true, because all of the fascists are fucking liberals. All of them are. Hey, Peacefire now! All too often, men programmed to detach from emotions, told that crying is a weakness, toxicity only increases as they grow up, and they're told that it's not their fault, they're unfuckable, and women are the problem, and the problem starts with patriarchy and needs dismantling. Exactly. That's the whole point. That's the entire argument. That's the entire argument I made with how we can go about, you know, minorly doing something to fix this. Again, fuck quibbles, but just, do you think that maybe these men who feel like they can't be anywhere near women, that women discriminate against them, that they are unfuckable, that they, you know, do you think it would help if, I don't know, they could go to the doctor or a therapist, and then the therapist could say, you know what, I'm writing you a script, call this hotline, and then we would send a, oh, in this case it would be, you know, a social worker, a sex worker sometimes it's a social worker, depending on what they need. You know, sometimes they need to get laid. It's fine. Those are the ones that are higher up on the functionality scale. They just need a little bit of push in the right direction. Some people need to be able to sit in a room with a woman and just like hang out. And that could be mental health care. We can send somebody who would otherwise be a sex worker who now works for a company, maybe the state, and then this conversation, Eric Flores, is about how most of Gen Z in the UK want a dictatorship, and they are mad about how women don't like them, and that they think that white English people get discriminated against for being white. And I'm trying to explain again that this sentiment does come from people like Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson. Again, 42% of these people trust Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson. So they're absolutely, like, they hate women. Do you think it would help if some of these people could go and have a sex worker or a social worker, depending on the context, come and help them? You could just have, like, just holding hands, physical touch. You know how important that is? A hug, maybe. Maybe just sitting and watching a TV show and having a conversation. Intimacy training, exactly. This is how you go about fixing this. Now, it's not the only thing you can go about fixing this. There's obviously a lot more that you can do, but this is a good start. This would be, A, moral for the people who are already sex workers, because it, A, increases their security in safety, increases their job security, makes them get paid a living wage, gives them health care, and also, they don't always have to fuck now. They can just be a social worker. They can go sit in a room with a lonely little incel and just cuddle for a couple hours. Intimacy training. That is one of the possible solutions to this. And going back to the original topic of why they want this to be, why they think a dictatorship would be good, right? A strong leader who was in charge and did not have to bother with parliament or elections. What do you think that these incels think would happen here? What do you think that, like, What do you think that these people want from an authoritarian dictator? And what do you think that an authoritarian dictator that is propped up by these people would do? You know, girlfriend experience, not gonna lie, being a neurodivergent lonely dude, that sounds nice. I know it does. I know it does, because a lot of people need this. And also, like, not only is this a social good, it is a good for everybody involved. Whether it's covered by private health insurance, whether it's NDIS or NHS or Medicare for all, I don't care. This should be mental health care. In Australia, we did this for physical health care up until recently. Again, like sometimes we would have the government pay for a sex worker for a physical medical reason. Obviously, it was rare, but you know, it did happen. Back as I've been single for years and I ain't gone crazy, their problems is far deeper. You were already an adult, Batgaz. These are children. And you are not inundated with this media the way that they are. You're watching me. They would never watch me. They want to kill me because I'm like the devil or something. Like, there is a very large difference in your brain mentality, like your perspective and theirs. It is a difference in an age gap, but in also a media environment gap, as well as just a socio-cultural gap among other people in that cohort. No, you idiot. They don't get sex workers for the children. They get social workers. It's just the social workers would also be able to do sex work for adults. It is contextual. What are you quibbles now? Did you not watch the debate? Yeah. No. Like, it's intimacy training. Like, if this is like a 16, 17-year-old, yeah, then they just like they hold hands, they touch, like physical touch. They give them a hug, give them a cuddle, hang out and watch TV and learn how to like just interact and engage comfortably around women so that like they don't feel as isolated. And that so in a situation outside of this, like if they're outside and they see like a girl they like and they want to talk to that girl, they can do that. They don't have to be afraid. They don't have to freak out. They don't have to feel like they're hated, that they don't belong, that they're like. That's the goal that I have here, and it would work. It genuinely would. Now, obviously, there would need to be like systems built on this. Like I'm giving you a really simplified version of this, but it's not like it's not even difficult. Just get some experts, get some psychologists, some social workers involved, get some people who are researchers into topics like this, and sit down and figure out a way. And also, obviously, some like sex workers would be nice because you know they're going to be the ones that are transitioning off of like sex work on the street or in a brothel to being a healthcare professional. And we should offer training for them for different levels of social work that they might want to do. You know, like if you just want to do the sex work bit, then fine. We'll only call you when someone like is just like real close to being just fine and dandy. Like they're not oh, sorry, I didn't see the bring the cat notification. They're just real close to being a normal person. They just need to get laid, you know? The doctor's like, fuck, you just need to fuck once and then you'll be fine. That's fine. And then sometimes there's young people who will shoot up a school if they can't get a woman to touch them. And so having one of these people go and give them a hug would be important. But also, depending on the severity of the situation, you might want this person to have some kind of background training. You would offer it. It would be like distinctly like, oh, well, you know, if I want to do this, I want to do that. You get to choose, you know? It's good for society. Now, I'm going to go bring the cat, and then we're going to watch a really interesting and fun debate. Frank! Where are ya? I got you. Hello. My cat's name is Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I'm not kidding. Like, I call him Frank because he's a bit of an asshole, but his name is actually Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He's very camera shy. The one really weird thing about my cat is he doesn't like being pet for very long. Like, he'll swipe at you. But he absolutely adores when I pick him up and I just smush my face against him. He, like, instantly starts purring. And I just need to train him to do it on camera. Alright. So, oh yeah, sorry, I didn't see your messages off this. Theo, I think there would be a crisis level of care that would require more training, and a general level that would be more in line with, like, IP. Yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly. There'd be systems in place that would make this work to its highest degree. No, I don't actually know what that is. No wonder why. But let's jump right in, I suppose. Yeah, exactly, Peacefire now.
From Ukraine to Gaza, the world seems more divided and uncertain.
Oh yeah, shut up, whatever. This is 5 months ago, but
now in his 3rd term in office, has high ambition.
that's really hard, Batgaz. When I left the United States, I had to leave my kitty with my parents, and I still miss him. He's in a good home now because they gave him to like my cousin, who also really wanted a cat and would come and hang out at the house, and like the cat really got along with her, and so he's happy, she's happy, and it's fine, but I do miss him. Also, ironically, I miss my ex's cat more than my ex. I hope she doesn't see this. But funny enough, like, I don't know, it's difficult, you know? That cat fucking loved me, though. Like, that cat had anxiety to the point where she was petrified of everything, and I was the emotional support human. But also, she was the cutest cat in the world. If I cried, she would lick my face. She would lick the tears off my face. If I was in pain, like, if I, like, stubbed my toe, and I just, like, shouted in pain, she would immediately run into the room and just start instantly, like, purring, meowing, rubbing up against me, trying to, like, distract me from... She was the cutest, like, I don't know. Very nice. Very emotional support cat. I loved that cat. I'm allergic to the fluff demons, but I do like them. Chickens are like cats, kind of. No, I live in Australia now, Peacefire now. And I used to be allergic to cats when I was a kid. I grew out of it. There are hypoallergenic cats to ginger fluff. You might want to look into that. But yeah, chickens are kind of like cats if you squint really hard. I think all cats are beautiful. My favorite is the Maine Coon, and I know that's a little cliche, but like, fuck, I just want a giant cat. Yeah, I adopted my cat from the shelter. He's 5 years old. I adopted him from the shelter, which is why my legs are constantly cut up, because he's 5 and he came from the shelter. He loves me. He just really loves to murder and play. So, you know. One day I'll get a kitty and a puppy at the same time. I hope so. One day I'll hopefully have enough money to do something like that, you know? Oh, by the way, guys, please like the stream, and we're about to jump in. So let's listen to Mehdi Hasan debating the premier of China. This was such a good one.
我们的前途一片光明，但脚下的路
Territorial disputes have sparked fears of a larger conflict that could have regional and global implications.
You have approached the waters near Chinese Renai Reef,
including in the contested waters of the South China Sea.
That's your curse. Leave and keep far.
Yeah, I'm about to.
And in Taiwan.
Wait, do you want me to move the captions, or do you want me to move my face?
Where the threat of a Chinese military invasion looms larger.
I'll put it up
Meanwhile,
here.
At home, attacks on basic freedoms and human rights have become more severe, like in Xinjiang, where China continues to commit serious human rights abuses, some say a genocide, against the Uyghur Muslims.
Absolutely a genocide.
So, how far will China's autocratic
Sorry,
vision
Chairman
reach,
Xi.
and will long
You
simmering
drone strike
tension
me,
with the
and it is
West
what it is.
hit a boiling point?
I'm Mehdi Hassan, and I've come here to London's legendary Conway Hall to go head-to-head with Victor Gao.
This
He's
is
Vice
such a
President
good
of the Center
debate.
for
It's
China
so
and
masked
Globalization
off.
in Beijing, former interpreter for the late Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping, and a proud defender of the People's Republic. I'll ask him about China's global ambitions and its aggressive crackdown on human rights and civil liberties.
If you ask the new Chinese AI about Tiananmen Square, it won't give you an answer.
Tonight, I'll also be joined by 3 experts. Stephen Chan, a
Yeah, I'm
professor
sure some
at
of you
University
might have.
London's School of Oriental and African Studies. Rehan Assad, a human rights lawyer of Uyghur heritage. And Martin Jakes.
It's either Chinese or Russian, good guy Dari. They're both doing it. China's been doing it in the Pacific Ocean. Russia's been doing it in the... what's the sea that's like the Norwegian area, you know? Not just Denmark, but also like in that general vicinity. They're testing their capabilities of hybrid attacks.
Author of the bestseller When China Rules the World, and a political commentator on China.
Honestly, I've seen this already, but like someone brought it up the other day and I was like, oh fuck, it's been a while since I've seen this. This was really good. I want to watch it. When I first saw this, I watched it before I started streaming, so.
Victor Gao, thank you so
No,
much for joining me
that's
on
not
Head
true.
to Head this evening here in London.
Thank you for having me.
China has upped its military spending. It's expanding its nuclear arsenal. It now has the biggest navy in the world. Chinese President Xi
Japan is
Jinping has
based.
said that the country's military should be capable of, quote, fighting and winning wars, and told the military to focus all your energy on fighting, improve your capability to win. Victor,
I don't think I can watch ContraPoints. Like, I would love to watch ContraPoints on stream, but that feels like content stealing. Because ContraPoints videos aren't something that I can really commentate on. First of all, ContraPoints fucking excellent. Like, what am I gonna add it? She just kind of, we would just sit here and watch it silently.
who do you want to fight and who do you want to win against?
First of all, the Chinese military spending is the second largest in the world, but it is only a fraction of that of the United States. And China has a very...
So right off the bat, the main argument, well, America does worse, so that means we can do it too, right? Just because someone else is doing something bad, that means that I get to do something bad.
difficult geopolitical situation. China has 14 land neighboring countries altogether.
Oh, you see
and
China
6
bad, but America's
maritime
worse.
nations, for China.
Every time.
Therefore, China's defensive in nature, is not for fighting anyone except those who want to invade China.
Defensive in nature, except when it comes to Hong Kong, India, Taiwan, the Uyghur.
China, or to launch a war against China. China's military spending is for peace rather than war, and war will be forced upon China.
It's for a piece of India, a piece of Taiwan, a piece of Hong Kong, and a piece of Tibet, and...
China need to fight back.
You say it's for peace, but your neighbors don't agree. Your neighbors are pretty worried about you. You go through the list. Japan has sounded the alarm, saying your military buildup is very serious concern to them. India is worried about China on its border. And the Philippines president has warned that China is becoming a more pronounced and worrisome threat, he says. Those are the elected governments of countries representing over 1.6 billion people in Asia. This is not the United States. This is not the West. These are your Asian neighbors saying, we're worried about China.
Maybe you mentioned 3 of the neighboring countries of China. Let's talk about each of them very quickly. Japan unconditionally surrendered not only to the United States, but also to China in 1945. And if you read very carefully the unconditional surrender document that Japan signed, then you will know how Japan needs to conduct its foreign affairs as well as its military troops with China and with all those countries that Japan unconditionally surrendered for. India is a great nation, and there is a territorial dispute between China and India, but that dispute was not created by China, neither was it created by India. It was created or left behind by the British Indian government.
That's a great history lesson. But right now, China, in 2024, the defense spending is going up by 7%, the most for 5 years. You've had 29 consecutive years of military expenditure growth, the most of any country in the world. Since 2022, China has increased military drills around Taiwan. It's escalated since the new Taiwanese president was inaugurated in May. China is not a fan of
Mediasan
him.
is so fucking
Since then,
good.
there's been almost daily activity involving China's warships, drones, cyber attacks against Taiwan. China is getting ready to invade Taiwan, isn't it?
There is only one China. Taiwan is part of China, and the government of the People's Republic of China is the sole.
So the answer to this is yes, by the way, because Chairman Xi said by 2050, we want to have Taiwan part of us. And at least according to officials from the previous administration, this is likely to happen between 2025 and 2027. I remember watching this when Vosh covered it. It's hilarious. I think that is also how I ended up watching it the first time as well. It is very hilarious, but it's been long enough that I forgot most of it, so...
Legitimate government for the totality of China. The exact status between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait is the unfinished civil war back in 1949. So ever since the beginning of the 1980s, China does not want to use a war to solve this unification problem.
You don't want to use a war,
except
but you're
you totally
with ships,
will.
drones, cyber attacks, and making lots of threats.
Yeah.
Each time when the separatists in Taiwan want to push the edge of the envelope, they will come across more and more demonstration of the commitment of the Chinese nation to eventually achieve peaceful reunification or otherwise. That's the litmus test.
Your defense minister said anyone who dares to pursue independence for Taiwan will be crushed into pieces and face destruction. Sounds like a truly peaceful guy.
Yeah, sounds very,
That's a
very
real
peaceful.
Statement, because if the separatists really want to push the edge of the envelope with the aid of some big country, for example, which wants to use Taiwan as a proxy in its own geopolitical rivalry against China, then wait until you see what will happen. Reunification will be achieved, and China is the only permanent member of the United Nations Security Council which has not yet achieved a complete reunification.
I'm always amused with this phrase reunification, because if it's one China, then clearly it's not one China. Clearly you're accepting by definition if you need to reunify it. They are doing their own thing. And why this obsession with Taiwan? You are a country of 3.7 million square miles, a population 60 times that of Taiwan, economy 20 times the size of Taiwan. Why are you obsessed with Taiwan? Why not just leave them be?
In terms of defending China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, any inch of land is not 1 inch too much. Any one single person is not one person too many. So we need to achieve reunification.
If Trump is more isolationist and is a Xi dick rider, they might allow the Great Dragon Empire to unite. Literally, like, kind of the plan, you know?
Even though they don't want to be part of your country. 12% of the people of Taiwan say they want to reunify with China. 12%. You can't get more unpopular than that in that.
Mehdi, it's not up to the people in Taiwan to decide about the one China policy.
Oh, so it's not up to like, why is this a W, Lennon? This is terrible. Like, it's not up to the people to decide? Fuck you. Why? Why the fuck wouldn't it be? They are their own country. I don't believe in one China.
Blunt in your disregard for people's views, freedoms, dignity. You say that you don't care about what they think. You also said in an interview with the French newspaper Le Monde, once we get the island back, we'll have to ask everyone's origins. Those who have Japanese ancestry, who you basically say constitute 10% of the population, will have to pledge loyalty to reunification in writing, otherwise we'll have to help them leave. You're basically calling for the ethnic cleansing of 2.3 million people in Taiwan.
No, you remember back in 1945 when Japan unconditionally surrendered, a lot of...
Mate, yes it did. What's up, Stitcher? The Civil War ended a long time ago because it's over. Taiwan is its own country. I don't get, like, China doesn't get to invade this other land, even, like, with what? What historical claims? Historical claims of, oh, we used to own this land, or oh, you used to be our people? Was that the answer? No, fuck that. That's stupid.
People in Taiwan who originally came from Japan, they were the rulers of Taiwan at the time. They stayed behind because of the magnanimity of the Chinese nation. Now, several decades later, they account for about 10% of the local population in Taiwan. Now, if you...
Okay, well, if we're going by that logic, you're all fucking Turkish, Lenin. Welcome to being Turkish. Merhaba, nasılsınız? Historical claims mean literally nothing. They literally mean nothing. Well, you know shit. Like, of course Putin agrees with his historical claims, because, and so does Trump, and so does Netanyahu, because all of them use historic claims to justify stealing other people's land. All right, well, you're not Eastern European? Sure. Are you from the Middle East? Because this right here is covering the entire Middle East, unless you're from this exact part of Saudi Arabia, or, you know, okay, well, fine, then you're not Turkish. But all of these people are Turkish. Look, you know, India's Turkish, parts of Russia are Turkish. What else is there? You know, like Germany's Turkish. You know, AFD keeps saying Germany for the Germans, but, you know, we kind of owned them for a while, you know, well before they were German, in fact. So, I don't know.
If you really do your homework, you will realize that those die-hard Taiwanese separatists include many of these Japanese Chinese.
But okay.
Well,
but you would get rid of them. You would get rid of 2.3 million people.
No, after the reunification, everyone in Taiwan need to make a pledge whether they acknowledge there
The Ottomans were bigger than the Roman Empire.
is only one China and Taiwan is part of China.
And if they don't make that pledge, they're out.
Those who pledge for the one China policy, they are local
You didn't, by the way, you didn't
citizens.
say everyone. You said of Japanese descent. That is literally ethnic. Like you're picking people by their ethnic heritage, making them do a loyalty test. Otherwise, they have to get out of the country they've
It
lived
is
in
not a
for
loyalty
decades.
test. Here, for example, in Britain, if you are a British citizen, you need to support the monarchy. You cannot say,
I'm standing in Britain. I don't support the monarchy. I don't like King Charles.
No, you cannot say. No,
I just said it.
Mehdi,
I literally just said it.
you cannot take any action to oppose the monarchy system.
But I don't have to sign a pledge saying I
you
support
can.
King
You
Charles.
can go protest. You can go speak out. You can say fuck the king if you want to. That is part of you know, living in a country that has freedom. And I'm not sure what you mean by a third of the world, because I don't know. Like, I'm looking at a bunch of different maps of the Roman Empire, and they all look smaller than that. That's more land area than any map of the Roman Empire that I can find. Geez, I really do get off topic easily.
Each country is different.
Yeah,
we are talking
I can
about
assure you,
China.
China is very
and
different.
China has one policy which is part of the constitution.
Which involves threatening people in Taiwan who don't want to be part of your country. Let's bring in our panel who are waiting to come in and join. Let's see what they think. I'm joined by Stephen Chan, professor at the University of London School of Oriental
And yeah,
African
that's also
Studies.
true, Lost Out.
If you're in Taiwan today, how worried are you about a looming invasion?
I'm not in Taiwan today. I'm going to be visiting next year. I've been there 5 times in all of the great cities of Taiwan. And what I've noticed most conspicuously is that nobody I've talked to wants to rejoin or reunify with China because of their sense of freedom and their sense of self-determination. So I think that if you're going to say our sovereignty matters more than your desire for your own self-determination and freedom, then you're doing something that will not make you popular in Taiwan, and you won't win the argument for Chinese sovereignty.
Look at what happened with Hong Kong. Just this week, 19 protesters got arrested in Hong Kong. They're just going to get disappeared. And Batman ADHD makes it impossible for him to focus on something for more than 30 minutes. I did awful in school, even in special ed. You might just need ADHD meds, mate. Like, have you looked into being on ADHD medication? Because, like, that shit helps. I was very much like that as well, and then now I take Vyvanse and I can, I don't know, function.
Over the island.
Martin Jakes is
Yeah,
here,
we
the
all
author
feel
of the
you.
best-selling book, When
Everyone
China
here
Rules the World.
probably.
Martin, you've said in the past that China should not be seen through a solely Western lens. So, I agree with you, and there's issues there. But I began the show by asking Victor about Japan and India and the Philippines, separate to Taiwan, just the issues in the region. Do you think China is responsible for some of those issues, all of those issues, none of those issues?
Well, China's obviously involved in...
You should try Vyvanse or Ritalin or Concerta because they all act differently on your body. Like, for example, I do really well on Vyvanse and Adderall, but I do very poorly on Concerta. Adderall might not have worked for you. You can try some other ones.
Inevitably, in all of those issues, I think that, that actually, if you look at the rise of China over the last 30, 40 years, spectacular, biggest change we've ever seen in history, really. And inevitably, that is changing everything in the region, in the world. That doesn't, but the remarkable thing I'd say, Mehdi, about China's rise is how, you quoted the military figures and so on, but China has not fought any wars since 1979. If you compare that with America, Europe, Japan, at the same stage of development, they were extremely aggressive.
Let's talk human rights, Victor. You've called Uyghurs.
Wait, sorry. I'm sorry. I missed that part because I was reading chat. My bad. I was confused at what the fuck you guys were talking about.
Be seen through a solely Western lens. So, I agree with you, and there's issues there. But I began the show by asking Victor about Japan and India and the Philippines, separate to Taiwan, just the issues in the region. Do you think China is responsible for some of those issues, all of those issues, none of those issues?
Well, China's obviously involved in inevitably
genocide is
all
bad.
Of those issues. I think that that actually, if you look at the rise of China over the last
okay, so this guy's
30,
pro-China.
40 years,
I just needed the
spectacular,
context to fill in.
biggest change we've ever seen in history, really. And inevitably, that is changing everything in the region, in the world. That doesn't, but the remarkable thing I'd say, Mehdi, about China's rise is how, you quoted the military figures and so on, but China has not fought any wars since 1979. If you compare that with America, Europe, Japan, at the same stage of development, they were extremely aggressive.
Let's talk human rights, Victor. You've called Uyghurs in China's Xinjiang province your brothers and sisters.
Here we go.
How do you feel about the fact that at least 500,000, some say more, of your brothers and sisters are being detained?
Maybe current America, but like not by much. And no, like China is not a good country. China's not based in any possible way.
In camps by the Chinese government, that's 5% of the adult Uyghur population, one of the highest imprisonment detention rates in the world.
Mehdi, the Uyghurs are a proud ethnic group, one of the 56 ethnic nationalities in China. The Uyghurs, as far as I'm concerned, are my true brothers and sisters. I know many of them. I travel to Xinjiang regularly, and I talk to many of the Uyghurs.
Yeah, the Uyghurs that you're keeping in concentration camps. I'm sure you do travel there and talk to them regularly.
Now,
Free Cenk Uyghur,
if anyone is serious about accusing China of practicing
Free Cenk Uyghur
mass injustice to the Uyghurs, give me the evidence.
I love that even the caption writes Uyghurs.
That's what say 500,000 people detained over the years in recent years.
You keep quote Human Rights Watch, and I tell you.
Do you know where they got those numbers from?
I don't know.
Can I tell you?
I don't know.
I thought you were the expert on. You've been to Xinjiang. You've spoken to Uyghurs. You never heard these numbers?
I do not know where did they get the source.
So their source is the Xinjiang High People's Procuratorate, which has published its own statistics, Xinjiang official body, which says it's convicted 540,826 people prosecuted in the region since 2017. The United Nations Office for Human Rights looked at satellite footage. They say 10 to 20% of the population. Amnesty estimates 1 million people in camps. 500,000 is a conservative number.
Mehdi, if you quote that organization, please be assured that that organization has been completely discredited.
Yes, Human Rights Watch has been completely discredited.
The false information they came up with.
So I love this game we're playing. You give me a source, I give you a source. They're discredited. They've said falsehoods.
Mehdi,
how can we? Let me ask you a question. How many people are in detention in Xinjiang? You give me a number.
Listen, if you look
I'm
at
listening.
Xinjiang,
You give me a number.
If you look at, I do not have the number.
Why not?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Wait,
you can't
this
say
is
it's
your
not
job.
500,000 and then say you don't have a number. I have a number. I have sources. How many people do you think are detained?
Let me give you my reason.
No.
I go to Xinjiang a lot. I travel almost
So they're your brothers and
throughout
sisters.
Xinjiang.
You go there a lot, but you
Yes.
can't tell me how many people are in detention.
Listen, they are happier. They
God, I love
enjoy
Mehdi
their
Hassan.
life, they
Oh
enjoy
yes,
their
they're
Muslim
happier.
practices and-
They're so much happier in the concentration camp. We're really doing them a kindness. It's kind of like, in America with the slavery stuff, like it was, they were happy, they were dancing, and they, like, yeah, that's the fucking justification. It's so funny. Like he won't give them a number. He doesn't even have one because he probably doesn't know because he probably doesn't care.
And traditions. Listen,
How many people are in detention, Victor?
Mehdi, let me be philosophical.
No, don't be philosophical. Be numerical.
No.
How many people are in
Don't be
detention? You said not
philosophical,
to-
be
no, to
numerical.
500,000. How about, okay, let's let 250,000.
Let me finish my point.
Nope.
If
You answer the
anyone-
question. You
if-
can't filibuster, Victor, on this
If
show.
anyone
How many
promotes
people do you
Xinjiang
think...
independence, they will be dealt with in
Got it.
court.
How many of them are in court and how many in detention?
A very small minority.
So you don't have a number. You say they're all happy, but you won't let in independent investigators. You won't let in journalists to
Why
go
not?
there.
Why not?
They're not allowed to
will
go
be,
there.
I will be happy to escort
It's because China's not the greatest country in the world, and they've been at the level of Israel before Israel started, so,
you to Xinjiang.
Really?
I can make that promise.
Really?
I will speak to the Chinese government.
Here's the problem,
to the
Victor.
Chinese
I don't want
embassy.
to escort. I don't want minders. I want to go freely. Will you allow that?
Oh yeah, this is such a telling bit. Really, just this part. Hold on.
Independent investigators. You won't let in journalists
Why
to go
not?
there.
Why not?
They're not allowed to
will
go
be,
there.
I will be happy to escort you to Xinjiang.
Really?
I can make that promise.
Really?
I will speak to the Chinese government.
Here's the problem,
to the
Victor.
Chinese
I don't
embassy.
want to escort. I don't want minders. I want to go freely. Will you allow that?
I do not make that decision.
Oh! A moment ago, you were going to make all sorts of interruptions.
Lennon-
I said, let me go freely and speak.
Stop doing the tanky bullshit. You can't just say America worse and then erase everything bad about China. You are standing China, pretending that they're the greatest country in the world, but then when something comes up that shows you that they are also very much evil and genocidal, oh, but America's worse, so it's fine. You're doing exactly what he's doing.
Speak to Uyghurs freely. Can I do that with no minders?
I'll be
No
happy.
Chinese government escort.
I will be happy to make your case.
Oh, just now you said you'd organize it. Now we're back. Make a case.
Make
you
a
can't
case.
guarantee. Rehan asked.
It's bad, but you're still defending it by saying America worse. It's every argument with either someone who supports Russia or China. It's always, oh well, America's worse. Okay, America's worse. China's still evil. Fuck China. They're still evil. Like whether or not America's worse is irrelevant. It does not matter in any way, shape, or form. China is still evil. They are genociding a population. They are an authoritarian dictatorship. They, you have no civil rights. You have no freedoms. You're constantly monitored. It is pretty much just as bad as America. China's not a lesser evil in any way. I don't support China, but lesser voting, evil voting. China's not the lesser evil. China's the equivalent evil. Do you understand that, the Republican Party is CCP pilled? They love China. Trump loves Xi. They're the same. Fascism everywhere in the world is exactly the same because the fascists are not creative. They can't create. It's the same rhetoric. It's not a crime. It's all done under the guise of the rule of law. Same for the current U.S. administration or any other superpower. It's like they're all the same, guys. There's no difference here. None.
Oh, just now you said you'd organize it. Now we're back. Make a case.
Make
you
a
can't
case.
guarantee. Rehan Assad is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council, international human rights lawyer. You are a Uyghur who Victor says, brothers and sisters. Your literal brother has been held in an internment camp in Xinjiang since 2016, I believe. Rehan, tell us what happened to your brother and what is your response to Victor, to what you've heard, and what is the latest on your brother, if you don't mind sharing with us.
Yeah, my brother Akbar Assad is a prominent tech entrepreneur. In fact, your own media...
Oh, they do things like green energy and high-speed rail so that genocide is just perfectly fine. And we should just, just because America's worse and they have nice infrastructure, we should just say, okay, China's fine. Or, as you said, the greatest country in the world, which is an insane statement to make. I've been thinking about what is the greatest country in the world. It's probably just like Iceland.
media outlet called him bright
No,
star.
they're not still bad. They are just as bad, if not worse, in some ways. And in some ways, America's worse. Every superpower is terrible in different ways at different levels, but they're pretty much the same. Yeah, Norway, maybe. I mean, Norway has a Nazi problem as well. Iceland, I would say. Liechtenstein, sure.
In the tech world. Right before his detention, he was invited on a state gala dinner, and then he disappeared. How could you explain that?
Mehdi.
Okay,
Again,
well, I couldn't tell because you do often stand China. So, like, if you're joking, that's fine. Just, like, I don't like the framing of America's worse, so we should cut China some slack. It's not that they aren't even great, Lennon. I think that they deserve zero credit at all. Like, you shouldn't give them any props. You don't need to give it to China as a W. Now, you can laugh when they do something funny that fucks with like the DeepSeek AI stuff. Like, that made me laugh. That's great. It made me laugh at the fact that like $1 trillion of the US economy just vanished overnight. That was great. The country is not any better. You can have high-speed rail, and that doesn't make it any better. You can have green energy. That doesn't make it any better. It just doesn't. They're not better. They're not worse now, especially not with Trump, but they're not better. Yeah, they do some shit more than we do. And first off, we're moving closer to them, but they also have we also do shit that's good that they don't do. Like, well, we used to at least. I forget, we don't have a real country anymore in the United States.
Your own media outlet called him bright star in the tech world. Right before his detention, he was invited on a state gala dinner, and then he disappeared. How could you explain that?
Good question.
Mehdi, again, in China, we have about 20 Muslim ethnic groups. You need to ask one question. Why the extremism existed mostly among the Uyghur communities?
And you're still defending them.
There are extremists among the Uyghur community who want to separate Xinjiang away from China.
Has your brother been convicted of any crime?
Supported by CIA and other Western organizations.
Okay.
That's the real truth. Hold on. Talk to the Kazakhs, they don't support.
Do you understand how ridiculous this statement is?
Convicted of a crime.
According to UN, there's no trial has taken place. He just forcibly disappeared. Actually, it amounts to enforced disappearance. But according to the Chinese government, he committed a crime of inciting ethnic discrimination while he's systematically oppressed. And when I challenged that decision, because...
So basically, they just came up with a claim, and they're just like, they slapped it on you. It's like when they're going to call us all communist radicals, and they're going to put us in the camps. It's the same fucking shit. There is no trial because they don't care. They don't care about whether someone's guilty or not. They don't care if he actually even, whether or not even incited ethnic discrimination. No. What he was doing is he was saying things that he pissed the government off, and they disappeared him. That's significantly worse than where we are at the US right now. We're not doing that just yet. You know, we're working our way up there, but that's worse than America. I'm sick of the small little, like, oh, well, they reached their green energy roles. I give a fuck. They're disappearing people and doing a genocide. And by the way, you know, like, it's not like we're not also disappearing people and doing a genocide. It's just, you know, not in the same level of it yet. Like, it doesn't matter if they're better at this and they're worse at that. They're all just evil. These are all ghouls.
Under the Chinese law, if you're committed with the alleged crime...
No credit where credit's due. Fuck them. They're demons.
You have 3 years sentence, but he got 15.
They're not even Marxists.
How do you justify that? Then they switch...
Marxism, Leninism isn't Marxism, so they're not Marxist. Or Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, or whatever the fuck they believe. It's not Marxism.
Explain, this is a rule of...
Bolshevism is also not Marxism.
If people are not pro-independent, then they're fine in Xinjiang. My brother by no means is pro-independent. In fact, your media outlet...
Okay, I'll give them the credit that, sure, they have green energy. Good for them. Yay! Now, can we get back to the talk about the genocide, please?
You mentioned that if people are not pro-independent, then they're fine in Xinjiang. My brother by no means is pro-independent. In fact, your media outlet, daily media, invited him to exchange information. Did he split the country when he visited Beijing?
Are you okay
then?
with the treatment of her brother?
Madam, in front of this very august body, let me make several very brief points. The real crime involved by some of the Uyghur people are agitating for Xinjiang independence. They violate the One China policy. Now, separate from that.
So basically, if you are a large ethnic and religious group of people that have lived in an area historically for a very, very long time, and I don't know, you live under an oppressive dictatorship and you want to maybe like leave. First of all, no evidence that this guy was doing anything like this at all. Like zero, none, zilch, nada. But let's say, hypothetically, that you do. Does that mean that like your entire ethnicity, ethnic group should be put into concentration camps and made to work to death? Is that equal that?
You know, different communities may find their own different problems which need to be sorted out in the course of law. And I hope...
But her brother's been detained for 8 years.
Well, I do not know the charge. I hope I can help you to really look at the case, at the accusation against him.
Yeah,
I hope your brother is not guilty of inciting for separatism of Xinjiang. If that is the case, then let the law take its course.
Well, your media outlet called him a model citizen who is a promoter of ethnic unity in Xinjiang.
Have you been able to speak to your brother or see?
Hans Kraus, I also believe this, but like the idea of a like this has to be done in a good way, because an independence revolution type thing could work very, very well, but it can also be very, very bad depending on the circumstances. I don't believe him. I don't believe this guy talking about how her brother was inciting a revolution. I don't think so. And on top of this, like, at the moment, that's obviously not possible because this is what they're doing to prevent even the sentiment from getting out. But at this, it's fucked. We don't live in a world that's a reality anymore. Maybe in a couple hundred years.
Citizen
unfortunately.
who is a promoter of ethnic unity in Xinjiang.
Have you been able to speak to your brother or see him?
No, not at all. Like, you know, for 8 years, he's forcibly disappeared. Up until like last month, for the first time, my parents saw him. What kind of justice system is that? You're making a mockery.
8 years, no one saw him. How would you even know that he's alive?
Numerous testimonies the UN has collected. Are you okay with that?
Mehdi, when you talk about torture, think about Guantanamo Bay prison.
Oh, look, oh my God, look, America did it too, so, like, you know, you can't complain about the torture.
And in Xinjiang, Xinjiang is a place of great peace and stability.
The accounts of detainees include being beaten with batons, electric batons, while strapped in a so-called tiger chair. 158 being subjected to interrogation with water.
What the fuck is a tiger chair? And also, yes, peace and stability. Being beaten, strapped to a whatever the fuck a tiger chair is. Being subjected to waterboarding, electric shock. Like, yeah, of course, yes, peace and stability.
Poured on their faces, prolonged solitary confinement, forced to sit motionless on stools for long
Imperialism is bad.
This is the proud
Maybe,
China.
probably you are reading the case.
Authoritarianism is bad.
Committed by the American
No,
soldiers.
I'm reading the UN report in August 2022 from detainees who came out of camps in Xinjiang. Your brothers and sisters, but these brothers and sisters you don't seem to give a damn about. How do you know any torture happened in Iraq out of interest?
I know.
How?
I know for sure.
How?
I talked to the Iraqi ambassador in Beijing.
Okay.
He wept in front of me.
And I'm sure Rehan's parents have wept, and you don't seem to care.
And I hope you will tell your brother, be a staunch supporter of One China policy, be a proud Chinese...
Oh, look, if you don't want you to get, you know, if you don't want your brother to get tortured, you should make sure that he is a staunch supporter of the One China policy. This is the tiger chair, eh? That looks horrifying. I was expecting something a lot more ornate and decorative. That's disappointing, actually.
Have wept, and you don't seem
One
to
more time, let's hear that again.
In front of me. I know for sure.
How?
I talked to the Iraqi ambassador in Beijing.
Okay.
He wept in front of me.
Okay.
And I'm
He
sure
told me.
Rehan's parents have wept,
That was
and you
bad.
don't seem to care.
And I hope you will tell your brother, be a staunch supporter of one China policy, be a proud
I cannot
Chinese
tell him he's
Uyghur,
in prison.
She can't tell him because she can't speak to him because you deny
away
access,
from
Victor.
China.
Victor, she can't speak to him. Are you going to arrange it? Are you going to arrange a visit now?
I'll be happy to help you to make a phone call.
Oh yeah, I would not be taking that trip. Like, fuck that.
Should
You are
follow
all
up on this
witnesses.
afterwards.
You are all witnesses.
We are witnesses indeed. Let me bring in Martin Jakes. Martin, when you hear people say basically there's no torture, everyone's making it up, there's nobody in detention, come on, that's ridiculous, is it not, Martin?
Well, I mean, I don't know all the details of the situation in Xinjiang.
You go and you
Clearly,
disappear.
There's been a big problem for a long time in Xinjiang in terms of the relationship between the Uyghur and the Han. And that came to a head in 2009 when there was a demonstration and 200 people were killed by the Uyghur. And then the Chinese.
Wait. Hold on. 200 people were killed by the Uyghurs. Look that up again.
The same kind of damage on the hand. So this is a deep problem in my view, and it's not
One visit
easy
policy.
There's
Yeah.
no other problem in China of this kind.
Yeah.
But
A lot of people consider
this
it
is a
genocide,
big
Martin.
problem.
That's a pretty big problem.
It's a very big problem for them. Yeah. But the other thing, Betty, I'd say is that the point that's being made about separatism is true. That I think that the 30 million Muslims in China.
If there are 30 million of a group that want to leave your country, I'm sorry, but they should just let them. What the fuck? There's 30 million people that want to leave your country. And you're gonna what? You're gonna put them in camps, tie them to the fucking tiger chair, and torture them? What kind of demonic shit? It's 30 million people. It's not a small separatist group. That's more than the entire population of Australia.
The Hui is the biggest single minority. They are completely integrated. But the problem in Xinjiang is clearly the issue of separatism.
There's 12 million
Stephen,
Uyghurs.
let me ask you this question. Victor's making a lot of promises tonight about me going to Xinjiang and Rehan going to Xinjiang and everyone's going to be fine. How safe, how okay?
Because they don't want to give up land
or
power.
How free do you think you are when you go to China?
When I go to China, and I haven't been for some time, I'm watched almost 24/7. There's always someone I can spot who's trailing me. So I know when my hotel room is upgraded suddenly to a spacious suite, I'm now in a place which is bugged. So someone who's a mild critic and a scholarly critic like me doesn't feel safe in China. By contrast, I feel safer in Taiwan.
Victor, when you hear Stephen say he doesn't feel that
This
safe.
guy's a mild critic of China. What do you think would happen if I went to China? Just I went on a vacation trip. Like, I'm not even a big streamer. I'm not known. What do you think would happen to me? Instant death. Are you fucking kidding me? Of course, they know everything. They're watching everything. That's their whole fucking thing. That's their entire MO, is let's watch everything.
If going to China prefers going to Taiwan, when we talk about freedom of speech, for example,
Which
in
does
China.
not exist
I live in
in
the
China.
United States of America, where I can say that Donald Trump is I don't know, hypothetically, an orange-faced narcissist.
I do have to say I'm kind of sick of the orange discourse. It feels so childish. But also, the list of countries that I could visit is ever shrinking.
I also live here in the UK. I'm British. Here you have Rishi Sunak, the former Prime Minister, was called a pint-sized loser by a Labour politician.
And a wanker.
No one in China has that kind of freedom to talk about their government, to talk about President Xi Jinping in that way. You can't say anything like that. You wouldn't dare say anything like that because you know what will happen to you when you go home. You know what will happen to your family. That's what China is.
Mehdi, if you do anything, write anything, email or chat to your friends about taking anything action against, let's say, Prime Minister of Britain, President of the United States.
You see, this is not even a remotely similar example. If I in Australia or in America, I say, you know what, the Prime Minister or the President is a big fat sack of shit and he's a moron, and I hope that lightning strikes him and kills him. I can say that. I can say that. Now, I'm not saying that because, I really don't want to piss either of these governments off right now. I'd rather not get drone striked. But like, I still can say that. Whereas if I said that in China, the guys are immediately barging in the room. Like, gun to my head, you're going to the camps. Instantly. Considering constant comparison between USA, China, AI, and Wiki has this to say about it, while USA is transitioning or in the process of fast implementation of inverted totalitarianism, China cannot accurately be classified as an inverted totalitarian state. It is more appropriately described as an authoritarian regime with a strong totalitarian tendencies, and they have this for decades, becoming a sort of role model for others to abuse power. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not sure that, like, we're going towards inverted totalitarianism in the United States anyway. It's fascism with liberal aspects. That's what it is. Now, that's the discourse, but the actions show much more oligarchy than fascistic liberalism.
That's
Very
what I said.
swiftly.
Victor, you're a master.
I mean, I hope so, but like they both come with a lot of the same shit, so you know.
I said Rishi Sunak was called a pint-sized loser. Would you call Xi Jinping a pint-sized loser?
Mehdi, each country has different sensitivities. In UK...
So you're admitting you can't criticize the Chinese government?
No. You can criticize the government if you are positive in your attitude.
You can criticize the government if you're positive?
Yes.
You can criticize the government's actions if you add in like, well, you know, this was a good thing, but it would be better if we had it, you know, this way. You know, I think this might... That's the only criticism you can make. It's fucking ridiculous.
Is that the new philosophy?
No, if you can come up with your...
You've got to come up with nice insults?
No.
What then?
Constructive advice.
Constructive advice?
For example,
oh, I'm loving
in dealing with the aging public...
What's some constructive criticism I could give to, I don't know, concentration death camps? Constructively, I'd like to say it might be better for social cohesion and the popularity of the great dragon emperor, whatever, if we didn't do that. I still get shot in the head.
What should be the government do? What should this governor should do?
But you can't say the president's lying.
Yeah, it's been a fun one, Wick. What's up?
It will be dealt with very swiftly in China. You cannot say that.
Hold on, one more time.
What should be the government do? What should this governor should do?
But you can't say the president's lied. He's a liar.
It will be dealt with very swiftly in China. You cannot say that.
That is the most honest.
You just literally, the president is a liar. He lied. You would be dealt with swiftly. Are you fucking kidding me? Back guys, totally agree with you, Visora. I can go outside right now and openly say Starmer is a twat. Nothing will happen in China. Say that, but literally, like, the example that Mehdi gave is he lied. He's a liar. Not even calling him a twat, just saying that he lied. No pretense, bluntly said it without any mask. Yes, you will be swiftly dealt with.
Honest thing you've said tonight. Victor Gao, we're going to take a break. That's part one of...
You can criticize China's regime. There are just certain forms of criticism that are banned in basically every country aside from... That is so not true. Name one criticism that is not banned in the United States, but is banned in most other countries that you can give like the government. By the way, like, I'm Turkish. I was born in Turkey. Right now, even though Turkey is a very much an authoritarian state, I can still say shit out in public. You know? I can say, fuck Erdogan. Now, my parents will be like, shh, what the fuck are you saying? Like, they'll come and get you. And they might, but they're not constant. They're not gonna, you're not swiftly dealt with, right? There's a difference here. You can say, I don't know, in Australia, I can say pretty much whatever the hell I want as long as it's not hate speech. It varies from country to country, but basically European countries has laws against certain form of ideological dissent. Name one, please, because you're giving me a very, very broad hypothetical here with literally nothing going on. Holocaust denial is illegal in many European countries, for an example. Yeah, because that should be illegal in many countries. Holocaust denial should be illegal because the Holocaust happened, and Holocaust denial is dangerous and will lead to more Holocaust happening. Hate speech is a good example. Okay, yes, none of this is hate speech. Saying that the president lied? How are you're comparing hate speech and Holocaust denial to saying that the president lied and is a liar. Yes, some censorship is good. There is no such thing as unlimited free speech. At the same time, there is, because you can say whatever the fuck you want. You just have to deal with the consequences no matter what. But there is no place in the world where there's unlimited free speech. You can't, in America, you can't say fire in a crowded movie theater. You'll get arrested for that if there's no fire. Yet people are punished for dissent from regime ideology. But that's the issue. You don't punish people for dissent in Germany. Well, it depends on the context. If you believe there's a fire, sure. But like if you're in the middle of a movie and you shout fire for fun, no, you can't do that. You can't say you want to kill the president, for example. Technically, hate speech is also illegal in the United States. We just don't enforce it anymore. Now there's no more fucking fact-checking anymore that should be illegal. Yeah. But all the ideological positions are illegal in the USA, and you should have ideological conversation availability in China. The thing is, we should ban more of the speech in the USA. I don't think that you should be allowed to lie openly, willingly, and freely on television. That's a piece of speech that I would like to censor. I think that you should have to, like, if you're charged with knowingly lying as, let's say, a politician, an elected official, a media, like a newscaster, someone who works on news or politics related live streams or influencers. If you're openly and willingly, knowingly lying about something and you get charged, you should go to court and they should have to prove in any other, like the same as any other case, that without any doubt that you did this thing and that this is true, and then you should go and be punished for it. You should go to, well, ideally, I don't really believe in prison. You should go to rehabilitation. That's the bastardization of the Popper's paradox of tolerance. I don't really give a shit. That's the thing, right? The paradox of tolerance is just, if you are tolerant of intolerance, then intolerance wins out. The only way to deal with Nazis is to get rid of them. Take a look at what happened in Germany after World War II. After World War II in US-occupied German land in 1946, when you polled the Germans there and asked them, how many of you think that the Nuremberg trials were unfair? It was 6% of the people who lived there. 4 years later, 1950, we asked them again, it was 1 in 3. So yes, the paradox of tolerance is true. If you are tolerant of intolerance, then the intolerance will grow. What's up, Zach? Damn, y'all are popping in right now, and I would literally need to pee so bad. So, I'm sorry, I'll be right back. Yeah, but the intolerance, Popper meant people who want to circumvent norms like free speech. I don't want to circumvent norms like free speech. I think it's protecting free speech and it's protecting democracy to A, make it illegal for people who are in positions of power and influence to knowingly and willingly lie about things that impact other, like, again, politicians, elected officials, judges, police, media, newscasters, whatever the fuck. If you're in a position of power and you're knowingly and willingly lying on fucking national television, that should be illegal. You should have to prove it in a court of law, like anything else, but it should be illegal. I think that it should be illegal to be a Nazi. In South Australia, it is illegal to do a Sieg Heil. It is illegal in Germany to do a Sieg Heil. It is illegal to have hate speech in America, though it's not enforced. It's illegal to do hate speech in Australia, where it is enforced. Germany is a case in point where banning free speech has allowed Nazism to bubble under the surface with greater sense of grievance. That's because it wasn't actually treated. Germany was never denazified. We never even bothered. They were already Nazis by the time that we left. They just banned the shit and then it's simmered under the surface. You have to get rid of the Nazis if you want to not have Nazis grow. That would be intolerance according... I don't care if it's intolerance. I am intolerant of intolerance. I am. All of the Nazis deserve no rights. They should be put in the hole. Because the existence of one given time and space, we'll create like 50. How would you denazify a country? The Nuremberg trials. I'll be right back. The Nuremberg trials, with no exceptions, no Project Paperclip, none of that shit, you do not allow the ideology to continue existing. That is how you, like, to deal with fascists in this fashion, like a Nazi fascist. You have to treat them the way they want to treat you. You have to rip it out from the root, or it will continue to grow. That is, like, it's what they want to do to us. And the only way to protect us is to do that. It is not even, I would argue that treating a Nazi the way they want to treat you is pro-democracy. Germany's own version of the CIA made by Nazi German military leaders. True. Nazis should suffer the same which they did to other people. I mean, the Nuremberg trials were a good way to do that. We should have just, you know, done it to completion. A hole will suffice. Yeah, you don't need to kill them. You can just, you know, put them in a steel cage in space and just, you know, put them in a little rocket that has like a little habitat in it and then launch them into space. That's fine. Elon's appearance and speech at the far-right Nazi rally, they're Nazis for sure, was fucking interesting. Well, I mean, it's the AfD. Of course they're Nazis. I prefer Chomsky's approach of allowing Nazi speech to be challenged openly. They lose debate. And that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Because again, 1946, in US-occupied Nazi Germany, post-Nazi Germany, 6% of people thought the Nuremberg trials were unfair. We gave them 4 years. That became 1 in 3. Majority of Nazis got less than 6 months. The lefties got years and decades in prison after World War II in Germany. Literally, we did not even bother to denazify. It's the same issue that we have with the South. We didn't do Reconstruction hard enough. We should not kill innocent people. Of course not. We should kill nobody. What's up, Shardspark? And hello, Mark. I don't think everything sucks. I'm optimistic. No, I am too. I was just having a shitty morning. Don't mind me. I aced the citizenship test with a perfect score, Shardspark. They gave you 45 minutes to answer 20 questions. It took me 5. Any semi-capable debater ought to be able to expose that. Except the thing is, Lost Note, nobody believes in reality anymore, and the Nazis don't debate in good faith. And most of, like, the country, most of the world has been dumbed down to the point where they can't read. So...
Ahead with our guest, Victor Gao. In part 2, we'll be talking
about... I'm
about...
not saying kill the Nazis. I'm saying we should remove the Nazis from society entirely. Every single one of them. Doesn't mean kill them. I don't want to kill anybody. I'm against the death penalty. We can just launch them into space. Give them stuff. I don't know. Go have a... You guys can go live on fucking Mars or something. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Just not here. I don't want them here. I don't want them to exist, and the only way to continue to not have Nazis is to get rid of all of them. and AfD supporters would be Nazis? Not all of them, but quite a lot of them. Just like how not every MAGA is a Nazi, but quite a lot of them are. And quite a lot of them also can still be rehabilitated. As I've said before, I don't believe that you should just send people to prison. I think step one should be an attempt at rehabilitation. And that rehabilitation can take a while. They should, as long as they are showing effort to try and rehabilitate, then they get to stay in the rehabilitation center until they are rehabilitated. Until they've learned empathy and critical thinking and the importance of social cohesion. And if not, then you put them in prison forever. You put them in the hole. Put someone like Mehdi with facts against the best Nazi speaker. Like literally, Mehdi would absolutely destroy any Nazi. And it would not matter even remotely. Because nobody cares. The Nazis don't listen. The rest of the country doesn't listen. If you perpetuate a lie of some external danger that's going to make your world believe in disappear, it will be very easy to sway the masses when done in dire times. That's literally what they do. Most people don't have the attention span. Most people literally cannot read. 65% of US adults can functionally not read at a 6th grade level. They could not read and comprehend a Harry fucking Potter book. I'd be fine sending all the billionaires to space with one-way trip. I mean, after we take all their money, sure, and redistribute it. Well, what if they have empathy and critical thinking and value social cohesion, but still hold views that you consider Nazi views? You can't. That's not possible. You can't have empathy and critical thinking and still be a Nazi. The empathy and being a Nazi are not compatible with each other. It just doesn't work. You can't do it. If you only have empathy for the group that you consider superior, then you don't have empathy.
President Xi Jinping will be talking about the...
I have a pretty broad view of what I consider as a Nazi. No, I mean National Socialists. I mean people who believe in eugenics and genetic superiority, people who believe in authoritarianism, all of this at the same time, by the way. I'm not saying like different groups. I'm explaining what I believe is a Nazi. People who believe that they are better because of their genetics than some other ethnic groups or religious groups or whatever the fuck. People that don't believe in human rights, equal rights for everybody. People who want to kill several millions of people. People who want to ethnically cleanse their country. People who do Nazi salutes. People who call themselves National Socialists. People who call themselves Nazis. People who... this also goes into it. So, little context here. Not all pedophiles are Nazis, but all Nazis are pedophiles. So those go too. Like, it's just it's not difficult to see who a Nazi is. And again, you try and rehabilitate before we put them into the spaceship and launch them to Mars, where they can go live there and have their little, like, peasant brain ethnic society, ethno-state on Mars. That's fine. Shang Kang is the most literal Nazi chatter that you will ever find on Twitch. I mean, I am kind of getting that vibe a little bit. People who have the view of a utopia that involves helping, wiping out whole groups or races of people to achieve. Yes. People who say, you know, they're National Socialists, but then go and kill all the labor unions. People who are evil. Nazis aren't people like you and me. They're human beings, but they're not people. And I will stand by this. Nazis are not people, even though they are humans, because being a person requires empathy. And Nazis do not have this. There's a reason why they all love AI art. There's a reason why none of them can think for themselves. There's a reason why, like in the video I showed you earlier of the, like, coal lobby people in Australia having their little secret Christmas party. There's a reason they're all wearing pink Make Coal Great Again hats. It's because you need that empathy. You need a soul to be creative. And they can't. They are, like, they just function on input-output. They are stupid. All Nazis are genuinely stupid. They're just nationalists, not socialists. Yeah, they just call themselves National Socialists. Do you think it would be possible, for example, for a German to say, I want to keep Germany white by severely limiting non-white immigration and not be a Nazi? No. And like, I don't care if they're German or English or American. That is, whether or not they are a Nazi, that is a Nazi belief. And if they believe that, they believe a whole lot more.
The issue of dictatorship, and we'll hear from our very patient audience here in London's Conway Hall.
Gotta say, for no sleep in a 7-hour stream, I'm doing pretty good.
Welcome back to Head to
I'm
Head
not
on
tired
Al
or
Jazeera
anything.
English. My guest this week is Victor Gao, former interpreter to the late Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping, vice president of the Center for China and
True,
Globalization
leftist Leo,
in Beijing,
exactly.
and an ardent promoter of the People's Republic. We're also joined by an expert panel here in London's Conway Hall and a live audience who we're going to hear from shortly. Victor, before we get to the audience, in 2019, on this very show, I asked the question, is Xi Jinping gearing up to be president for life, dictator-in-chief? I mean, he's the most powerful leader of China since Mao. He's abolished presidential term limits. He's now in his third 5-year term as president. So I'll ask again tonight, is he now president for life, a true dictator?
For the record, first of all, Chinese President Xi Jinping will never be president for life. There will be a time limit. When it will be handled according to the Chinese.
So he won't be president for life. He'll step down when he's like 87 and he's like, okay, that's enough of that. Let's, it sounds like it to me. Yeah, literally.
Legal system and constitution. Secondly, there is no dictator in China. Why? Because dictatorship simply doesn't work. Democracy means modernization. And how can you explain profound transformation of China over the past 45 years in China if you have dictatorship or authoritarian rule? No, every leader in China will be put into a team.
Well, that's because you're retarded, Shang
Yang.
Yang.
More important than individualism.
There is a very clear definition of Nazism, and I make it a point to distinguish fascism from Nazism, from authoritarianism. I absolutely distinguish each and every types of right-wing authoritarian ideologies. Nazis are Nazis. Sorry, don't care. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Maybe Jiang Zemin or Hu Jintao, everyone knows Xi Jinping has centralized power, consolidated power.
You know what? In fact,
term limits.
Hold on. While we're here, let me just ethnically cleanse this Nazi. See ya.
You say there's a way to get rid of him, but there isn't actually a legal way to get rid of him. He's in power for life, and he likes being a dictator. Why are we pretending?
Mehdi, allow me to remind you, the Communist Party of China, which is the ruling party of China,
they're not
has
communist.
A membership of up to 100 million people. Yeah. It's well structured.
China is not in any way communist. They have a market economy, which is literally like one of the foundational requirements of fucking communism, to not have that. You can't have a market economy and be a communist. I'm so sick of everyone still thinking that China's a communist country.
Every province, every state-owned enterprise, etc., will have a party cell.
There's no division or debate within the Chinese Communist Party.
Listen to me. No single person in China can dictate to a population of 1.4.
25. I just want to, one more time. Where was this?
Escort.
I will be happy to make.
Over here?
What kind of justice system?
Sure, Rehan's parents have wept. And that's ridiculous, is it not? Basically, we are witnesses indeed. A lot of promises being made here, guys. You should.
Way is the biggest single.
I just want to get that clip one more
How
time.
do you think you are when you
almost?
Here we go.
I don't know, China. Here, just talk about their government, to talk about President Xi Jinping in that way. You can't say anything like that. You wouldn't dare say anything like that because you know what will happen to you when you go home. You know what will happen to your family. That's what China is.
Mehdi, if you do anything, write anything, email or chat to your friend, President of the United States,
I didn't say that.
You'll be dealt with very swiftly.
Victor, you're a master of straw man. That's not what I said. I said Rishi Sunak was called a pint-sized loser. Would you call Xi Jinping a pint-sized loser?
Mehdi, each country has different sensitivities. In UK,
so you're admitting you can't criticize the Chinese government?
No. You can criticize the government if you are positive in your attitude. What could be the government do? What should this governor very swiftly?
Where is it? Damn, I just wanted to find him saying you'll be dealt with swiftly again. That was so funny.
You say there's a way to get rid of him, but there isn't actually a legal way to get rid of him. He's in power for life, and he likes being a dictator. Why are we pretending?
Xi will step down when he's old enough that he wants to
Communist Party
retire.
of China, which is the ruling party of China, has a membership of up to 100
Multiculturalism
million
is the
people.
best.
It's well structured. Every province, every state-owned enterprise, etc., will have
But
a
he's the
party
boss.
cell.
There's no division or debate within the Chinese Communist Party.
Listen to me. No single person in China can dictate to a population of 1.4 billion people and
Except
100
for Xi.
million membership of the Communist Party of China.
Okay, let's test
That's
that.
a mission impossible.
Let's test that proposition. The president won a vote last.
Italian food is shit, I will say, just off the bat, because Italian, like Italian food from Italy is shit because they don't season their food.
Dear, won a vote. I'll put that in air quotes. Do you know the tally of last year's presidential vote in favor of Xi Jinping by the National People's Congress? Part of that structure you just advertised.
7,000%.
Can you tell our audience here?
I think it's up to about 100%. That doesn't.
2,952 to 0.
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Could you not find a few people just to make it look a little even? One or two?
Mehdi, it's
Five?
not surprising. It's not surprising.
2,952 to 0.
It's
That's
not
one-man rule,
surprising
my
in
friend.
the Chinese system, everyone supports the Chinese president.
Because if you don't, you'll be dealt with swiftly. Again, you can't even say that he lied.
Seconds ago, there's this huge system, a big party, one guy, and then you're like, oh no, but everyone supports him. 0 votes against him. One person out of 3,000 couldn't say, Xi Jinping, not my guy. One.
What if he is the guy for all the Communist Party of China? You
What
never
if?
know.
Well,
never know.
if that's the case, then your entire first answer is redundant because it doesn't matter if there's 100 million people. They all have to follow the leader.
Yep.
He does command huge respect among the Chinese people.
Yeah,
as
huge respect because they're all afraid of getting disappeared.
well as
You
in
say
the ruling
respect, I
party.
say fear. Do you know how many names were on the ballot papers that were given in 2013?
1.
How many names were on the ballot paper when they went to choose the president? Can you tell our audience?
I think there is only one candidate.
Yeah. There were no other names.
I swear I didn't remember that
That's a
was the
real-
answer,
that's a
but
real
like,
secure leader. A guy who knows he has the confidence of his people. You get to vote, but only for me, and none of you can actually vote against me.
Mehdi, we do not want to end up in a situation with 6 prime ministers in 80 years.
Yeah. So you prefer a dictatorship?
oh yeah, so no democracy, you know? Obviously, you know, the UK fucked up pretty hard, and government's pretty shit over there, but it's still a democracy. You still can, I don't know, criticize the government. You can run and try and be the leader if you want to. Batgaz, if you're still here, why don't you run for prime minister? You can. Could you do this in China? Fuck no.
Oh, we prefer a system that works for the benefit of the Chinese people.
I've not said a word.
No, you prefer a system that works for the benefit of the rich Chinese people, just like everyone else.
Works or not. You got great economic growth.
You know, honestly, that is my favorite part of this good guy Dari. He gives direct answers. The mask off. He's not trying to confiscate as much. Now, obviously, there's some things that he literally cannot say because when he goes home, they will disappear him if he says them, and you can tell. But like, no, he's not bullshitting here.
Look at the
But you're a
economic
dictatorship.
growth. There is no dictatorship, Mehdi.
You just
Do
admitted
you want me to,
that there's no name on the ballot paper.
Do you want me to
no
get
votes
sent to the
against him,
camps? I
and
can't
they all
say
just
that,
follow
Mehdi.
him. That's a dictatorship.
Mehdi, when you have
You
a
can say
succession
my name
of
multiple
the
times,
king after
but it's a
the queen,
dictatorship.
How many candidates are there on the ballot paper?
How many? What? King and queen?
When the king succeeds the queen,
Yes.
how many candidates are there on the ballot paper?
King does not
Does that
make any
Britain
decisions.
not a democracy?
Well, you're asking the wrong guy. I'm a Republican, so I think we should be a full democracy and get rid of the monarchy.
Same.
And I can say
Based.
that here. You can't say that in China.
You cannot take any action
burn.
against them.
Yes, I can actually. I can go out on the street. I can hold up a placard and say, let's get rid of King Charles. I can create a whole protest outside Buckingham Palace. You can't do that in China. You can't even put one other person's name on a ballot paper. That's how insecure your leader is.
Mehdi, I'm a lawyer.
Because, Phantom, why is he comparing it to a monarchy? Because he has to. He spent the first half of this debate every time Mehdi said something that, like, the Chinese were doing that was horrible. Like, oh, well, you know, America bad, too. Because that's the only argument they have.
In my capacity as a lawyer, I can give you a long list of things that you cannot do regarding the monarchy here in Britain.
I'm not debating that. I'm saying that we have an elected government. We get to choose. We get to swap 6 prime ministers, God help us. But
The monarchy doesn't make any fucking decisions anyway. It's just a figurehead. The government, parliament makes the decisions. The prime minister is the one who has the power. Parliament has the power. Only messes up his argument comparing it to a monarchy? Well, of course, because he has no real argument. He's wrong. Mehdi is absolutely correct.
We get to pick. Everyone in this room who's a citizen gets to pick.
Listen, you end up with your mini budget, which bankrupt the whole
country. But that's an honest answer, Victor. But Victor, I admire that because that's an honest answer. Your answer is, it's a dictatorship that works. At least say that.
Mehdi, please, I'm a lawyer. I don't want to get disappeared.
No.
No, you can't. You keep dodging. One minute you say, it's not a dictatorship. Then I show you it is. You say, but it's working. We've got growth.
Mehdi,
pick one.
Mehdi, if that is your point, I will seriously urge you to do more homework about how the Chinese system works.
Okay, let's talk about the Chinese system because I did a little bit of homework.
But sorry, you didn't do the homework that's that is approved for school in China. You need to do that homework.
Jinping put his name in the constitution. That's weird.
Well,
the leader of the country put his own name in the constitution while he's president. No one's done that since Mao. None of the other Chinese presidents, not Hu Jintao, not your old boss Deng Xiaoping, none of them did it. Did they? Or am I wrong?
It's wrong.
Who did it?
The Chinese constitution has been most frequently amended compared with any other country.
Am I wrong about what I just said with my little bit of homework?
Mao's name was put into the constitution.
That's what I said.
Deng's name was put into the
Not
constitution.
while he was president.
And Jiang Zemin's name was put into the constitution.
Not while they were sitting presidents, and you know that. Tell our crowd here, not while they were president. They didn't do it themselves.
According to my recollection, each of
Not
these
your
names
recollection.
were put into the constitution
Not while they were sitting
while
president.
the leaders were still alive.
Okay, so
But
I'm
not
right.
while they were in charge.
president. I love the little slip. Even Donald Trump, one of the great narcissists of our time, has not proposed yet putting his name into the U.S. Constitution. If
To be
you are the
fair,
president of
if
China, you're elected.
this didn't age really well because now they're talking about how they want to put Trump's face on Mount Rushmore. So, you know, that is assuring that somehow their constitution that has been heavily amended. I mean, to be fair, it's not like our constitution hasn't also been pretty like heavily amended, but it's not about how amended it is. It's about what the amendments say.
Without any opponents, no names on the ballot paper, 0 votes against you. You put your name in the Constitution.
It's probably just a
are taught
bullshit
about
thing.
Xi Jinping thought in primary school. That is not just a dictatorship. That is a cult of personality.
I don't think China believes in personal.
So why are
personality
6-year-olds
cult.
learning about Xi Jinping thought?
Wait, China doesn't believe in what?
China believes in personal.
So why are
personality
6-year-olds
cult.
learning about Xi Jinping thought? I'm pretty sure no 6-year-olds learned about Liz Truss's mini budget.
Oh, did you guys not hear that Google Maps is going to make it say the Gulf of America, but only for people in America? Everywhere else in the world, it's still going to say Gulf of Mexico, but because America will bitch about it, if you're in the U.S., it's going to say the Gulf of America. There should be a counter for how many times he says Mehdi's name. True. Honestly, I still am not over the fact of him calling the Uyghurs the Uyghurs. The Uyghurs.
Victor,
the Chinese system is such that once you orient the country in one direction, everyone follows the suit.
Do they follow or are they ordered to follow? They don't follow out of choice.
That's a good question.
It's like a vehicle with 4 wheels. Here, you have 4 wheels aligned in different directions, opposing directions. In China, the 4 wheels of a car all lined up in one direction.
Well, they don't.
Yes, the one direction is you getting to work 80 hours a week so that the rich Chinese could take your money. Oh, look, guess what? Our government is also now all wheels in one direction. Sometimes having a debate on which way to go does tend to produce, I don't know, a better outcome than just following the one guy.
Well, they don't, Victor. Let me give you an example. Former Foreign Minister Qin Gang was removed from his post and has not been seen in public since June 2023.
Do you know how many Chinese military officials, state officials, or just get disappeared every now and again? China just does a purge every now and again.
Shangfu disappeared from public view for months, has now been expelled from the party, accused of corruption. That's at least 2 ministers that disappeared just in the last year. With apologies to Oscar
Yeah, it's
Wilde,
pretty fucked,
to
Phantom.
lose 1 minister might be unfortunate. To lose 2 is careless, is it not?
Do you know the point I want to make? This means China is really merciless in dealing with corruption of all kinds, even among the highest
foreign minister.
Yeah, merciless in dealing with corruption of all kinds, including corruption of thought.
Defense minister. Imagine Antony Blinken and Lloyd Austin just disappeared tomorrow. We don't know where they are. We've never seen them again. That's not normal, Victor.
Listen.
Oh, it's like J.D. Vance.
How do we know they're corrupt? They just disappeared. Where's the trial? Where's the trial, Victor?
Finish my point. Corruption of all kinds in China need to be dealt with.
So where's the trial?
Mercilessness.
So where's the trial? Where's the trial of the former foreign minister? We don't even know where he is.
Mehdi, those things you don't know doesn't mean doesn't happen.
Where is the trial for this man you're just accusing of corruption?
Qin Gang was my good friend for more than 20 years.
Where is he then?
He is involved in corruption.
Where is he?
And he is dealt with very swiftly.
Where is he?
Regardless of
He's your good friend. You don't know where he is.
No, he was dealt with really swiftly. Yeah, I know where he is. He's in a ditch. If I say this, I will also be in the ditch, Mehdi. You're not understanding me. I live in a dictatorship and I can't say the things like that you're trying to get me to say. You're trying to get me killed here.
Regardless
where
of
is the former foreign minister of China?
position.
This is not a hard question. We're not asking where Rehan's brother in the middle of Xinjiang is that you can dodge. Where is the former foreign minister of China who disappeared? And by the way, he wasn't accused of corruption. The spokesman came out and said he has health reasons. Then corruption came later.
Yeah, the health reasons are like I got shot and put in the hole.
And the process
starts with one lie that he's ill, and then the next lie is he's corrupt.
And then the third part of the process is they shoot him in the head, and then they put him in the hole.
He may be ill. You never know.
Thought crimes in heaven. Yeah, exactly.
He's been in a Chinese prison.
He may be ill now. You never know. But
Exactly.
What? Hold on. What was that?
It starts with one lie that he's ill, and then the next lie is he's corrupt.
He may be ill. You never know.
I mean, he's probably ill after he's been in a Chinese prison.
He may be ill now. You never know.
Exactly.
But at least...
Like, I love how mask off he is. Well, he might be ill now, you know.
Lost his job
Victor, where is he?
of his corruption.
Last question.
Beaten in a tiger chair, yeah.
He's somewhere in China. You will never see him. He is among the 1.4 billion people.
And no, it's not just him. There's many other people who've disappeared.
You're never going to see him.
Disappeared. The Ministry of Industry and Technology disappeared. The former Interpol president disappeared. In China, you just disappear if they don't like you. That's the rule of law in China.
In fact,
literally, he's like, well, he might be ill now. Well, where is he? Well, he's in China. You're just never going to see him. It's so open and overt that it's kind of refreshing after listening to an American politician talk, you know, like as someone said earlier, but like, Jesus Christ.
They disappear because if they keep doing their job, they will bring greater disasters.
Victor, be careful what you wish for, because everyone's watching
They
this.
have to disappear, because if they keep doing what they're doing, they're gonna make a problem for the Supreme Dragon Emperor. That's a Vosh line, I just realized. I was like, because I thought I was going to say tiger, and then I said dragon. I was like, where am I getting that from? Oh, Vosh said that.
Show, and if you get something wrong tonight, maybe you disappear.
If I disappear, I hope you will bail me out.
I'd have to find you first, and China is apparently a big country. I want to bring in Stephen Chan, professor at the University of London School of Oriental African Studies. Stephen, Xi Jinping's policies, his crackdown on dissidents. I mean, China was never a democracy. Other presidents were also dictatorial. But can we agree that Xi Jinping is on a different level when it comes to repression at home, the consolidation of power? I assume you disagree with Victor's description of him as part of a, I don't know, 4 week.
You want to know why Xi Jinping is on a different level? Because Xi Jinping is ideologically a capitalist. That's really it. Like, Mao was terrible, but he was ideologically aligned with what he said that he believed. Now, he was stupid, and he fucked up, and he was not good in any way, but he did believe what he said. He believed in Marxist-Leninist Maoism, some amalgamation of bullshit that's not actually, like, he didn't, at least Mao killed the slumlords, sure, okay, I give him credit for that one, but, like, he believed his ideology. Whereas Xi Jinping pretends that the country is communist, where they have a bigger, like, market economy than most of the world does, and he is ideologically a capitalist. How many rich people are in China right now? If you go on RedNote, every single person from China that you're interacting with on RedNote is part of the bourgeoisie of China. RedNote exists and is available for, like, you to download in America because it exists for Chinese people who travel nationally, so that they can take videos and post them back to China. That's the only reason it's available. The people who use that app and, like, they're not the average Chinese worker. The average Chinese worker is working brutal shifts, and then like crawling home, dying, eating a shitty little meal that they can barely afford, and then going to sleep. Life in China is not even remotely better than it is in America right now. Right now, in America, with our shitty standard of living, still probably have a higher standard of living than the average Chinese person. Not the upper class Chinese, but the vast majority.
Wheel car all driving in the same direction happily.
He is just another rich capitalist, exactly.
He is a very, very strong president. And I think that the real test of all of this is how China has treated Hong Kong with the increasing clampdown on dissent and free expression.
I brought up this earlier.
When they were meant to have a degree of freedom and a one country, two system way of approaching life. We can't see any evidence of vibrant debate in China. And I'd note that one of the great disappointments of my life is when I read Chinese academic works, everyone toes a party line. No one does independent research to publish, as it were, anything critical of, for instance, not just Xi Jinping, anything critical about Chinese foreign policy.
Well, they might disappear.
Or really like any policy. Hey, look, I know this is Sky News, but like I don't care right now. Hong Kong issues arrest warrant for activist 19 in UK, 5 other pro-democracy campaigners. Now, this is Sky News, fuck them, but like, this is a thing. This is a thing, and Hong Kong is now under the control of China. Therefore, this is China issues arrest warrant for activist 19 in the UK and 5 other pro-democracy campaigners. So that's to support that point right there.
They might not get promoted in any case.
Rehan Assad is a senior fellow at the Atlantic Council International Human Rights Law. Rehan, in part one, we talked in depth about the repression against the Uyghurs and your own personal situation. In 2014, Xi Jinping privately called for an all-out struggle, quote, against terrorism and to show absolutely no mercy after a visit to Xinjiang. How much do you believe Xi Jinping is driving what's happening in Xinjiang? How much do you think he's responsible for the repression in China?
Well, the matter of the fact is that all of which happened under current administration. Right, so many scholars are attributing to him. It happened under his reign. He's the one who said absolutely no mercy, stamping out roots and branches of the Uyghurs, breaking out their connection. And these are the policies implemented under his leadership. So
look. This looks very much like something that would be in China. Something that our man over here, what's his name, Victor Gao, would be defending, right? What is it? Applications for federal government are now being asked to, applicants rather, are being asked to prove when they had their MAGA revelation. Career civil servants are being indoctrinated about who they voted for. Oh, look, you know, this seems very much in line with everything that Victor Gao is saying.
Very hard to separate Xi Jinping from the current policy Xinjiang.
Martin Jakes, author of the best-selling book When China Rules the World. You heard Victor talk about, well, we can't be a dictatorship because we're doing so well, the economy is doing amazing, we don't have Liz Truss mini budgets, etc. But then you get into the debate about, can dictatorship and growth coexist? Do you need to have democracy to go alongside that? And I think about the pandemic, Martin, and I think about China's reaction to the pandemic. Is that where the dictatorship, the lack of transparency...
Schwarzberg, everything is legal. The law only applies to... If you have less than $1 billion, then the law applies to you. If you have at least $1 billion, there is no law that applies to you. Phantom, I was reading one day how Chinese policy evolved, and I just loved how they will argue it was argue in a way that connect each policy change to the previous one. So the Chinese policy today is connected to Mao. Yeah, it's bullshit. They have to continue with the lie that, you know, the glorious leaders of this country were all like immaculately intelligent and working together, and they all knew exactly what they were doing. Don't mind all the other stuff. Don't look behind the curtain.
The disappearances caught up with China because, of course, there was a black hole in China in terms of China's censorship methods, its draconian policies, the zero COVID policy, the crackdown, which led, some people say, to over 1 million, 2 million deaths. We saw protests in buildings, people screaming. Was that a moment where China actually collided with reality and said, this system, it can't survive long term?
Well, I beg to differ on the question of the pandemic, because actually for 2 years, 2020 and 2021, actually China did, under the circumstances, extremely well. and well outperformed the West. And the reasons for it are quite complicated. You've got to take a very different kind of system. Now, one of the problems with the discussion, I think, so far on this question is that the country, it sounds as if the country doesn't work. If you say dictator, despot, all these kind of words.
I didn't say that, but
no,
that's how
but if...
You can have a country that is stable under a dictatorship. It doesn't mean that it's a good place to live or that it's a good country. It doesn't even mean that it is a functional country. It's just a stable country.
You say, not you personally, but and one says there's no discussion. I think this is absolutely untrue. So what we're presenting here is not an accurate picture.
Oh, thank you, Shardspark.
It's not about accurate picture, it's about balance, right?
Yeah,
I don't deny what you're saying, but you're British. You would think it was a political earthquake if the Foreign Secretary and the Defence Secretary disappeared in the space of 6 months. Not arrested, disappeared, surely.
Yeah, and there is something like, look, Qin Gong was a friend of mine as well. And I don't know what's happened to him. And I think it is odd. Certainly to our eyes, it's weird.
And North Korea is very stable. Doesn't mean it's a good place either. Although I would argue South Korea is pretty fucked as well. So, you know, Koreas are not doing great. Neither of them are.
Is that we've got to try and get beyond cardboard cutouts when we're talking about China and understand how it really works.
I think we do, man. I think we do.
Let's bring in our audience who've been waiting here in London's Conway Hall. I'm going to go to the lady there on the 4th row. Yes, you.
My question is, as a dissident from Hong Kong, knowing that I cannot express freely in Hong Kong or in the UK without risking other people in trouble, I also know that you just now made claims about there's free speech in China, and it's possible to criticize the Chinese government just now again. Can you please demonstrate that free speech and tell us what are Xi Jinping's 2 worst mistakes in the past 5 years?
Great
question. If you can
great
demonstrate
question.
to us that it's okay to criticize Xi Jinping, the Chinese government, and China, or even just say Xi Jinping kind of resembles Winnie the Pooh would be good enough for me. Thank you.
Victor, do you want to take that question?
He's just wait. You want me to say what now?
Well, thank you. I would say.
By the way, he really does resemble Winnie the Pooh.
China need to make more prompt. Take more prompt actions in dealing with the dramatic aging population in China and the dramatic demographic decline.
Do you think Xi Jinping's to blame for not being fast enough on aging?
No, I think the whole Chinese government, including the Central Committee,
Look at she's laughing
State Council, local government, need to take actions quickly to reverse that dramatic aging population problem and demographic.
We're not going to get a criticism out of you. Let's go back to the audience. Let's go.
Oh my god, that's so funny. By the way, here's Xi, and here's Winnie. Kind of does resemble him. I can see it. You know, it's not 100%, but it's there. Yeah, it's there.
Go to the gentleman here in the tie. Yes, you.
Yeah, Alex. Sorry, Alex Vines from Chatham House. My question is debt. So there's been very bad riots, for example, that's been in the news in Kenya. Some of that debt that's been causing the problem is owed to China. So the question is, how is China going to handle the increasing pressures for debt cancellation? At least 17 African countries are in particular distress this year. Thank you.
I understand the Chinese debt in these large-scale connectivity projects is only a small portion of the overall national debt because
That's good for now, Shardsfork. However, I was gonna wait for this, but this just passed the Idaho State House 46-24. States finding that legislation calls upon the Supreme Court decision of the United States to reverse decision of Obergefell v. Hodges and restore the natural definition of marriage to a union between a woman and a man. So, some good news and some really bad news. I feel like we can balance.
They own debt to the United States, to Britain, to the international financing institutions, etc. They not just own debt to China, but to many other countries. That's the reality. Secondly, there is accusation about the death trap, which is completely wrong and false. Because if you want to do connectivity project, major project finance things, you need to have equity as well as debt.
Yeah, we did warn them.
Debt is an indispensable part of the packaging.
Okay, let's go back to the audience. I say I'll take this gentleman at a time, then go to the back, then we'll go to that gentleman there. You next after this one.
My name is Sonam Frazi. I would like to ask you a question on Tibet.
Ooh, good one.
I was born in Tibet before the Chinese invasion of Tibet. Unfortunately, 1.2 million Tibetans have died since, and we have been made refugees. My question is, Tibet, after 74 years of Chinese rule, is still under lockdown. No journalists, no individual tourists, even Tibetans are not allowed to see their families. What is China afraid of to keep Tibet in such a tight control and Tibetans in such an inhuman existence in our own
They're
country?
not afraid. It's not about fear. China just keeps Tibet under that much control because of its petty revenge for standing up to them, and also because they do this for everyone else too. It's not like they're. I mean, Tibet is getting like a little bit more of a special treatment, but like they do this to everyone who disagrees with them, every single one. That's kind of like their whole MO.
Sir, ever since the Yuan dynasty, if not even earlier, Tibet has been part of China. Through different dynasties, different historical periods, I can assure you, during your lifetime and mine, Tibet will always be part of China.
Why?
Okay, well then, India is Turkey. So is Mongolia, so is Iran, Iraq, Syria, Israel is also Turkey. Germany, fucking the entire Balkans, parts of Russia. I think even Moscow's in there. So, if we're going by historical claims, fuck you. Like, this is such a stupid argument. The blood and soil argument is the dumbest argument that these people consistently insist on making.
Why are you so insistent on ruling places that don't want to be ruled by China?
No, Tibet is
we've been
part
through
of
Tibet,
China.
Taiwan, they're not happy in Xinjiang.
Tibet being part of China doesn't depend on whether you like it or not. It's a megatrend of our time.
A megatrend.
And you need to accept that before you will feel free to go back to China,
so
to visit Tibet.
Like, do you know how insane that sounds? Like, literally, one more time. Like, that was fucking insane.
Tibet being part of China doesn't depend on whether you like it or not. It's a megatrend of our time.
A megatrend.
And you need to accept that before you will
It was
feel
absolutely
free
a
to
threat.
go back to China,
so you
to
don't
visit Tibet.
It was literally, like, that is absolutely a threat. I will put you in
You
the
sound like
hole.
you're threatening the man.
No, I'm not.
You said you have to accept that before you can go back. He's from that place.
You live in peace in Britain, that's good.
But he's a refugee.
But if you want...
Yeah, you can live like a degenerate in the West if you want to, but if you want to go home, well then you must bow, or we're gonna put you in the hole. Like that is absolutely a threat. That's the one thing I actually like about China, is that they're open and overt with their fascism.
Want to go back to Tibet, acknowledge Tibet is part of China, period.
And what if he doesn't? He can't go back to his home.
You cannot go back. Because China doesn't want to see anyone advocating for the independence of Tibet.
Why can't
no
China...
way, that will never happen.
Victor, why can't China rest on its own merits? Why the bullying and the threats? We're going to break you to pieces, Taiwan.
You want to know what a really... like, what a better way to do this would be? Like, let's say you really want Tibet for some whatever fucking reason. How about you incentivize them to want to join your country? How about you incentivize them to not want to leave your country? How about you increase their living standards? How about you give them more rights? Sorry, live free or live under tyranny or die. No, it's either live free in the degenerate West or accept the tyranny or die.
You can't go back until you sign this document or that declaration. Why the insecurity? Second biggest economy in the world, major power. You sound so insecure.
Because they are.
China's security rests on the principle that there is only one China. And Taiwan is part of China, Tibet is part of China, and Xinjiang is part of China. Period.
See, I told you, this is what he meant when he said China has a military built for peace. It's just pieces of other countries. All fascists all have micro-dick energy. This is true. It genuinely is. Because fascism is built on insecurity. That is the foundation of fascism. You need insecurity. Generally also sexual insecurity, but not always. And everything goes on top of that.
And even if the people there don't want to be part of it, you don't give a damn.
The majority of the people live happily as
How do we
Chinese
know?
citizens.
Did you do a vote?
I will go with you to
we're gonna,
Tibet.
We're going to go to Tibet and we're going to talk to
Xinjiang,
all the Tibetans.
and possibly
I
also
can
to
go to
Taiwan.
Tibet, but the guy who's from there can't go there. You sound ludicrous when you say this stuff, I'm sorry to say. Let us go back to the audience. Gentleman at the back, and then this gentleman here.
My name is Aziz Isa Elkin. I am a British Uyghur, except Rehan. And my question, for many in the Uyghur diaspora, we have not been allowed contact with our families at home within the Uyghur Autonomous Region since 2017, when Chinese government started detaining more than 3 million plus Uyghurs into their high-tech
12 million
surveillance concentration camps. My question to you, sir, what's the Chinese government trying to hide from us? Second,
okay,
why can't we not talk freely with our families?
Okay. Yet another Uyghur. So many Uyghurs, the same story, the same questions.
I'm always very happy to see wherever I go a Uyghur person. Because
Uyghur,
I do
yes.
consider the Uyghurs as my brothers and sisters.
The Uyghurs,
on one
yes.
condition, though.
Part of me is starting to feel sorry for your actual brothers and sisters.
on one condition, though, Uyghurs need to acknowledge that Xinjiang is part of China. That's a big precondition. If you do not accept that precondition,
then you go in the hole.
You are not my brother or sister.
Hold on, so that's fine. You don't have to be brothers and sisters, but can he not talk to his family?
It depends on where your family is. There are indeed Uyghur separatists who want to promote separatism of Uyghur.
Yes, all 12 million of them in the camps. Every single one. You know what is the more insane part of this is that it was probably like 4 guys and then they did this and now all 12 million of them probably do want independence. Which is always what happens, by the way, anyway. Indie Crab, I still remember when they kidnapped the future 15th Dalai Lama, pointless trying to make sense of them. Well, I mean, it's not like we're even trying to make sense of them. They're just openly, like, saying shit. What's up, Cheeseburger Merv? Good to see you. I passed my citizenship test today. Perfect score. Poor guy, you can tell he's about to cry, but he's trying to stay strong. Yeah, absolutely, because his family is in a fucking camp, and he's like, well, where are they? Can I talk to them? And the answer that he's getting is, well, only if you bend the knee and swear allegiance to the emperor and also denounce any, like, belief that you have that fucking doesn't fit in. I'm not a citizen yet, unfortunately, Indie Crab. Australia takes a goddamn long time. I passed the test in like 6 months. I'll probably get a approval, and then they'll schedule me for a ceremony, which will be like another 9 months away, and then I'll be a citizen. But I passed the test, so pretty dope. I'm pretty happy. Thank you, Cheeseburger Merv.
What about the people who are not separatists who just disappear?
Turn Xinjiang into East Turkmenistan. This will never happen. Listen to this. Call your friends to stick to the one China policy.
He just wants to talk
I
on
have
the
no
phone
idea,
to a family
Phantom.
member.
Years old, 7 years I didn't speak to my mother. I want to speak to my mother. I am British Uyghur. I want to speak to my mother. Do you understand?
Literally support one China policy, support
Victor.
Xinjiang being part of China.
Victor.
Period.
Do you have no heart to see this man who can't speak to his 82-year-old mother? Is she a separatist?
I wish your mother is here in this hall talking to you. And
why don't you
talking
let
to
her
all of
go?
us,
So then
you
maybe
know?
she could.
But then, on one condition, in China, zero tolerance of any separatist movement.
An 82-year-old woman
Remember,
has a threat
when
to
he says separatist, what he actually means is just any form of disagreement. All I hear is, you need to be a good boy and accept one China. Literally, that is it. That is what he's saying. And there is no, like, separatist is their version of terrorist. You just have to say everything that you're told to say, believe everything that you're told to believe, and shut the fuck up. Drink the Kool-Aid, then you can see your mom, yeah. And if you don't, I mean, you can still see your mom, but, you know, we're gonna put you in the hole with her otherwise.
China. What does that say about China?
I hope she's not a
Yeah,
separatist.
11 months is
but
fucking
if she's
crazy.
a separatist, she will be
Because I'm by
dealt with
conferral, so
law.
I'm first row on that.
Period.
Wait, what?
A separatist,
Sorry.
she will be dealt with by law. Period.
Again, separatist just means anyone who doesn't agree. While I would like to stay here for longer, I have to say goodnight. Wish you all have a chill, enjoy the rest of your day. Have a lovely night, Stitchart. Have you joined the Discord, by the way? Because if you haven't, you definitely should. Stitch Art. I got it. You can see your mom in hell. Yeah, literally, Shardspork.
Victor, before we finish, I have one question for you. We're in the UK. We're in Conway Hall, historic
Oh,
free
cool, we're
speech
almost
society.
done. Oh, we're literally about to be done.
Could we do a show like this? Could I interview you like this? Could Rehan come be on a panel like this in Beijing, in
No,
say,
of
the
course
Beijing
not.
International Convention Center? Could we do a show like this? Audience members freely ask questions.
Mehdi Hassan would literally get assassinated.
Take questions from everyone. No one's vetted. No one's threatened. Could we do this in Beijing?
Mehdi, if you ask me to line up all the support, you will do that.
If they
Really,
did this
I can
in
assure you
Beijing,
that.
you want to know what would happen? Mehdi Hassan would say one thing, then suddenly all the lights would go out, and then the lights would come back on in like 30 seconds, and then there would be another guy, just like, who's Chinese, but kind of looks like Mehdi Hassan, has a very thick Chinese accent speaking English, and just goes on pretending to be Mehdi Hassan. That's what would happen. And
A
we would
show
never
where
see
every
the real
audience member
Mehdi
gets to
again.
Speak freely. No one turns up at their house afterwards.
For many European countries, you do not need a visa to go to China. Pick up your luggage
No, I'm
and
not
buy
asking.
a ticket.
I'm not asking
Fly to
foreigners.
Beijing.
Victor, I'm not asking foreigners to come. I'm saying, could a Chinese audience turn up and ask whatever they want, criticize Xi Jinping, criticize the government, ask you questions, talk about Uyghurs? Could you do it in Beijing?
Mehdi, in China, don't criticize our president.
So we couldn't do this show?
Unless you
Well, I'm
have
glad you
a
answered the
very
question.
positive, constructive proposal to make.
From the horse's
not the-
mouth. Don't criticize unless it's
Criticism
positive.
is not the
Yeah?
only goal. Criticism with constructive
speech
purposes
is a goal.
will be a better free speech.
Free speech is a goal we cherish on this show. I'm glad to have offered you a platform for free speech. I wish you could offer me one back. Victor Gao, thank you for your time. Thank you to the audience in Conway Hall. And thank you to everyone at home for watching this episode of Head to Head.
That was fucking wild. You know what also is wild? I just looked up his Wikipedia. So he is the vice president of the Beijing-based Center for China and Globalization. So, like, he's still alive. He still has his job. The Center for China and Globalization sounds like a fucking shadow organization, but it is what it is. Have a lovely night, Stitchart. And, yeah, so that was that. That was fun. I love how dictatorial brains literally melt when they get asked non-scripted questions. Well, I mean, in this case, that wasn't really the norm. He seemed to be pretty okay with just saying the thing, you know? He didn't really have any issues saying, well, if you criticize the government, then you will be dealt with swiftly. No more masks, we're just bold-faced. Well, to be fair, they never really were all that masked. But saying everything that would make it a dictatorship, but refusing to use that word, just like Nazi here. They say and act out all of the Nazi ideology, but completely deny that they are. Hence why I started calling them like Stalinists. It still kind of fits. But also sometimes Stalinist doesn't fit, but then CCP Pilled does, you know? He's just part of the deep state, essentially. The deep state really just being the military-industrial complex, but like... What the fuck happened to Twitter? Excuse me? While I was streaming, Twitter updated its UI and I hate it so much. What the fuck is this? Hold on. Let me put chat away so you can see. What the fuck is this? This is not what Twitter looks like. I hate it. I hate it so much. Yeah. No. Alright, we were gonna watch this guy because this seemed pretty interesting. It seems like this guy just refused to bend the knee. I wonder what'll happen to him. Will he go in the hole? I gotta give them something. At least they're open fascists, unlike our mask boys. But yeah, because they're not pussies, and
just wanted to end today's show by
they don't
thanking
really
all
have
of the
anyone to
wonderful people
fear
who
because
work
they have full
behind the
control of
scenes
their
at this network. You
population.
may have seen some reports about me and the show. And after giving all of this some careful consideration and weighing an alternative time slot CNN offered me, I've decided to move on. I am grateful to CNN for the nearly 18 years I've spent here doing the news. People often ask me if the highlight of my career at CNN was at the White House covering Donald Trump. Actually, no. That moment came here when I covered former President Barack Obama's trip to Cuba in 2016 and had the chance to question the dictator there, Raul Castro, about the island's political prisoners. As the son of a Cuban refugee, I took home this lesson. It is never a good time to bow down to a tyrant. I've always believed it's the job of the press to hold power to account. I've always tried to do that here at CNN, and I plan on doing all of that in the future. One final message. Don't give in to the lies. Don't give in to the fear. Hold on to the truth.
Wait, hold on. I'm getting literal goosebumps because this is like genuine Fourth Reich shit. Like this is scary as fuck. This is a guy on CNN quitting his job saying, don't give in to the lies. I will not bend my knee to a tyrant. Like, no, he quit. He's leaving. Like, he quit. He announced he's leaving CNN. It's never a good time to bow down to a tyrant. Don't give in to the lies.
And to hope. Even if you have to get out your phone, record that message. I will not give in to the lies. I will not give in to the fear. Post it on your social media.
This is what's called having balls, yeah.
I'll have more to say about my plans in the coming days, but until then, I want to thank all of you for tuning in. It has been an honor to be welcomed into your home for all these years. That's the news.
I wonder what Victor Gao has to say about this. And Shardspork, the CIA spheres are all right for now. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. They might be getting a little bit mad at me, but since, you know, I'm in the AI in the spheres, I can kind of block them out. But this is fucking terrifying, guys.
Just wanted to end today's show by thanking all of the wonderful people who work behind the scenes at this network. You may have seen some reports about me and the show. And after giving all of this some careful consideration and weighing an alternative time slot CNN offered me, I've decided to move on. I am grateful to CNN for the nearly 18 years I've spent here doing the news. People often ask me if the highlight of my career at CNN was at the White House covering Donald Trump. Actually, no. That moment came here when I covered former President Barack Obama's trip to Cuba in 2016 and had the chance to question the dictator there, Raul Castro, about the island's political prisoners. As the son of a Cuban refugee, I took home this lesson.
Yeah, alternate time slots as in like the middle of the night when no one's watching.
It is never a good time to bow down to a tyrant. I've always believed it's the job of the press to hold power to account. I've always tried to do that here at CNN, and I plan on doing all of that in the future. One final message. Don't give in to the lies. Don't give in to the fear. Hold on to the truth and to hope. Even if you have to get out your phone, record that message. I will not give in to the lies. I will not give in to the fear. Post it on your social media so people can hear from you too. I'll have more to say about my plans in the coming days, but until then, I want to thank all of you for tuning in. It has been an honor to be welcomed into your home for all these years. That's the news.
You guys all just got goosebumps there, right? Like that's fucking terrifying. I will not give in to the lies. Fucking based. Well, I guess I need to go follow this guy on socials at some point. This is good news, yes, but like, and maybe others will follow suit, sure, but how many of them will be purged? People like him might need to leave the country. That's kind of the thing, you know? And like, I mean, I am infinitely glad that I do not live in the United States. What's terrifying is how rare this attitude is in the corporate news media. No, you're right. It is. The world is bad. It is terrifying that this is so rare in the news media, but hearing him say this, the literal full goosebumps down my body. Do you like, can you not see the parallel here? This is our like final warning before the Fourth Reich like fully takes over. Like, this is terrifying. This is genuinely probably the scariest thing I've seen since Trump was elected. And that beats the like Larry Ellison AI is gonna watch you and like fucking organize the cops. I bet he's rich. They don't usually deport the rich. It's not about being deported. No one gives a shit about deporting him. They will kill him. He's gonna have to leave for his safety. Are you kidding me? Half of the country wants to hang the bishop that like begged for mercy. They want to deport Selena Gomez for crying and having empathy. Do you think that they're gonna be okay with a guy who was a CNN anchor saying what he just said? No. All corporate media is now state media. It is. It's true. This guy needs to fuck right out of the USA. I mean, like, I don't know where the hell he would go, because everywhere else is also pretty... Go to Brazil. Brazil, I guess. I don't know. Fuck, that's terrifying, guys. Like, genuinely horrifying. I got one more for you.
Hola gente de TikTok. Es la segunda vez que trato de subir.
Hold on, I'm gonna move my camera because I didn't realize this was not in English.
Esto y la aplicación no me deja. Esto es lo que pasó anoche.
This is what happened last night with my mayor up there.
Arriba.
He hit me because I'm Latino.
Me agarró golpes.
I'm sorry, because hit me because he's Latino. What? This is what happened last night. My neighbor up there
arriba.
Hit me because he's Latino.
Me agarró golpes por ser latino. Le llamó a la policía y nada pasó. Acabo de salir al hospital. Tengo varias puntadas. Y a él no se lo llevaron, no le hicieron nada. Porque pues es blanco. Bienvenidos a 2025.
So, wait, did they not get... I called the police, nothing happened. He just left to go to a hospital. He has several stitches. Oh, okay, it's not his neighbor that hit him. Second time I tried to upload. This is what happened last night. My neighbor up there hit me because he's Latino. He just left to go to the hospital. He has several stitches. Anyone speak Spanish and can translate this, like, without the fucking captions? Yeah. Who speaks Spanish? Look, the point here being, I believe that, his neighbor beat the shit out of him. He went to the hospital and they didn't care. That's what I'm getting out of here. Schwarzburg, I might move to Australia if I can ever get my passport. I mean, good luck. Good luck with getting your passport. You really should have got on that earlier because, they're not going to be very nice about that. And, if you need a visa, there's always the, working on a farm visa. That does work, you know, it'll give you some time at the very least. But, there's ways you can get in. There's ways. Then there's my ass afraid that I'm gonna have to go to Turkey because one day I'm gonna piss off. I'm gonna have a tweet that's gonna go viral and it's gonna piss Donald Trump off, and then they're gonna be like, "This Visora girl, she's an extremist terrorist. I want her extradited." And then I'm gonna have to go like hide in Turkey and never talk shit about Erdogan again. Yeah, if you do a university transfer, that's quite easy. That'll probably be the easiest way for you to do it. And yes, leftist leader, you could technically. It's you get a year visa, you get healthcare with it, you get access to Medicare here, but you have to spend 2 months out of the year working on a farm. Well, okay, that is horrifying. Oh God, Wick, why are you doing this? It's so sad. You have big goals. I just aim to annoy Wicklord. He's annoying me right now. This is not right. So Wick posted this. If I'm ever down this bad, you have my permission to take me out. You'd be doing me a favor. And like, it's just like furries, man. It's just fucking furries. Come to us in Germany as a refugee hiding from Erdogan? You think that the AfD won't just instantly kill me? You think, why the hell, as a socialist, should I go to Germany when the AfD is about to take control? Like, they're just kinky people. I'm like, why you gotta kink shame? This guy's having a good time. Leave the poor dude alone, y'all. And, some kinks deserve to be shamed. Sorry, not sorry. Not this one, though. Like, there's very few kinks that deserve to be shamed. And, like, being a furry, like, you can make fun of it. You don't have to respect it. But, like, leave them alone. They're just having fun. The world sucks. Sometimes a guy's just gotta dress like a dog, kneel on the floor, and bark until a hot girl spits in his mouth. What the fuck is wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that at all. It's cringe. I'll give you that. You know, like, it is cringe, but, like, come on. Really? Out of everything, like, that's the worst thing? You'd rather be put down? I don't like it, but, like, who cares? At least they're not shitting in each other's mouths. Still got nightmares from that debate. Yeah, sorry. I mean, that wasn't me. Pre-breakfast banana. People do a lot worse than that. Like, it's ew. Don't, like, you can be ew by it, you know, but, like, the shame is a whole other thing. You're talking about, that with all this shit going on? Yeah, literally, like, this is what we're talking about? I mean, to be fair, no, I can't take that one, Leftist Leo, because if I see some dumb shit, I will absolutely post it too. As long as I find it funny. I don't shame people, is all. I just think it's, funny. We were all furries when we were kids to one extent or another. Were we? How are we all furries to one extent or another? Shard Spark, I'm really curious. I need to I need an explanation here. Yeah, no, everything is fucking holes now. Every time I'm looking at any political discourse, it's always goddamn holes. We really need an emote of just, like, the word holes. I should shamed the Jan Sixers. I was soft on them. Now they're out and they don't care what they. Well, literally one just got killed because we started a fight with a cop, and then two of them were arrested for, like, pedophilia. So, like, that's the Jan Sixers. And yeah, it really does always come down to holes, eh? Fox News is saying that Biden killed 100 million chickens, and that's why the egg prices are high. Or that makes sense. Here, I thought your EV take was going to be my biggest disappointment here. I think that it's fine. I don't know what's wrong with it, man. Infallible foul. Like, they're not hurting anybody. It's gross. I don't want to do it, but, like, to each their own. Shit, just me, never mind. Pretend to be a dog when I was a kid to impress girls, not sure why. Neither am I, really. Making sense, you need 100 million chickens for a sacrifice to the unholy one? Yeah, the 100 million chickens were actually, the first, the first key to unlock the gates to Cthulhu, who will then come and, oh yeah, RFK's Jr.'s hearing tomorrow is actually the second lock being unlocked from Cthulhu's cage. And, after the third lock is gone, then the, Great Master Cthulhu will rise and end all life on Earth. I'm excited. Really excited. What the fuck is this? Excuse me?
Encourage anybody In this, we also, again, encourage anybody in this country, whether you are a TikTok content creator, a blogger, a podcaster, if you are producing legitimate news content, no matter the medium, you will be allowed to apply for press credentials to this White House. And as I said earlier, our new media...
All right, I want press credentials. I don't even live in America. I still want them.
website is whitehouse.gov/new media. And so we encourage people to apply. Again, as long as you are...
Love that. So, like, Tim Pool, Charlie Kirk, Matt Walsh, Tucker Carlson, they're all going to get to be White House credentialed reporters. Yay. Andrew Tate, maybe even. They said anyone. Yeah. Anyone? I mean, anyone on the right, obviously. They don't care about you. Alright, well, let's see if anyone is still on. Because there were some people that I wanted to raid, but not sure that they're still even going to be online. Oh my god, you guys want to raid Hassan? His stream started 3 minutes ago. Let's raid Hassan. Yeah, let's fucking do it.